Chapter 1 of The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries by Edward J. Wood. In this work will be found a record of the marriage ceremonies, customs, superstitions, and folklore of many countries, but not an exhaustive account of the origin and history of matrimony, nor an elaborate statement of the conditions under which it could or can be legally effected, nor a disquisition upon the religious, social, and domestic relations and duties of a married life. These several matters have so wide a compass that our volume could not contain even a summary of the treatises which have been already written upon them. Our task has been rather to chronicle in these pages for popular reading the various modes by which marriage has been effected from the earliest times in all nations, and the many curious usages which have attended the weddings of our ancestors. The origin of, and the necessity for, marriage seems to be based upon the command given to our first parents in Genesis 1:28. Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. The Jews so understood these words, which they regarded as a solemn precept too, and a strict obligation upon them. Out of this mere duty to procreate grew the necessity for a binding contract, either religious or civil, or both, whereby a particular man should be united to a particular woman, for the expedient purposes of civilized society. Bolingbroke says that marriage was instituted because it was necessary that parents should know certainly their own respective offspring, and that as a woman can no doubt whether she is the mother of the child she bears, so a man should have all the assurance the law can give him that he is the father of the child reputed to have been begotten by him. Taking this to be the first reason why marriage as a contract was entered into, it is easy to understand why certain civil and moral rights, duties, and obligations should follow as corollaries to the matrimonial agreement. Monogamy was the original law of marriage, but the unity of the bond soon became impaired by polygamy, which seems to have originated among the Canaanites, as we are told in Genesis 4:19, that Lamech took unto himself 2 wives. Polygamy afterwards prevailed among the Jews, but the principle of monogamy was retained even in the practice of polygamy, by a distinction being made between the first wife and the subsequent ones. She was regarded as the chief, and they were little better than concubines. Polygamy became common among many people besides the Jews, as we shall have occasion to mention hereafter, but it was condemned both by the law and the New Testament, and the policy of all prudent states, especially in northern countries. The Hebrews in modern times have been monogamists, but the Sicilian Jews early in the last century practiced polygamy, and by reason of that and of their early marriages, they rapidly increased. In Leviticus 18 will be found a table of the prohibited degrees of consanguinity or relationship within which it was declared none should marry. There is no restriction in the Bible as to the age when marriage might lawfully be entered into, but early matrimony is in several places mentioned with approval. The Jews, in common with other Oriental people, married when very young, probably because they arrived at the age of puberty at an early period of life. The Talmudists forbade marriage by a male under 13 years and a day, and by a female under 12 years and a day. The usual age was higher, and generally about 18 years. The Jews fixed certain days for the respective ceremonies of betrothal and marriage. Thus, the 4th day was appointed for virgins, and the 5th for widows. Similarly, the more modern Hebrews fixed Wednesday and Friday for the former, and Thursday for the latter. In the present century, Wednesday is generally the day on which the Jewish spinsters and bachelors celebrate their marriages, and on the following day a ball concludes the affair. But if either of the parties has been previously married, the Sabbath is the day chosen, and music and dancing formed no part of the entertainment. The original reason for selecting Wednesday was because the Sanhedrin held its sitting on Thursday, and therefore the newly married man could immediately after his wedding bring his wife before the meeting if he had any ground of complaint against her. Among the early Hebrews and the Oriental nations generally, the choice of a bride devolved not upon the bridegroom himself, but upon his relations, or some friend deputed by him for the purpose. His wishes, however, were consulted in the arrangements, and parents made proposals at the instigation of their sons. As a general rule, the proposal originated with the family of the bridegroom, but occasionally, as in the case of difference of rank, the rule was reversed, and the bride was offered by her father. The consent of the maiden was sometimes asked, but this appears to have been subordinate to the previous consult of her father and other relation. The selection of the bride was followed by a spousal or betrothal, which was a formal proceeding undertaken by a friend on the part of the bridegroom and by the parents on the part of the bride. It was confirmed by oaths and accompanied with presents from the man to the woman. Thus a servant on behalf of Isaac, as a preliminary, propitiated the favor of Rebekah by presenting her with a massive earring and 2 bracelets. He then proceeded to treat with her parents and, having obtained their consent to the match, he gave her more costly presents, jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and to her mother and brother, precious things. Genesis 24:22-53. Such presents as these were described by different names, those to the brides being dowries, and those to the relations gifts. It has been supposed that the dowry was a price paid to the father for the sale of his daughter. But although such a payment is made in certain parts of the East at the present day, it does not appear to have been made in patriarchal times for a free woman. Occasionally the bride received a portion from her father. Marriage settlements in the modern sense of the term, namely, written documents securing property to the wife, did not come into use until the first Babylonian period, and the only instance we have of one is in the Tobit 7:14, where it is described as an instrument. The act of betrothal among the Jews was celebrated by a feast, and among the more modern Hebrews was still retained the ceremony of a formal betrothal. It was the custom in some parts for the bridegroom to place a ring upon his intended bride's finger. Although there is no mention in the Bible of betrothal finger rings, we find that a ring is mentioned therein as a token of fidelity or friendship. Genesis 41:42, and of adoption, Luke 15:22. Between the betrothal and the marriage an interval elapsed, varying from a few days in the patriarchal age, 10 in the case of Rebekah, to a year for virgins, and a month for widows in later times. During this period, the bride-elect lived with her friends, and all communication between herself and her future husband was carried on through the medium of a friend, who was deputed for the purpose and termed the friend of the bridegroom. She was virtually regarded as a wife, her betrothal having an equal force with marriage. Hence, faithlessness on her part was punishable with death, but her husband-elect had the option of putting her away. Thus Joseph, after his espousal to Mary, finding her to be with child and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privily. After betrothal, a woman could not part with her property except in certain cases. No definite religious ceremonies appear to have been performed at the wedding itself, but probably some formal ratification of the espousal with an oath took place, as may be implied from some allusions to marriage in Ezekiel 16:8 and Malachi 2:14. The main part of the ceremony was the removal of the bride from her father's house to that of the bridegroom or of his father. In fact, there was a literal truth in the Hebrew expression to take a wife, the taking being the essential act. This symbol of capture was not peculiar to the Jews, but was common to nearly all nations in some form, and it was in most cases based upon an actual seizure of the woman by force in the primitive ages. On the day preceding the wedding, the bride took a bath, which was in ancient as well as in modern times a formal proceeding and accompanied with much ceremony. On the wedding day, the bridegroom dressed himself in festive attire, and particularly placed on his head a beautiful turban and a crown or garland, which was made either of gold, silver, roses, myrtle, or olive, according to his circumstances, and it was highly perfumed with myrrh, frankincense, and other sweet powders. A distinctive feature of the bride's dress was a veil, a light robe of ample dimensions, which covered not only her face, but also her whole body, and was intended to be a symbol of her submission to her husband. It is still used by Jewesses. The bride also wore a peculiar girdle, and her head was crowned with a chaplet, both of which articles were very distinctive of her condition. The latter was either of gold or gilded. The use of it was interdicted after the destruction of the Second Temple as a token of humiliation. If the bride were a virgin, she wore her hair flowing. Her robes were white, and sometimes embroidered with gold thread. She was much perfumed and decked out with jewels. When the fixed hour arrived, which was generally late in the evening, the bridegroom set forth from his house, attended by his friends, preceded by a band of musicians or singers, and accompanied by men bearing torches. Having reached the house of the bride, he conducted her and her party back to his own or his father's house, with audible demonstrations of gladness. Even to this day, the noise in the streets attendant upon an Oriental wedding is remarkable. Sometimes a tent or canopy was raised in the open air, under which the bride and bridegroom met, and the former being delivered to the latter, they came forth with great pomp and joy. On the way back, the wedding party was joined by other friends of the bride and bridegroom, who were in waiting to mix with the procession as it passed, and the inhabitants of the place came out into the streets to watch the cavalcade. At the bridegroom's house a feast was prepared, to which all the friends and neighbors of the couple were invited, and which was a most essential part of the marriage ceremony. After the feast came music and dancing, the latter being performed by the male guests round the bridegroom, and by the women round the bride. The festivities were protracted for several, sometimes as many as 14 days, 7 days being the usual number at the wedding of a virgin, and 3 at a widow's. The guests were provided by the host with suitable robes, and the feast was enlivened with music, riddles, and other amusements. In the case of the marriage of a virgin, parched corn was distributed among the guests, the significance of which is not certain, but probably it was intended to suggest a hope of fruitfulness and plenty. This custom bears some resemblance to the distribution of the mustasium among the guests at a Roman wedding, of which we shall make some mention hereafter. The last act in the ceremonial was the conducting of the bride, still completely veiled, to her bedchamber, where a canopy, which was sometimes a bower of roses and myrtle, was prepared. This act was preceded by formal prayers. If proof could be subsequently adduced that the bride had not preserved her maiden purity, the case was investigated, and if convicted, she was stoned to death before her father's house. Deuteronomy 21:13-21. A newly married man was exempt from military service and from any public business which might take him away from his home for the space of 1 year after his marriage, and a similar privilege was granted to a betrothed man. The above usages of marriage among the Jews are mostly ascertained from the Bible, but the Talmudists specified 3 modes by which marriage might be effected, one being by a presentation of money in the presence of witnesses, accompanied by a mutual declaration of betrothal, another being by a written instead of a verbal contract, with or without money, and another being by mere consummation, which, although valid in law, was discouraged as being contrary to morality. The condition of Jewish married women in the patriarchal days was very favorable. They enjoyed much freedom, independence, and authority in their homes, and the relationship of husband and wife was characterized by great affection and tenderness. Divorce was allowed, and the first instance of it mentioned in the Bible is in Genesis 21:14, where we are told that Abraham sent Hagar and her child away from him. In Deuteronomy 24:1, a man had the power to dispose of a faithless wife by writing her a bill of divorcement, giving it into her hand, and sending her out of his house. The brother of a childless man was bound to marry his widow, or at least he had the refusal of her, and she could not marry again until her late husband's brother had formally rejected her. A ceremony by which this rejection was performed took place in public and is mentioned in Deuteronomy 25:5-10. If the brother refused her, she was obliged to loose his shoe from off his foot and spit in his face, or as some Hebraists translate it, spit before his face. His giving up the shoe was a symbol that he abandoned all dominion over her, and her spitting before him was a defiance and an assertion of independence. This practice is still further illustrated by the story of Ruth, whose nearest kinsman refused to marry her and to redeem her inheritance. He was therefore publicly called upon to do so by Boaz, and he publicly refused. The Bible adds, as is the custom in Israel concerning changing, then a man plucked off his shoe and delivered it to his neighbor. The kinsman plucked off his shoe and delivered it to Boaz as a renunciation of Ruth, and of his right of marriage to her. These ceremonies were evidently not unknown to the early Christians, but when the Emperor Vladimir made proposals of marriage to the daughter of Ragnall, she refused him, saying she would not take off her shoes to the son of a slave. Gregory of Tours, writing of her spouses, says, the bridegroom, having given a ring to the fiancée, presents her with a shoe. Michelet, in his Life of Luther, says that the reformer was at the wedding of Jean Luft, and after supper he conducted the bride to bed. He then told the bridegroom that, according to common custom, he ought to be master in his own house when his wife was not there, and for a symbol he took off the husband's shoe and put it upon the head of the bed. Afin qu'il puisse ainsi le domination et gouvernement. In some parts of the East, it was an early custom to carry a slipper before a newly married couple as a token of the bride's subjection to her husband. At a Jewish wedding at Rabat, the bridegroom struck the bride with his shoe as a sign of his authority and supremacy. It has long been a custom in England, Scotland, and elsewhere to throw an old shoe over or at a bride and bridegroom upon their leaving the church or the parental home after their wedding. Sometimes it is thrown when they start for the church, and occasionally the shoe is taken from the left foot. The usual saying is that it is thrown for luck, but possibly it originally was meant to be a sign of the renunciation of dominion and authority over the bride by the father or guardian. One author, however, suggests that the hurling of a shoe was first intended to be a sham assault on the person carrying off the woman, and is a relic of the old custom of opposition to the capture of a bride. In the 17th century, when a marriage between a Jew and a Jewess had been arranged, they, with many of their friends, met at some public covered place, where the contract was read over aloud, and notice was given of the intended day of the wedding. The company then saluted the couple and wished them happiness in their new life. Then the younger men threw down and broke certain earthen vessels which they had brought with them. A person waited at the door to give to each guest a glass of wine, and 10 times comfits as he left. The priest who was to offer the marriage benediction took a glass of wine, and, having blessed and tasted it, he gave it to the couple to drink. After this ceremony, neither of them went out for 8 days, during which period many friends visited the bridegroom and made merry with him. On the day before the wedding, the bride bathed in cold water, accompanied and assisted by her female companions, who sang and danced to amuse her. It seems to have been assumed that the impending ceremony had a very depressing effect on the couple, and therefore their friends boisterously endeavored to keep them in good cheer. The bridegroom sent to his bride a matrimonial cincture or girdle, with a gold buckle, and she in exchange sent a similar article to him, but hers had a silver buckle. Upon the wedding day, the bride was dressed as richly as she could be, according to her condition and the fashion of her country, and her head was finely adorned. Still attended by her maids, who sang and danced before her, she was conducted to the place of the marriage. When the pair were to receive the benediction publicly, 4 young men carried a canopy into some frequented place, such as a garden, where the bride and bridegroom and their respective friends met, accompanied by singers and musicians. The couple stood under the canopy, and all present cried, "Blessed be that cometh." The bridegroom then walked 3 times round the bride, and took her by the right hand, and the company threw corn upon them, and said, "Increase and multiply." In some places the visitors threw money as well as corn, the poorer Jews being allowed to pick up the coins. Still holding the bridegroom's hand, the bride stood with her face towards the south, in which there was assumed to be a fruitful influence, for the Talmud teaches that if the marriage bed be turned in that direction, the pair will have many children. The rabbi then took a glass of wine, and, rehearsing prayers, he tasted it and gave it to the couple to drink. If the bride were a virgin, he gave her a narrow glass, and if a widow, a wide one. He then received from the bridegroom a gold ring, which, according to the Jewish law, must be of a certain value, and the absolute property of the bridegroom, not obtained by credit or gift. The rabbi called some of the company as witnesses to examine if it were of gold, and if so, he and the chief officers of the synagogue certified the fact. When this had been properly done, the ring was returned to the bridegroom, and he placed it upon the bride's second finger, at the same time proclaiming that she was by means of it consecrated unto him. And so completely binding was this action, that even without any further ceremony, no other marriage could be effected by either party, except after a legal divorce. The marriage contract was then read, after which the rabbi took another glass of wine, and giving thanks to God, he offered it to the pair to drink again. The bridegroom, having drunk, cast the glass with a force against a wall or the earth, so that it might be shattered into many pieces. In some places, ashes were put upon the bridegroom's head, in memory of the burning of the temple, as a sad memento of which, even among their rejoicings, both the bride and bridegroom wore black caps. The couple were then conducted to a banquet at which, all being seated, the bridegroom had to sing a long prayer. A hen ready dressed and a raw egg were then placed before the bride as emblems of prolificness, and for an omen that she should bear many children. The bridegroom presented her with a small piece of the hen, and then the guests, male and female, scrambled for the rest and tore it to pieces with their hands. Whoever got the greatest share was reputed to be the most fortunate one of the company. The egg was thrown in some person's face, and if a Christian happened to be present, which was not often the case, he was not spared. At least, so says Le Sieur de Gaia, writing about 1685 and relating these nasty incidents of a Jewish wedding in his day. After the above diversions, the table was spread with an abundant feast, and the wedding dance was performed. The most honorable person present took the bridegroom by the hand. He took another, and so the rest, until all joined. The chief lady of the company likewise took the bride by the hand. She took another, until all the women likewise joined. And then came a long and confused dance. The wedding festivities sometimes lasted 8 days. In 1646, Evelyn was taken to the ghetto at Venice, the colony of the Jews, where he saw a Hebrew marriage. He thus describes the ceremony in his diary. The bride was clad in white, sitting in a lofty chair and covered with a white veil. Then 2 old rabbis joined them together, one of them holding a glass of wine in his hand, which, in the midst of the ceremony, pretending to deliver to the woman, he let fall, the breaking whereof was to signify the frailty of our nature, and that we must expect disasters and crosses midst all enjoyments. This done, we had a fine banquet, and were brought into the bride chamber, where the bed was dressed up with flowers and the counterpane strewed in works. A Jewish marriage in the present century is always celebrated with much show and splendor, as every guest brings a present, chiefly consisting of plate. The poorer couples especially invite as many friends as they can, and their friends are always willing to go, as they consider it to be a highly meritorious act to promote marriage or in any way to assist in its celebration. The Talmudists carry the obligation of getting children so far that they declare the neglect of it to be a kind of homicide. On account of the many visitors at a Jewish wedding, a large public room is generally hired. A friend is stationed near the entrance of the apartment to receive the presents of the guests as they arrive, and another friend writes down each person's name and gift. If anyone who has been invited cannot attend, his gift is received in his absence. And friends who are merely invited to the evening dance are not expected to bring any presents. Not infrequently, when the wedded pair are poor, their gifts are sold to defray the expenses of the feast and to assist the couple in their household. The bride and bridegroom, the rabbi, and all concerned in the marriage stand upon the carpet under the tallit, a nuptial canopy, while the contract is read and the ceremonial performed. This canopy is square and generally composed of crimson velvet with pendants above it. It is supported at each corner by one of the visitors, and after the marriage it is taken back to the synagogue, whence it had been brought by the servants of that place. The use of it is a most important part of the marriage ceremony. The modern Jews still retain the old customs of shattering glasses or other vessels by dashing them on the ground at their nuptials. Various reasons have been assigned for this usage. One is that it suggested the frailty of life. Another, that it foretold good fortune and plenty. Another, that it reminded the people of the destruction of Jerusalem. And another, that it hinted at the fate of the married pair if they broke their nuptial vows. Although, as we have before mentioned, there is no record in the Bible of the use of betrothal finger rings among the Jews in the patriarchal days, it is certain that they were common in later times in some places, and as Selden says, were first given in lieu of dowry money. Some authors are of opinion that wedding rings did not exist in the Mosaic days, and no mention is made of them by the Talmudists. Ugolini says that they were used in his time, and Basnash says that formerly a piece of money was given as a pledge, for which in a later period a ring was substituted. Leo of Medina records that rings were rarely used, and that neither the Italian nor the German Jews habitually used them. Some did, but the majority did not. Selden states that the wedding ring came into general use by the Jews after they saw it was everywhere prevalent. Jewish wedding rings are sometimes of large size and elaborate workmanship, and have generally engraved upon them, in Hebrew characters, the sentiment conveying an expression of good wishes, and very often the posy, "Joy be with you," which is thought to be of Syrian origin. It is recorded that the ancient Hebrews considered the planet Jupiter, which they called Mazel Tov, to be a very favorable star, for which reason newly married men gave their wives rings, whereupon those words were engraved in Hebrew characters, the signification being that the bride might have good fortune under the lucky star. Q. If any Jewish rings now existing are of a date earlier than the 16th century, a specimen belonging to the late Lord Loughborough was of gold, richly enameled and decorated with beautifully wrought filigree. Attached by a hinge to the collet, in the place of a setting, was a little ridged capsule like the gabled roof of a house, which probably once contained some charm or perfume. Within the ring were inscribed 2 Hebrew words signifying the posy above named, or good luck. In the South Kensington Museum are 2 Jewish marriage rings. One is of gold and enriched with filigree work bosses. It has a Hebrew inscription inside, and its diameter is 1.25 inches. It is of the 16th century. The other is also of gold and enameled. An inscription runs round the broad margin in raised letters of cloisonné enamel. On one side is affixed a turret or louvre, with triangular gables and movable vanes. The length of the ring is 1 inch and 3/4, and the width is 1 inch. Whatever may be the factors to the use of marriage rings in the Bible days, monkish legends relate that Joseph and Mary used one, and moreover, that it was of onyx or amethyst. It was said to have been discovered in the year 996. One was given by a jeweler from Jerusalem to a lapidary of Clusium, who had been sent to Rome by the wife of the Marquis of Uturia to make purchases for her. The jeweler told the lapidary of the preciousness of the relic, but he despised it and kept it for several years among other articles of inferior value. However, a miracle revealed to him its genuineness, and it was placed in a church where it worked many curative wonders. In 1473 it was deposited with some Franciscans at Clusium, from whom it was stolen, and ultimately it found its way to Perugia, where a church was built for it, and it still performed miracles. But they were, as Holmes says, trifling in comparison with its miraculous powers of multiplying itself. It existed in different churches in Europe at the same time, and each ring being as genuine as the others, it was paid the same honors by the devout. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 with the wedding day in all ages and countries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries by Edward J. Wood. Marriage, as a life union with certain ceremonies of a binding and solemn nature, is said to have been first introduced among the Athenians of Cycrops, who built their city and deified Jupiter long before the time of Christ. The ancient Greek legislators considered marriage to be a matter of public as well as of private interest, on the principle that it was the duty of every citizen to raise up a healthy progeny of legitimate children to the state. This was particularly the case at Sparta, where celibacy of men was infamous, and by the laws of Lycurgus, criminal proceedings might be taken against those who married too late or unsuitably, as well as against those who did not marry at all. An old bachelor was stigmatized and obliged to walk naked in the winter through the marketplace, singing a satirical song on himself. Under Plato's laws, anyone who did not marry before the age of 35 years, or who married above or below his rank, was punishable, and the philosopher held that in choosing a wife, every man ought to consider the interest of the state rather than his own pleasure. Great immunities, prerogatives, and other encouragements were granted to those who had a large legitimate issue. Those who had 3 children were entitled to a diminution of their taxes, and those who had 4 paid none. So entirely did the Spartans consider the production of children as the main object of marriage, that whenever a woman had no issue by her own husband, she was required by law to cohabit with another man. The Spartans fined their king, Archidamus, for marrying a very little woman, considering that her issue would be degenerated and unworthy. Private reasons moreover made marriage among the ancients important. Thus they considered that it was the duty of every man to produce representatives to succeed himself as ministers of the gods, to perpetuate his name, and to make the customary offerings at his grave. The choice of a wife was seldom based upon affection, and rarely the result of previous acquaintance. In many cases, fathers chose for their sons brides whom the latter had never seen, and compelled them to marry. Nor was the consent of the female to the match which was proposed for her usually thought to be necessary. She was obliged to submit to the wishes of her parents, and to receive from them perhaps a stranger for a husband. The result of such marriages was not unfrequently unhappiness. Matchmaking was not entirely left to the care of parents, inasmuch as some women made a profession of it, which, however, was not held to be reputable, as it was likely to lead to mere procuring. In fact, many of the women who arranged marriages were bawds and coupleresses. The custom of purchasing wives was known to the ancient Greeks and was strongly reprobated by Aristotle. By the Athenian laws, a citizen was not allowed to marry a foreign woman, nor conversely, under very severe penalties. Direct lineal descent from a common ancestor was a bar to marriage, but proximity by blood or consanguinity was not. Usually men married when between 30 and 35 years of age, and women about 20, or shortly before that period. Monogamy was the law and practice of all the Greek and Italian communities as far back as our records reach. The Athenians regarded a formal betrothal as indispensable to the validity of a marriage contract, to which it was a most important preliminary. The issue of a marriage without espousals lost their heritable rights, which depended upon their being born of a citizen and a legally betrothed wife. The betrothal was made by the natural or legal guardian of the bride-elect, and attended by the relations of both parties as witnesses. The wife's dowry was settled at the espousal, and some token was given by the man as an earnest. The next ceremony, which was generally performed on the day before the wedding, consisted of sacrifices or offerings made to the divinities who presided over marriage. The sacrificer was the father of the bride-elect, and the divinities were, according to Pollux, Hera, the goddess of the marriage bed, Artemis, the goddess of virgins, and the Fates, to whom brides then dedicated locks of their hair. According to another author, the deities were Zeus and Hera, but they probably varied in different countries and were sometimes local divinities. Particular days and seasons of the year were thought to be auspicious and favorable for marriage among the Greeks. Winter was generally so considered, and at Athens, the month partly corresponding to our January received its name, Gamalius, from marriages being frequently celebrated in it. Hesiod recommends marriage on the 4th day of the month, but whether the 4th from the beginning or the end is uncertain. Euripides speaks as if the time of the full moon was thought to be favorable, and which is confirmed by a reference to the full moon nights in Pindar. Proclus tells us that the Athenians selected for marriages the times of a new moon, that is, when the sun and moon were in conjunction. On the wedding day, the bride and bridegroom, in accordance with the ceremonial customs similar to one adopted by the Jews, bathed in water fetched from some particular fountain. At Athens, the lustral water was fetched from the fountain of Caraho. At the foot of the Acropolis, and according to some authors, it was always fetched by a boy who was a near relation to one of the parties, and according to another writer, by a female. After this preliminary, the couple went in a procession to the temple, attended by their friends, who sang the praises of the pair. At the temple, they were each presented with an ivy branch as a symbol of the indissoluble bond of matrimony. At the altar, various sacrifices were made. The victims were cut up, and their entrails scrutinized for auguries, and various deities were invoked. In the evening, the bride was conducted from her father's house to that of the bridegroom, that time of day being chosen to conceal her blushes. She was conveyed in a chariot, drawn by a pair of mules or oxen, and furnished with a couch seat. On either side of her sat the bridegroom and one of his relations or friends, but if he had been married before, he did not so conduct her. They were generally accompanied by many persons, some of whom sang at high amine in song, to the accompaniment of flutes, while others danced and some carried nuptial torches. A scene of this kind was thus pictured upon the shield of Achilles. Here sacred pomp and genial feast delight, and solemn dance and hymeneal rite. Along the streets the new-made brides are led, with torches flaming to the nuptial bed. The youthful dances in a circle bound, to the soft flute and zither and silver sound. Through the fair streets the matrons in a row stand in their porches and enjoy the show. At Boeotia and other places the axle tree of the carriage was burned upon the arrival at the bridegroom's house, as a symbol that the bride was not to return or to go abroad. The door of the house was decked with festoons of ivy and bay, and against it was tied a pestle. Upon entering, the married pair received the greetings and congratulations of the friends who were waiting to meet them. The bride was generally conducted into the house by her husband's mother, bearing a lighted torch. A servant carried a sieve, and the bride herself bore a vessel in which was parched barley, a symbol of her readiness to attend to her household duties. Upon entering the house, sweetmeats were showered upon the pair, as emblems of plenty and prosperity. A formal kiss confirmed the nuptials. The bride and bridegroom were both dressed in their best attire and wore crowns or chaplets on their heads, the bride being veiled. The wreaths were made of evergreens, myrtle, wild thyme, and roses, which had been plucked by the bride herself and not bought, as that would have been of ill omen. The nuptial feast, which was generally given at the house of the bridegroom or of his parents, besides being a festive meeting, served another and a more important purpose, inasmuch as no public rite, either civil or religious, connected with the celebration of marriage was required by law among the Greeks, and as therefore no public record of its solemnization was kept. Guests were invited to a wedding feast partly to qualify them to be able to prove the fact of the marriage having taken place. Contrary to the usual practice among these people, women as well as men were invited to nuptial feasts, but they sat at a separate table, the still veiled bride being among her own sex. At the conclusion of the banquet, she was conducted by her husband into her bridal chamber, and a law of Solon required that they should, on entering it, eat a quince together, to indicate that their mutual relationship should be sweet and agreeable. A nuptial song, or epithalamium, was sung before the doors of the chamber by virgins, accompanied by dances. Another song, called the waking song, was generally given on the following morning. On the day after the marriage, friends sent the customary gifts to the newly married couple. Some of them were called the unveiling presents, because they were given on the occasion of the bride's first appearing unveiled. Generally, on the second day, the bridegroom left his house to lodge apart from his wife at the residence of his father-in-law, and the bride presented him with a garment. He also offered up a sacrifice in commemoration of the bride, being registered among his own fetories. It seems that marriage rings were not in use among the ancient Greeks. The above account of Grecian marriage ceremonies applies particularly to Athens. At Sparta, where a general promiscuity of wives is said anciently to have prevailed, the betrothal of a bride by the father or guardian was a requisite preliminary to marriage, as it was at Athens. The Spartans pursued on horseback and captured their intended brides with some show of violence, but with the sanction of her friends. A similar custom prevailed at Crete. Plutarch says that the Spartans always carried off their brides by feigned violence, and that their abduction was a concerted matter of form, in order to make the marriage valid. Muller says that the capture of brides at Sparta indicated the feeling that they could not surrender their freedom and virgin purity unless compelled by the violence of the stronger sex. The form of feigning to steal the bride or to carry her off from her friends by force, after the marriage had been agreed upon, was equally with betrothal, requisite as a preliminary to marriage among the Dorians. The Spartan and Cretan wife was not immediately after a marriage taken to the bridegroom's house, but cohabited with him for some time clandestinely until he brought her, and frequently her mother also, to his home. A Spartan woman appeared in public with her face uncovered until she was married, but afterwards she never went abroad without a veil, a custom which also prevailed at Athens. At Sparta, Crete, and Olympia, virgins were permitted to be spectators of the gymnastic contests, while married women were excluded from this privilege. Greek wives were confined to distinct apartments. They had little liberty, were strictly subject to their husband's rule, and were not allowed to go out without their lord's permission. The strictest conjugal fidelity was required from the wife under very severe penalties, while great laxity was allowed to the husband. Nevertheless, concubinage was in use only in its mildest form. A wife convicted of infidelity was repudiated, and the laws excluded her forever from all religious ceremonies. A husband obliged to divorce his wife first addressed himself to a tribunal, in which one of the chief magistrates presided, and the same tribunal received the complaints of wives who sought to be divorced from their husbands. Among the peasantry in modern Greece, marriage was contracted from mutual knowledge and attachment, but among the higher orders the match was generally made by the parents or friends, without the parties either seeing each other or consenting. Often some matron, like the ancient medium in such cases, managed the courtship and concluded the treaty. Then the couple were at liberty to see and converse with each other. This, however, was not always the case, for sometimes the bride and bridegroom met on their wedding day for the first time. The bride generally worked her wedding garments, and on the eve of the day appointed for her bridal, she was conducted by her young female friends in procession to a bath. On the following morning, at an early hour, the bridegroom proceeded to the house of her parents, attended by a crowd of young men, who sang and danced and shouted out the perfections and virtues of the couple. The lady was led forth loaded with jewelry, and supported by her father and the brideman. As she proceeded, followed by her mother and the matrons, showers of nuts, cakes, and bouquets were poured out of the windows of her friends. The nuptial ceremony was performed with many forms and but little solemnity. On the heads of the bride and bridegroom were placed alternately by one of the priests chaplets of flowers, among which were, if obtainable, lilies and ears of corn, as emblems of purity and abundance. 2 rings, one of gold, the other of silver, were interchanged several times between the parties, and the ceremony concluded by their both drinking wine out of one cup. The bride was then conducted to her husband's abode, and she was carefully lifted across the threshold by her parents. If the husband entertained any suspicion of her honor, she was made to tread on a sieve covered with the skin, and should it not yield to her pressure, she was deemed to be guilty. Among the peasantry, the bride, accompanied by her bridesmaids and her husband's relations, went from house to house of her neighbors, and received from each male inhabitant a few coins. In the more remote parts of Greece, it was customary to receive these presents before marriage, and early in the present century, the village girls used to collect their portions and arrange them as ornaments for their hair. Their tresses were hung with coins nearly down to their feet, and under no circumstances would they use these ornamental moneys except for their marriage portions. Doddswell, in his Tour Through Greece in 1801-6, says that the Albanian unmarried girls wore red skullcaps, which were covered more or less with money, according to the wealth of the persons. They sometimes wore their dowries upon their heads, consisting of Turkish paras, small silver coins, and piastres, which were perforated and strung round the cap, each overlapping the other like scales. In the front was sometimes a row of Venetian sequins, and if the lady was very rich, some larger pieces of gold coin attracted the eyes of her admirers. The Montenegrin damsels adopted a similar custom. Doddswell also says that he saw at Athens the ceremonies of an Albanian marriage. The bride arrived from the country, riding on horseback. A man walked before her, and a female on each side of her. She was covered with a long and transparent veil, through which she could see, while it concealed her features entirely. She was accompanied by apopos, and a great crowd of both sexes, as well as by drummers and fifers. The nuptial bed, brought from the bride's village on horseback, formed a conspicuous feature in the procession. When the bride reached the bridegroom's house, she was welcomed by women, who danced and sang nuptial songs. When she alighted, her veil was taken off, and she was conducted into the presence of her husband. A feast followed, at which the pair were presented with pomegranates as emblems of fertility. The same author says that near Athens was a rock of a few feet in height, on which newly married women sat and slipped down in order that they might be blessed with numerous sons. The faith of the Greek Church is not now confined to Greece, but is spread extensively over Russia and Turkey. In the 17th century, a rule among the people professing the religion of this church was that the bridegroom must be at least 14 years of age, and the bride at least 13. A woman who married a Christian of the Western churches was excommunicated and precluded from participating in any communion with her own religious body. In a Greek church marriage, the parties often actually bought each other. The bride counted down her dowry, and the bridegroom his price, in the presence of themselves and of their relations and friends, the men sitting round a table and the women on raised benches to witness the ceremony. The bride was then placed on a seat in her apartment, with a gilt crown on her head, and there she received the presence of her guests. These ceremonies generally took place early in the day, and after partaking of some wine and sweetmeats, the guests separated, but they returned at night to supper. On the next day, if it could be proved to the satisfaction of attendant women that the bride had been pure, a feast celebrated the event, but if otherwise, no rejoicings took place, and the bridegroom sent the bride back to her friends. Often the mere money contract was the only form of a Greek marriage, and no proclamation in church was made, or intervention of a priest had. When, however, the rites were fully performed, they consisted of two parts, the betrothal and the actual marriage, and were as follows. At the betrothal, the priest, remaining in the sacrarium, delivered to the couple who stood without the sacred doors lighted candles. He then returned with them into the body of the church, and there 2 rings were produced, one of gold, the other of silver. These were placed upon the altar and dedicated and consecrated. The priest gave the gold ring to the bridegroom, and the silver ring to the bride, repeating 3 times. The servant of God, naming the husband, espouses the handmaid of God, naming the wife. Then turning to the woman, he thrice repeated the same form, changed according to the circumstances. The rings were put on the right-hand finger of both of the parties, taken off, and interchanged by the bridegroom's man in order, as has been said, that the woman might not feel too deeply her inferiority, which the less costly material of her ring seemed to hint at, as also to confirm the mutual right and possession of property in common. After the betrothal, the marriage followed, and it was not allowed to be private. Crowns made of olive branches surrounded with white threads, interwoven with purple, were used at the wedding. Hence, a wedding was often called a crowning. The priest, putting 1 crown on the head of the man, said, "The servant of God," naming him, "is crowned," that is, marries the handmaid of God, naming her. He then crowned the woman with another chaplet, saying similar words. Then joining their right hands, he blessed them 3 times and handed them a cup of wine to drink, as a token of unity and a pledge of community of possession. Dalloway, in his Constantinople, 1797, says that marriage in the Greek church was called the matrimonial coronation, from the crowns of garlands with which the parties are decorated, and which they solemnly dissolve on the 8th day following. A writer early in the present century says that at Greek marriages at that time, tinsel crowns were placed on the couple's heads in the church, where also tapers were lighted, and rings were put on the fingers of both the bride and the bridegroom. After the wedding, the husband scattered money at the door of his dwelling. A procession always accompanied the bride and bridegroom from the parental home of the former to the house of the latter at night. Consummation was deferred until the 3rd day of the ceremonials, on which day the bride unloosed a mystic zone which hitherto she had worn. By the Romans, as well as by the Jews and Greeks, marriage was considered to be an imperative duty, and parents were reprehended if they did not obtain husbands for their daughters by the time they had reached the age of 25 years. The Roman law recognized monogamy only, and polygamy was prohibited in the entire empire. Hence, the former became practically the rule of all Christians, and was introduced into the canon law of the Eastern and Western churches. The ceremonial parts of the marriage were of three kinds. 1. A woman who lived 1 year with a man without interruption became his wife by virtue of the cohabitation. But in order to avoid the legal effect of this usus, it was necessary only for her to absent herself from the man for 3 nights during the year, which would be a sufficient legal interruption of the cohabitation. 2. The conferriatio, which was in the nature of a religious ceremony, and was so called from the use of a cake or loaf of bread on the occasion. 3. The coemptio, which was a kind of mock sale of the woman to the man before 5 witnesses. Probably the usus and coemptio came first in order of age and the conferriatio later. The fictitious sale in the coemptio was no doubt based originally upon an actual sale and purchase, the latter being a marriage form which was prevalent almost universally among primitive people. The only form of marriage that was celebrated with solemn religious rites was that by conferriatio. The other unions, being mere civil acts, were solemnized without any religious ceremony. No forms were absolutely necessary, the best evidence of marriage being cohabitation. In plebeian marriages, which were not conducted by conferriatio or coemptio, the symbol of capture was used, and Festus says that this sign indicated the good fortune of Romulus in the rape of the Sabines. Probably, however, it was a relic of the very ancient custom of actual capture, common to all primeval and savage people. When the Roman bridegroom adopted this symbol, he and his friends at a prearranged time went to the house of the bride and carried off with feigned force from the arms of her nearest female relation. Concubinage was a kind of legal contract, inferior to that of marriage, in use when there was a considerable disparity between the parties. The Roman law not suffering a man to marry a woman greatly beneath him, but he was not to have a wife besides a vice conjux. The census, observing a great diminution of the population, believed it to originate in ill-assorted marriages. They therefore obliged every citizen to engage by oath to marry only to certain subjects, but it was not intended that other marriages should be dissolved. Nevertheless, the law was so interpreted by a citizen named Carvelius Ruga, who repudiated his wife for barrenness and espoused another, thus first introducing the practice of divorce, of which, although it had long been authorized, there had not been as yet any example. This practice first gave rise to contracts of settlements, securing the property of the woman to herself in case of divorce. Augustus endeavored to check the license of divorce, as well as celibacy, then very fashionable. To remedy which latter evil he imposed a wife tax on those who persisted in the contempt of matrimony. It was a custom among the Romans, where immediate union from tender years or other causes was not convenient, to betroth themselves before witnesses, but it was not absolutely necessary. Sponsalia might be contracted by those not under 7 years of age, but the consent of the father was necessary. Towards the close of the Republic, it was customary to betroth young girls while yet children. Augustus therefore limited the time during which a man was allowed to continue betrothed to a girl to 2 years, and forbade men to be so engaged before the girl had completed her 10th year. The sponsalia were betrothed contracts made by stipulationes on the part of the future husband and sponsiones on the part of the relations who gave the women in marriage. The contract was, in fact, an agreement to marry, and notwithstanding that Jove laughed at the vows of lovers, perjuria amantum, it gave each party a right of action for non-performance. Although a simple consent by letter or message, even without witnesses, was sufficient, yet in general the contract was accompanied with ceremonies at which priests and augurs assisted. Tabulae were executed, sealed with the signet rings of the witnesses. A straw was broken as in other contracts, and a present of money or trinkets was paid by the man to the woman. A ring of iron in the time of Pliny was sent to the intended bride as a pledge. According to Swinburne, These iron rings were set with adamants, the hardness and durability of both materials being intended to signify the durance and perpetuity of the contract. Tertullian says a gold ring was used in his time, and adds that the bride gave a suffet to the bridegroom and his relations. From Juvenal it appears that during the imperial period a ring was placed on a woman's finger by the man as an earnest of his fidelity, and probably, like all rings at that time, it was worn on the left hand and on the finger nearest the smallest one. Isidore says that women either wore no other ring or never wore more than two. Some nuptial rings were of brass and some of copper, and had upon them inscriptions and devices, such as the figure of a key to signify the wife's domestic authority. The circular continuity of the ring was a type of eternity, and it was given as a token of everlasting love, or as a sign that love should circulate continually. The Roman nuptial rings were often inscribed with words suggestive of this sentiment. "May you live long," is engraved on one published by Caelus. "I bring good fortune to the wearer," was another usual inscription. Sometimes a stone was inserted in the ring, upon which was engraved an intaglio, representing a hand pulling the lobe of an ear, with the word "remember" above it. Others had the wish, "live happy," and others, "I give this love pledge." Some had two right hands joined, a design which is often observed on ancient coins, and some were cut in cameo. The damsels also gave rings to their lovers. Mr. Thomas Gunston possesses a rare Roman wedding ring of iron, which was lately found in Tokenhouse Yard, London. This article is of neat, plain design, and at the top, which is depressed, is a plate, either of gold or brass, inscribed with the motto, Vita Volo. The Romans believed that certain days were unfavorable for the performance of marriage rites, either on account of the religious character of the days themselves, or of those which immediately followed them, as a woman had to perform certain religious ceremonies on the day after her wedding, which ceremonies could not be performed on particular days. The unsuitable times were the kalends, nones, and ides of every month, the whole months of May and February, and many festivals. Widows, however, might marry on days which were inauspicious for maidens. June was considered to be the most propitious season of the year for contracting matrimony, especially if the day chosen were that of the full moon, or the conjunction of the sun and moon. The month of May was especially to be avoided, as it was under the influence of spirits adverse to happy households. Ovid, in his Fasti, tells us that May marriages were unlucky, and the superstition was evidently of long standing in his time, for he says that it had then passed into a proverb among the people. Nearly 2 centuries afterward, Plutarch asked why May marriages were unfortunate, and although he made an unsatisfactory endeavor to answer the question, he assigned 3 reasons. First, because May being between April and June, and April being consecrated to Venus and June to Juno, those deities who were propitious to marriage were not to be slighted. Secondly, on account of the great expiatory celebration of the Lemuria, when women abstained from the bath and the decoration of their persons, so necessary as a prelude to the marriage rites. Thirdly, because May was the month of old men, and therefore June, being the month of the young, was to be preferred. These pagan superstitions against the month of May are retained in Sicily, and in our own country to the present day. Ovid's line referring to the custom, Mensa Malus Maio, Nubera Vulcus 8, was fixed on the gates of Holyrood on the morning after the marriage of Mary Queen of Scots and Bothwell, the 16th of May. Carmela tells us that the superstition prevailed in Italy in 1750. February was unfavorable to marriage because the parentalia was celebrated upon certain days in it. Among the Romans, no marriage was celebrated without an augury being first consulted, and its auspices proved to be favorable. On her wedding day, the bride was dressed in a long white robe with a purple fringe, or adorned with ribbons, and she wore round her waist a girdle of wool, which was an important article of her attire, and which her husband had to untie in the evening as a sign of her abandonment of her virgin condition. Her corona nuptials, or bridal wreath, was made of verbena, gathered by the bride herself, and worn under the flaminen, or veil, which was of a bright yellow color, as also were her shoes, and with which a bride was always enveloped. Her hair was divided on this occasion with the point of a spear, either in memory of the Sabian virgins who were espoused by violence, or of the warlike customs that were adopted in primitive marriages. The bridegroom also wore a chaplet. At a marriage by conferiatio, the farium litvum, and a sheep was sacrificed to the gods. The skin of the sheep was spread over 2 chairs, upon which the bride and bridegroom sat down, with their heads uncovered. Then the marriage was completed in the presence of the Pontifex Maximus and 10 witnesses, by the pronunciation of a solemn prayer, after which another sacrifice was offered. A cake was made of far and mola salsa by Vestal virgins, and was carried before the bride when she was conducted to the residence of her husband. It is uncertain whether this cake was the same as that which was called mostasium, which was made with flour and sweet wine, and distributed in the evening among the guests assembled at the bridegroom's house. A Roman marriage by conferiatio is denoted, in many antiquities, by a man and woman standing. She gives her right hand to the man, and in her left holds 3 wheat ears. The man wears a toga, the woman a stola and peplum, thrown over her shoulders. Her hair is rolled and raised round her head, as in Diana and Victory, a fashion usual with virgins and brides. Hands touching each other, with wheat ears, are also emblems of marriages by conferiatio. There are many bas-reliefs of marriage in Montfaucon, and one of the Villa Borghese, and another at the Justiniana Palace. The bride is veiled, and an old woman by her side is probably the nurse, the constant attendant of young girls. The gall was taken out of the animal which was slaughtered at the marriage, so that no bitterness might follow the union. The bride was conducted to the house of her husband in the evening. She was taken with apparent violence from the arms of her mother, or of the person who had given her away. On her way she was accompanied by 3 boys or bride knights, dressed in the pretexta, and whose fathers and mothers were still alive. One of them was sometimes a virgin attendant, carried before her a torch of white thorn or pine wood. The 2 other boys walked by her side, supporting her by the arms, and she carried a distaff of flax and a spindle of wool. A boy called Camillus carried in a covered vase the so-called utensils of the bride and playthings for children. Besides those persons who officiated on the occasion, the procession was attended by numerous friends of both parties. Plutarch speaks of 5 wax candles, which were used at marriages. If these were borne in the procession, probably they were to light the company which followed the bride, but it may be that they were lighted during the marriage ceremony in the bride's house. The bringing home of the bride was regarded in the latter years of the Roman Empire as one of the most important parts of the marriage ceremony. When the procession arrived at the bridegroom's house, the door of which was adorned with garlands and flowers, the bride was carried across the threshold by men who had been married to only one woman. It is said by some that this custom was a relic of the usage of capture or force in marriage, and by others that it was to indicate that the bride lost her virginity unwillingly, while others say that it was followed so that the bride might not strike her foot against the threshold, and thus cause an evil omen. Probably the first is the correct reason. Before she entered the house, she wound wool around the doorposts and anointed them with lard or bull's fat, in order to avert enchantments. Her husband received her with fire and water, which he had to touch. This was either a symbol of purification, where the couple washed their feet in the water, or of welcome. The bride saluted her husband with the words, Ubi tu chaos, ego kaya. Having entered, she was placed under a sheepskin, and the keys of the house were delivered into her hands. The nuptials were also confirmed by a kiss. A repast, given by the bridegroom to all the relations and friends who accompanied the bride, generally concluded the ceremonies of the day. Many ancient writers mention a very popular song called Talacious or Talasio, which was sung at weddings, but whether it was sung during the repast or during the procession is not certain, although we may infer from the story respecting the origin of the song that it was sung while the latter was proceeding to the bridegroom's house. A variety of jests and railleries took place sometimes, and Ovid mentions obscene songs which were sung before the door of the bridal apartment by girls, after the company had gone. These songs were probably the old Vencianina, and are called also epithalamia. At the end of the repast, the bride was conducted by matrons who had not had more than one husband to the lectus genialis, or bridal bed, in the atrium or hall, which was magnificently adorned and strewed with flowers and evergreens for the occasion. On the following day, the husband sometimes gave another entertainment to his friends, and the wife, who on this day undertook the management of her husband's house, performed certain religious rites, probably consisting of sacrifices to the Penates. Both parties gave presents to those friends who had negotiated or favored their marriage. At Roman weddings, the bridegroom threw nuts about the room for boys to scramble, as a token that he relinquished his childish diversions. The classical epithalamia refer to this custom, and some authors say the nuts, which were so scattered, were walnuts. Pliny says that in his time, the circos, a kind of lame hog, was accounted a lucky omen at weddings. The position of a Roman woman after her marriage was very different from that of a Greek woman. The former presided over the whole household, and she had the honors and respect shown to her husband. She also, at least during the better time of the Republic, occupied the most important part of the house, the atrium. The Roman ladies usually bound their heads with fillets, as a mark of their chastity, which common women were not allowed to do. Seduction under promise of marriage, marriage for mere money, and the prejudice against mothers-in-law were common among the Romans. The ancient Etruscans always were married in the streets, before the door of the house, which was thrown open after the ceremony. In the memoirs of the Etruscan Academy of Cortona is a drawing of a picture found in Herculaneum, representing a marriage at which a sorceress is practicing divination with 5 stones. The Syracusan virgins, when about to enter the matrimonial state, used to go in procession to the temple of Diana, the goddess of chastity, preceded by chanters, musicians, and persons carrying flowers and vessels of incense, and accompanied by tame tigers, leopards, and the like animals. Theocritus, in his second Idyll, alludes to this custom. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of the Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries by Edward J. Wood. The ancient Scythians, being a warlike people, would not marry a maiden who had not killed an enemy. Polygamy was prevalent among them, and marriage with the wife of another man was allowed. Some tribes had wives in common. The more modern Scythians, however, had a horror of conjugal infidelity, and their laws rigorously punished that crime by death. Among the Lydians, the gains of prostitution furnished a marriage portion for their women. So at Carthage, female prostitution was recommended as an act of piety, and the profits of it served as the woman's fortune. The children of the Lycians took their names and conditions not from their fathers, but from their mothers, so that if a free woman married a slave, her children were free like herself, but if a man who was free married a slave, the children were slaves like the mother. The Rhodians had a peculiar custom of sending for a bride by the public crier. When she and her friends arrived at the bridegroom's house, they found a sumptuous repast prepared for them. The object of these forms was to make the marriage public and to show respect to the divinities. During the time of the banquet, a boy, covered with thorn boughs and acorns, brought in a basket full of bread and cried out, "I have left the worse and found the better," signifying how much the married state was preferable to the single one. The Parthians allowed polygamy and even marriage with sisters and mothers. The marriage customs of the Nestorians afforded several points of similarity with those of the Jews, both in respect to the mode of effecting betrothal and in the importance attached to it. The bridegroom was conducted to the house of the bride on horseback between two drawn swords, which were carried by two men, one before and the other behind him. The friends of the bride received him with lighted flambeaux, music, and acclamations of joy. On the wedding night, the bridegroom gave the bride a kick and commanded her to pull off his shoes, as a token of her submission to him. In Chaldea, on the wedding day, the priest came into the bridegroom's house and ignited a fire, which it was thought ought never to be put out until the hour of the death of one of the pair. If, during the life of the husband and wife, the fire went out, it was deemed to be a sign that marriage between them was dead also, and hence, says a writer in 1581, arose the proverb, "Provoke me not too much that I throw water into the fire." Among the ancient Assyrians, all marriageable young girls were assembled in one place, and the public crier put them up to sale one after another. The money which was received for those who were handsome and consequently sold well was bestowed as a wedding portion on those who were plain. When the most beautiful had been disposed of, the more ordinary looking were offered for a certain sum and allotted to those who were willing to take them. Hence all the women were provided with husbands. The Babylonians, like the Assyrians, held a kind of market of their daughters at certain times every year. They were assembled in a public place, where they were exposed to general view and disposed of to the best bidders by the public crier. The money given for the purchase of the handsome ones was applied to portion out those who were deficient in personal attractions. This custom is said to have originated with Atossa, the daughter of Belocus. Layard, in his Nineveh and Babylon, describing a marriage celebrated in recent times near Nimrud, said that the parties entered into the contract before witnesses, amidst dancing and rejoicing. On the next day the bride, covered from head to foot by a thick veil, was led to the bridegroom's house, surrounded by her friends dressed in their gayest robes and accompanied by musicians. She was kept behind a curtain in the corner of a darkened room for 3 days, during which time the guests feasted. After this, the bridegroom was allowed to approach her. The courtyard of the house was filled with dancers and players on the fife and drum during each day and the greater part of each night. On the 3rd day, the bridegroom was led in triumph by his friends from house to house, and at each he received a trifling present. He was then placed within a circle of dancers, and the guests and bystanders, wetting small coins, stuck them on his forehead. This money was collected as it fell into an open kerchief, which was held by his companions under his chin. After this ceremony, a party of young men rushed into the crowd, and carrying off the most wealthy guests, locked them up in a dark room until they paid a ransom for their release, which they good-humouredly did. All the money that was collected was added to the dowry of the couple. The remainder of the day was spent in feasting, raki drinking, and dancing. The custom of sticking coins on the bridegroom's forehead is common to several Eastern races, among others to the Turkomans of Mosul and the Moors of West Barbary. In Syria, every man pays a sum for his wife, proportionate to the rank of her father. In one tribe, the father receives for his daughter 5 special articles, namely, a carpet, a nose ring, a neck chain, bracelets, and a camel bag. These, however, belong and are delivered to her. We are entirely ignorant of the marriage contracts of the ancient Egyptians, among whom marriage is stated to have been instituted by Menes, and Wilkinson says that not even the ceremony is represented in paintings on their tombs. We may, however, conclude that the customs were regulated by those usual among civilized nations, and, if the authority of Diodorus can be credited, women were indulged with greater privileges in Egypt than in any other country. The Egyptians were not restricted to any number of wives, but every man married as many as he chose, with the exception of the priesthood, who were by law confined to one consort. It does not appear, however, that these people took advantage of the privilege of polygamy. There is no evidence that the women wore wedding rings, although it is certain that they wore rings. In modern Egypt, a woman can never be seen by her future husband until after she has been married, and she is always veiled. The choice of a wife is sometimes entrusted to a professional woman who conducts the negotiation for a price. Generally, a man inclined to become a husband applies to some person who is reported to have daughters and desires to know if any are to be disposed of. If the father replies affirmatively, the aspirant sends one of his female relations, who has already been married, to see the girl and report the result. Should the representation be favourable, the intended husband pays the father a stipulated sum, and on an appointed day all parties interested in the event assist at the solemnization of the marriage. On the day before the wedding, the bride goes in state to a bath, walking under a canopy of silk, which is carried by 4 men. She is covered from head to foot in an ample shawl, which in size much resembles the Hebrew veil. On her head is a small cap or crown. Following the bath, the bride and groom and their friends have a supper, after which a quantity of henna paste is spread on the bride's hands, and the guests make her contributions by sticking coins on the paste. And, when her hands are covered, the money is scraped off. On the following day, the bride goes in procession to the bridegroom's house, where another repast is given. At night, the bridegroom goes to prayers at the mosque, after which he returns home and is introduced to and left alone with his bride. He first gives her money, and then, having paid for the privilege, he lifts the shawl from her face and sees her for the first time. He then divests her of all her garments except one. During the whole of these proceedings, she is by custom compelled to offer all the resistance in her power. The bridal bed is turned towards the east. Girls generally marry before they are 16 years of age, frequently at 12 and occasionally at 10. The Copts, an Egyptian race who were semi-Christians, had the following marriage customs in the 17th century. On the wedding day, the bride came to the husband's house, and then they both, with their relations and friends, went to the church. The procession, which generally started in the evening, was accompanied by singers who chanted hymns, men who struck little tablets of ebony with wooden hammers for music, and others who carried lighted torches and candles. On reaching the church, the bridegroom, together with the other men, was seated in the choir, and the bride was placed apart with the women. The priests at intervals, accompanied by the people, recited lengthy and monotonous prayers and hymns. Then the chief priest approached the bridegroom and read several more prayers to him, and signed him with a cross at the beginning and end of each. The bridegroom then sat down on the ground with his face towards the east, and a silver cross was held over his head until the remaining prayers were concluded. The sacristan then placed a seat for the bride and one of her nearest relations outside the choir and led her to it. He then robed the bridegroom in a long white garment reaching down to his feet, bound his waist with a girdle, and put a white cloth upon his head. Thus attired, he was led to the bride, and the priest, placing them close to each other, covered both with the same cloth and anointed their foreheads and wrists with oil. He then joined their right hands and read aloud the duties of their new life. More prayers followed, and after Mass, in which the couple communicated, the ceremony was at an end. A Copt priest at the present day is forbidden to marry again on the death of his wife. The Mohammedan Copts kill a sheep as soon as the bride enters the bridegroom's house, and she is obliged to step over the blood, which is made to flow upon the threshold of the door. The Moors of modern Egypt had many wives, which they kept in a seraglio, while the Moors of Granada, who were driven from Spain, had each only one wife. The Moors of Morocco also had several wives, besides the concubines, which the Koran permits. Marriage with them was a civil contract made in writing before a Qadi and in the presence of a formal witness. Their weddings were very expensive and festive events, and the processions attending them were most gorgeous affairs. The chief of the company rode upon richly caparisoned camels or mules, and male and female attendants followed, the latter singing to the noisy accompaniment of drums. The wedding feast lasted several days. Similar customs were followed at Fez and Algiers. In Fez, 3 feasts were given, the first being on the night when the bride was brought home, the second on the following day, for the women only, and the third on the 7th day, when it was said the bride became a woman, and on which her father, mother, and other relations attended. The husband did not go out until this 7th day, when he bought fish and cast it at his wife's feet as a token of good luck. In Algiers and Tunis, men had never more than 2 wives. The Algerine lovers explain the impulses of their passion by the manner in which they make up a bouquet for their sweethearts. It is constructed in a particular form and contains as many tender ideas, expressed in flower language, as a letter of several pages. In ancient times at Morocco, some days previous to a wedding, the bride and all her female relations had their faces painted red and white, and their hands and feet stained yellow with henna, a variety of figures being marked on them with this herb. The wife was carried to her husband's house in a procession, and when he was introduced to her, he found her sitting in her apartment on a cushion, with 2 candles standing before her on a small table. The Mohammedans of Barbary do not buy their wives like the Turks, but have portions with them. They retain in their marriage rites many ceremonies in use by the ancient Goths and Vandals. The married women must not show their faces, even to their fathers. The Moors of West Barbary much respect the state of wedlock. Generally, the bridegroom does not see the bride until he is introduced to her in the bridal chamber. But a woman, on his behalf, views her in her bath before marriage and reports to him her bodily charms and defects. Articles of marriage are signed by the relations on both sides before the Qadi, and the next ceremony consists in the bridegroom taking home his bride. This is usually done in the afternoon or evening, and is prohibited during the Ramadan or Lent, and also on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at all times. With music, dancing, and other expressions of joy, the bride is conducted in a covered chair to the bridegroom's house. On this occasion he receives offerings of money from his bachelor friends, who cover his forehead and brow with gold coins. As they are put on, the attending servants shake them off into a basin which is set in the bridegroom's lap, his eyes being meanwhile shut, and the name of the donor and the amount of the gift are called out. At night, the husband undresses the bride himself as a sign that she is entirely his, and at midnight certain selected friends receive tokens of her previous purity. The Nasamones, a people of Barbary, used to plight their troth by drinking out of each other's hands, that being the only ceremony of marriage. The parents arranged the match and settled the terms of it, and the parties did not meet until the nuptials were about to be consummated, when the bridegroom unveiled and undressed the bride. In the Molucca Isles, a man was not allowed to see his wife until he was married to her. She was introduced to him as a stranger, and as such he took her home to be his bride. The people had as many wives as they pleased, and they were all shut up jealously from the public gaze. Marriage settlements and portions given with daughters and sisters appear to have been of great antiquity in Arabia. Long before Muhammad, it was common, when two men were obliged to give great fortunes with their female relations, to evade payment by making a double marriage, one espousing the daughter or sister of the other, and giving his daughter or sister in return. This practice was condemned by Muhammad in the Koran. The Arabians formerly took their wives only for a limited and agreed period, and so that there might be a form of matrimony in the contract, the wife gave her temporary husband a bearded arrow for a portion. The contract was made in writing and witnessed by the Qadi, and a certain sum was settled on the woman. She was compelled to leave her husband at the end of the time specified if he chose, and her issue did not inherit. In Arabia Felix, each tribe and family had their wives in every house in common. The man who came first left his staff at the woman's chamber door as a sign that she was engaged for a time. The women strictly adhered to men of their own tribe, as it was adultery to associate with any other men. The modern Arabians, since they have conformed to the laws of the Koran, marry as many wives as they please, and buy them as they do slaves, but always out of their own family or tribe. The bridegroom makes the bride presents, which are sent a day or two before the nuptials in a pompous procession of camels and servants. In the ceremonial, they observe the same formalities as the Turks. Their marriages are attended with much festivity and public parade, and, as the lengthy procession of friends and relations moves along, money, sweetmeats, and flowers are thrown among the populace. Immediately on the arrival of the bride at the bridegroom's house, she makes him presents of household furniture, a spear, and a tent. The custom of capturing and removing the bride with a considerable show of violence is still prevalent among the modern Arabs, and is similar in its intent to the form of taking the bride by the ancient Jews and others. Among the Bedouins, polygamy is allowed, but generally a Bedouin has only one wife, who is often taken for an agreed term, usually short. The marriage, which is generally celebrated on a Friday, is preceded by a formal betrothal. It is considered by some to be scandalous for the bride's father to accept any price or present from the bridegroom. Burckhardt says that the marriage ceremony among the Anazes, a Bedouin tribe, is very simple. The marriage day being appointed, usually 5 or 6 days after the betrothing, the bridegroom comes with a lamb in his arms to the tent of the girl's father, and there cuts the lamb's throat before witnesses. As soon as the blood falls upon the ground, the marriage ceremony is regarded as complete. The men and girls amuse themselves with feasting and singing. Soon after sunset, the bridegroom retires to a tent pitched for him at a distance from the camp. There he shuts himself up and awaits the arrival of his bride. The bashful girl meanwhile runs from the tent of one friend to another till she is caught at last and conducted in triumph by a few women to the bridegroom's tent. He receives her at the entrance and forces her into it. The women who had accompanied her then depart. Among one tribe of Bedouins, the bridegroom's father, after the terms of a marriage have been agreed to, presents to the bride's father a green leaf and calls all around to witness the gift. In another tribe, the girl's father, after the settlement of the terms, gives the bridegroom the branch of a tree or a shrub, which he wears in his turban for 3 days to show that he was engaged to marry a virgin. This ceremony is not adopted in the case of a widow. Burckhardt says that among the Bedouins of Mount Sinai, marriage is a matter of sale and purchase, in which the inclination of the girl is not studied. The young maid comes home in the evening with the cattle. At a short distance from the camp she is met by the future spouse and a couple of his young friends, and carried off by force to her father's tent. If she entertains any suspicion of their designs, she defends herself with stones, and often inflicts wounds on the young men, even though she does not dislike the lover, for, according to custom, the more she struggles, bites, kicks, cries, and shrieks, the more she is applauded ever after by her own companions. She is then taken to her father's tent, where a man's cloak is thrown over her, and the name of her future husband is formally announced. After this, she is dressed in suitable apparel and mounted on a camel, although still continuing to struggle in a most unruly manner and held by the bridegroom's friends on both sides. She is led in this way 2 and 3 times round, and finally into the bridegroom's tent, still resisting. Several sheep are killed, and the guests eat the meat, and also bread, which is a most important part of the feast. Presents are made to the bride. Among the Mezane Arabs, marriage is a matter of sale and purchase, and is conducted with the form of capture. Burckhardt says, a singular custom prevails among the Mezane tribe, within the limits of the Sinai Peninsula, but not among the other tribes of that province. A girl having been wrapped in the Abba at night is permitted to escape from her tent and fly into the neighbouring mountains. The bridegroom goes in search of her next day, and remains often many days before he can find her out, while her female friends are apprised of her hiding place and furnish her with provisions. If the husband finds her at last, which is sooner or later, according to the impression that he has made upon the girl's heart, he is bound to consummate the marriage in the open country and to pass the night with her in the mountains. The next morning the bride goes home to her tent that she may have some food, but again runs away in the evening and repeats these flights several times till she finally returns to her tent. She does not go to live in her husband's tent till she is far advanced in pregnancy. If she does not become pregnant, she may not join her husband till after a full year from the wedding day. The same custom is observed among the Mezane Arabs elsewhere. It is a great point with all the Arab girls that they shall go to their husbands pure, and lose their virgin freedom reluctantly and with actual resistance. Husbands repudiate their newly married wives if they find them to be unchaste, and if the want of purity be clearly proved, the fathers or brothers of the women are allowed to cut their throats. Among the Medes, reciprocal polygamy was in use, and a man was not considered entitled to a full degree of respect unless he had 7 wives, nor a woman unless she had 5 husbands, says Strabo. The ancient Persians, from a notion that married people were peculiarly happy in the future state, used to hire persons to be espoused to such of their relations as had died in celibacy. In fact, living people were married to the dead. The Persians considered a numerous posterity to be a gift from heaven, and the fathers of large families received rewards from the state. They had many wives and concubines, and, according to some authors, the grandees married their nearest female relations. In the 17th century, the nobility might have as many wives as they pleased, but the commonalty were limited to 7, and they might part with them at discretion. When a Persian made love, he sometimes burned himself on a visible part, in order to prove his faithfulness to his mistress, who, if she accepted him, gave him silken scarves to bind up his wounds. On the wedding day of a wealthy man, his relations and friends met at his house, the nearest of them being dressed in his livery, and the rest as well as they could be. The bride started from her house on horseback, accompanied by her relations and friends, all mounted, with many singers in front. The bridegroom also left his house in similar style, and the 2 companies having met, they all went together to the bride's house, where they danced. At night, 2 men conducted the bridegroom into the bride's chamber, and the couple were left together, the company in the meantime continuing their ball. About midnight, an old woman brought to the company some evidence of the bride's purity, and then great rejoicing followed. But if such evidence could not be produced, the old woman took the bride from the bed, and the bridegroom rejected her in the presence of the company, and sent her home by her parents. In more modern times, matrimony in Persia was so expensive an affair that the meaner class of the people took concubines instead of wives. The Mohammedans in that country took wives in one of three ways, namely, by purchase, hire, or marriage. Of the espoused wives, 4 were allowed, but in general only 1 was taken. Marriage contracts were made by parents for their children when the latter were at a very early age, girls at 12 and boys between 12 and 14. Frequently the man married by proxy and did not see his wife until after consummation, which sometimes did not take place until several days after the wife had been at her husband's house. Generally, the husband and wife were strangers to each other until they were actually pledged in matrimony. The courtship commenced by an elderly female being employed by the bridegroom's relations to visit the lady selected by them, and her office was to ascertain the maiden's personal attractions and endowments and other requisite information. If the report was favourable, the friends of the intended husband sent sponsors to the lady's relations to explain his merits and pretensions and to make a formal offer of marriage. If he was accepted, the chiefs of the 2 families met and the necessary contract was drawn up. The presents and gifts proposed by the bridegroom's parents were arranged, and when all was finally settled, the documents were signed and witnessed before the Qadi. Sometimes the marriage broker was a man who lived by the profession of matchmaking. On the day before the wedding, the bride took a bath, and the bridegroom sent her some henna, with which after her bath her hands and feet were stained. Her eyebrows and forehead also were tinted with a powder. The bridegroom was coloured in the same way with henna. On the eve of the nuptial celebration, the bride's friends assembled at her house, attended by musicians and dancing girls. On the morning of the wedding day, the husband sent a train of mules laden with the promised gifts to his bride, the whole being attended by numerous servants and preceded by music. Besides the presents for the lady, the servants carried rich viands on silver trays, ready prepared to be immediately placed before the inmates of the bride's house. The day was spent by them in feasting and rejoicing. Towards the evening, the maiden was enveloped in a long veil of scarlet or crimson silk, placed upon a horse or mule splendidly caparisoned, and conducted to her husband's house, accompanied by all her relations and a noisy band of musicians. On the way, a large looking-glass was held before her by one of her maidens, as an admonition that that was the last time she would see herself as a virgin. When she had alighted at her husband's door, she was met by his father and mother, and led by her female relations and servants to her apartment. Her male friends repaired to the bridegroom's rooms, where, being met by his relations, all of them feasted and made merry with musical accompaniments. The men and women supped separately. When the meal was ended, the bride was conducted to the nuptial chamber, where her husband met her and beheld her for the first time. Shortly afterwards he returned to his party, and an old woman in waiting led the lady back to her female friends. A space of time being allowed for both sets of relations to congratulate the couple on their marriage and its consummation, the couple repaired again to their chamber for the night, leaving their friends to keep up the revelry, which lasted for several days. The marriage contract stipulated for the settlement of a certain sum of money and other presents on the bride, proportionate to the fortune of the bridegroom. This jointure was intended for her support in case of a divorce. If the bridegroom was in medium circumstances, he gave his bride 2 complete dresses, a ring, and a mirror. He also supplied the furniture, carpets, mats, culinary utensils, and other necessaries for their home. It was deemed the greatest possible disgrace to take back an affianced bride after she had left her home to go to the bridegroom's house. When, therefore, the latter had promised a jointure beyond his means, he shut his door against the bride's cavalcade, and declared that he would not have her unless the jointure would be reduced. A negotiation took place between the parties, and the matter was finally adjusted according to his wishes, to save the scandal of taking back the maiden. Another marriage custom with the Persians was for the parties to meet at midnight on a bed in the presence of two sponsors, who held rice in their hands as an emblem of fruitfulness. The sponsor for the man, touching the woman's forehead, asked her if she would have the man, and the sponsor for the woman performed the same ceremony to the man. The hands of the parties were then joined, the rice was scattered over them, and prayers for their fruitfulness were offered. In October 1867, the heir to the throne of Persia was married to his cousin, both of them being only 16 years of age. The ceremony was conducted with great pomp. The cavalcade in which the bride left her home was preceded by about 100 horses, mules, and camels, carrying servants, carpets, tents, and her outfit. Then followed many led horses covered with rich housings, and next came the carriage containing the princess, who was concealed behind wooden blinds. The vehicle was drawn by 6 horses. It was followed by mules carrying palanquins closed with curtains and containing the women of the bride's suite. The procession was closed by a large number of officers and dignitaries on beautifully caparisoned horses, and it was accompanied by violin, trumpet, and tambourine players. The princess was 33 days upon her journey, and having arrived at the city of her intended husband, she was provisionally lodged in a palace there. Public rejoicings preceded the marriage, and on the day fixed for the ceremony, 3 hours after sunset, the princess was conducted in a litter with torches to her lord's palace, where the marital rites took place. Some Persians take their wives for short terms only. In fact, the marriage contract is seldom intended to last the life of either party, and a new wife is a common luxury frequently taken by these people. Persian etiquette demands that before the master of the house no person must pronounce the name of his wife. A kind of paraphrase must be employed as, "How is the daughter of?" naming her father or mother. Among the Viziris living in Kabul, among the mountains between Persia and India, the following custom obtains. When a woman is smitten with a man, she sends the drummer of the camp to fasten a handkerchief to his cap with a pin she has used to bind up her hair. The drummer, having watched an opportunity, does this in public, at the same time naming the woman, whom the man is obliged to marry immediately if he can pay her price to her father. The Aimauk of Kabul lend their wives to their guests. The Sabaeans, or Christians of St. John, living on the borders of Persia and Turkey, might have 2 wives. Having proceeded to the church, the parties were received by the priest, who administered an oath to the bride, by which she solemnly declared that she had hitherto been virtuous. Females appointed for the purpose took her aside to converse with and examine her on this point, and if they were satisfied, the priest duly baptized the bride and bridegroom. He then read prayers to them, the couple meanwhile standing back to back. They were then conveyed to the house of the bride's father, where they fasted for an appointed time. The quasi-Christians of Georgia and Circassia contracted their marriages on very sudden resolutions, and treated them as mere matters of purchase and sale, according to the value of the women. Before the wedding, the man promised in the presence of witnesses to be faithful, and not to unite himself to another woman so long as either party lived, unless compelled by urgent necessity. On the wedding day, the bridegroom's father gave an entertainment, at which his son attended with the agreed dowry, which he delivered to the bride's friends, who in return offered some equivalent. After the repast, the bride went to the bridegroom's house, attended by her relations and by musicians. Some of the company went on before and announced her coming. These messengers were presented with food and wine, which they poured round the house as a libation for the prosperity of the couple. The bride and the rest of the party were conducted to an apartment, in the middle of which were a pitcher of wine and a vessel full of bread dough, standing upon a carpet. As soon as she had entered the room, the bride kicked over the wine and scattered the paste with her hands about the apartment. The actual ceremony of marriage was performed in a private room, where the couple and their sponsor stood before a priest, who by the light of a wax taper read the marriage service to them. The sponsor, or sometimes the priest, meanwhile placed a veil on the bridegroom's head, sewed the garments of the couple together, crowned them both with a garland of flowers and tufts of various colours, changing the crown several times, and gave bread to the bridegroom and the bride 3 times, and then a glass of wine also 3 times. The sponsor or the priest said each time when he placed the crowns upon the couple, "Let the servant of God," naming him or her, "be crowned by the servant of God," naming himself. He ate the remainder of the bread and drank the rest of the wine himself. He then cut the thread by which the couple's garments were united, and the ceremony was at an end. No consent of the parties was declared during the rites, which much resembled those of the Greek church before described. Among the Circassians, when 2 persons wished to be united, the man caused the woman to be demanded of her parents, and if they agreed to his suit, his father went to them to settle the dowry, of which half was always paid at the time of the marriage, and the other half at a time agreed upon, which was generally when the first child was born. Until that event happened, the marriage was incomplete. After the first birth, the wife was invested with the distinguishing badges of her matrimonial state, a long white veil, worn over a red coif, the rest of her dress being also white. The preliminaries being settled by the parents, the lover met his bride-elect by night, and with the aid of some of his male friends, he seized her and carried her off. Sometimes it was in the midst of a noisy feast that the bridegroom rushed in, and with the help of a few daring young men, bore off the lady by force. They usually conducted her to the wife of a mutual friend of the 2 families. The parents of the lady went next morning to seek her, affecting an enraged manner, and requiring to know the reason why she had been carried away. The parents of the bridegroom replied that, as their son wished to be married, he had complied with the customs of his country, and they asked the consent of the lady's parents to the union. The latter then demanded the dowry, and the former offered them half of it down, and the balance at a certain time already arranged between them. But custom required that the matter, being in supposed dispute, should be referred to arbitrators, who of course decided in the manner previously settled by the parties. On the day following the marriage, all the relations and friends assembled, armed with sticks, and divided themselves into 2 parties, of which one proceeded to the house where the bride was staying, and the other accompanied the husband when he went to the house to claim her. The first party waited for the second in defensive order, and a sham fight ensued, during which the bride appeared at the door, and the bridegroom carried her off, amid cries of victory from his adherents. The united factions then followed the conqueror and his prize home in triumph, and feasted, danced, and had music. An Armenian mother usually selected a husband for her daughter. After the terms had been agreed to, the bridegroom's mother, accompanied by a priest and 2 matrons, visited the bride and gave her a ring as a token of espousal. On the evening before the wedding, the couple sent each other presents. On the wedding day, a procession was formed, in front of which the bridegroom rode, having on his head a gold or silver net, or a flesh-coloured gauze veil hanging down to his waist. The bride rode behind him on horseback, entirely covered with a long white veil. In his right hand, the bridegroom held one end of a girdle, and the bride held the other end. An attendant walked on each side of her horse, holding the reins. Sometimes the bride was conducted to church on foot between 2 matrons, and the bridegroom also walked, accompanied by a friend, who carried his sabre. Their relations attended them with tapers, and a band of music headed the procession. Still holding the ends of the girdle, they went up to the altar, where, standing side by side, the priest put a Bible on their heads, married them with a ring, and celebrated Mass. An Armenian girl's marriage has been thus described. She had flowers of celestial blue delicately painted all over her breast and neck. Her eyebrows were dyed black, and the tips of her fingers and nails were stained a bright orange colour. She wore on each hand rings set with precious stones, and round her neck a string of turquoises. Her shirt was of fine spun silk, and her jacket and trousers of cashmere of a bright colour. The priest, on arriving at the house, placed a mitre ornamented with jewels upon his head, and a metal collar on which the 12 apostles were represented in bas relief round his neck. He began by blessing a temporary altar which had been raised in the middle of the room. The mother of the bride then took her by the hand and led her forward. She bowed at the feet of her future husband in acknowledgment of his supremacy. The priest, placing the couple's hands together, pronounced a prayer, and then drew their heads together until they touched 3 times, while with his right hand he made a gesture as if he were blessing them. A second time their hands were joined, and the bridegroom was asked whether he would be the woman's husband. He, answering yes, at the same time raised her veil as a token that she was now his, and then let it fall. Whereupon the priest placed upon the head of each a wreath of flowers ornamented with a quantity of hanging gold threads. These coronets he changed 3 times from the head of one to the head of the other, repeating each time, "I unite you and bind you one to another. Live in peace." End of section 3.
Chapter 4, The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries by Edward J. Wood. The Chinese have an opinion that marriages are decreed by heaven, or in other words, they have borrowed the notion that marriage goes by destiny from the Buddhists, who say that those who have been connected in a previous state of existence become united in this. The Chinese say that a certain deity, whom they call Yu Luo, the old man of the moon, unites with the silken cord all predestined couples, after which nothing can prevent their union. Tohai, however, is said to have instituted marriage as a special custom. Men are allowed to keep several concubines, but they are entirely dependent on the legitimate wife, who is always reckoned to be the most honorable. The semi-wives are frequently kept away from her house, and they are visited by her husband occasionally. The poorer people take their wives for an agreed term, and buy and sell them at pleasure. Sometimes men repudiate their wives and marry again every year. In the 17th century, a common price paid for a wife was 100 crowns. Among persons of distinction, a second marriage is not considered honorable for a woman, even though she should have been married only an hour. The Chinese marry their children when very young, sometimes as soon as they are born. The marriage, which is a mere civil contract, is arranged by some go-between or matchmaker on behalf of both parties, independent of the consent of the young couple, and they never see each other until the wedding day. Almost every Chinaman is married as soon as he has reached puberty. Persons bearing the same family name, although not related, are strictly interdicted from marrying each other. The negotiation for a marriage is generally commenced by the family to which the intended bridegroom belongs. Doolittle, in his Social Life of the Chinese, says that the go-between is furnished with a card stating the ancestral name and the 8 characters which denote the hour, day, month, and year of the birth of the candidate for matrimony. This card he takes to the family indicated and tenders a proposal of marriage. If the parents of the girl, after instituting inquiries about the family making it, are willing to entertain the proposal, they consult a fortune teller who decides whether the betrothal would be auspicious. If a favorable decision is made, the go-between is furnished with a similar card, and the same consultation of a fortune teller follows. If this fortune teller pronounces favorably, and the two families agree in the details of the marriage, a formal assent is given to the betrothal. If, for the space of 3 days, while the betrothal is under consideration in each of the families, anything reckoned unlucky, such as the breaking of a bowl or the losing of any article, should occur, the negotiation would be broken off at once. The card during the 3 days is usually placed under the censer, standing in front of the ancestral tablets belonging to the family, and incense and candles are lighted before them. The betrothal is not binding on the parties until a pasteboard card, something like a book cover, has been interchanged between them. The family of the bridegroom provides 2 of these cards, one having a gilt dragon on it and the other a gilt phoenix. On the inside of the former, the ancestral and given name of the boy's father, his own given name and the characters which denote the precise time of his birth, the name of the go-between, and a few other particulars are neatly written. There are also provided 2 long and large threads of red silk and 4 large needles. 2 of these needles are threaded upon one of the silk threads, one needle being at each end of the thread, and then the needles are stuck in a particular manner into the inside of that card, on the outside of which is the image of a dragon. The other card left blank, the other 2 needles and the other red silk thread, together with the card already filled out with particulars relating to the family to which the lad belongs, and its needles and threads attached, are taken by the go-between to the family to which the girl belongs. This card is then filled out with particulars relating to the family of the girl, corresponding to the particulars already recorded in the other. The thread and needles are also similarly stuck into the card, having the phoenix on its outside. When this has been done, it is sent back to the family of the boy, which carefully keeps it as evidence of his engagement and marriage, the card having the dragon on it, and relating to the boy being retained and preserved by the family of the girl, as proof of her betrothal. The writing on each of these documents is performed in front of the ancestral tablets of the family, to which it relates, incense and candles having been lighted and placed in the customary positions before them. These cards having been thus exchanged by the families, the betrothment is consummated and legal. After this, neither party may break the engagement without the gravest of reasons. The interval between betrothal and marriage varies from a few months to many years. A fortunate day is selected for the celebration of the wedding, marriage being prohibited at certain times and seasons on account of their being unlucky. A few days before the day fixed, the family of the bridegroom make a present of various articles of food and other things to the family of the bride, as a cock and a hen, a leg and foot of a pig, and of a goat, 8 small cakes of bread, 8 torches, 3 pairs of large red candles, a quantity of vermicelli, and several bunches of firecrackers, and a variety of absurd symbolical foods, etc. Also, 2 or 3 days before the time fixed for the wedding, a red card is sent by the family of the bride to that of the bridegroom, stating what furniture will be furnished as the bride's dowry, and the number of loads. Usually the day before the wedding, the bride has her hair done up in a style of married women of her class in society, and tries on the clothes she is to wear on this sedan, and for a time after, she arrives at her future home on the morrow. This is an occasion of great interest to her family. Her parents invite their female relatives and friends to a feast at their house. She proceeds to light incense before the ancestral tablets belonging to her father's family, and to worship them for the last time before her marriage. She also kneels down before her parents, her grandparents, her uncles and aunts, and worships them in much the same manner as she and her husband will on the morrow worship his parents and grandparents, and the ancestral tablets belonging to his family. On the occasion of the girl's trying on these clothes and worshipping the tablets and her parents, it is considered unpropitious that those of her female relatives and friends who are in mourning should be present. At one time, however, it was common in some parts of China for the parents to precede the weddings of their daughters by 3 days of mourning, as a sign that they were dead to each other, and the young friends of the intended bride sat and wept with her before she left her parental home for that of a stranger. Very early on the morning of her marriage day, the bride bathes, and while she is doing so, music is played. Her breakfast consists, theoretically, of the fowl, vermicelli, and other things sent by the family of her affianced husband. But in fact, she eats and drinks very little of anything during the day, according to a superstitious usage common to this people. Her theoretical breakfast on the article sent to her is regarded as an omen of good. When the time arrives for her departure to her husband's home, she is painted, powdered, and scented. Her head is completely covered with a thick veil, and she is dressed in yellow, the favorite national color, while her attendants, usually old maids or matrons, wear black clothes. She is then put into a covered sedan chair, which is adorned with festoons of flowers. The floor from her room to the chair is covered with red carpeting, so that her feet may not touch the ground. She takes her seat amid the sound of firecrackers, music, and the lamentations of her family. On this morning are required by custom, if not by real emotion, to indulge in grief. While seated in the sedan, but before she starts for her future home, her parents or some members of her family take a bed quilt by its four corners, and while holding it, thus before the bridal chair, one of the bride's assistants tosses into the air, one by one, 4 bread cakes in such a manner that they will fall into the bed quilt. These bread cakes were received from the family of her husband at the same time as the cock and vermicelli were received. The woman during this ceremony is constantly repeating felicitous sentences, which are assented to by some others of the company. The quilt containing these cakes is gathered up and carried immediately to an adjoining room. All this is supposed to be an omen for good, and soon after this the bridal procession starts en route for the residence of the other party, amid explosions of firecrackers and the music of the band. Closely shut and locked up in her conveyance, the bride is carried to the bridegroom's house, accompanied by musicians and torch-bearers, although at daylight, and followed by her relations and friends and servants carrying her clothes, furniture, and other baggage. Her nearest male relation carries in his hand the key of the sedan, which he gives to the bridegroom as soon as the procession reaches his house. The bridegroom waits at the door to receive the party, and with the key and he only, opens the vehicle, and he then beholds his wife for the first time. If he happen to be dissatisfied with her, he has the right immediately to shut the door of the sedan and send her back to her friends. This event, however, very seldom happens, because the mediator endeavors to satisfy his tastes. If he approve of his bride, he leads her into his house. It was at one time the custom in China, after the bride had entered the bridegroom's house, for a priest to sacrifice a cock by cutting off its head, and then to sprinkle some of its blood on the couple. The husband gives the wife a dowry, and in fact from the amount of it, and from the number of valuable presents which he makes her, he may be said to purchase her. On the wedding day, her father, who does not usually give any fortune, provides a grand entertainment, to which he invites all the bridegroom's friends, and on the next day the husband's father, or next nearest relation, gives a feast to the wife's friends. The men and the women regale themselves separately. After the entertainment, the bridegroom gives his dowry to the bride in the presence of the guests, and if her father and mother be alive, she at once delivers the amount to them as a compensation for their care and education of her. The father may use this dowry as he pleases, but at his death it returns to his daughter to be disposed of as she may think proper. A Chinese wife's life is very monotonous, her only society being that of her husband and children. She is not permitted to see any men except her husband, father, and brothers. Cropped hair worn in a particular fashion serves to mark her condition. A Chinese widow is expected to mourn 3 years for her husband, and etiquette prescribes, at least for the upper classes, that during the first year she shall wear coarse linen, during the second somewhat finer, and during the third silk may be worn. The color of the mourning is white, which indicates the pure and unmixed nature of her sorrow. A widower's term of mourning for his wife is 1 year. In the provinces bordering on Tartary in the 17th century, the governors prescribed a time to both sexes within which they were obliged either to marry or to exclude themselves from the active world. When the legal time had arrived, those who were willing to marry presented themselves on an appointed day at an appointed place before 12 officials named by the authorities. This council informed itself of the names of the men and women, of their rank and means, and of the dowries which the men could give. If they found more of one sex than the other, they cast lots, and the surplus majority were judged to be married in the following year. 6 of the 12 officials then divided the men into 3 classes, the rich being in one, those who were moderately rich in another, and the poor in the third. The other 6 officials made a similar division of the women, except that beauty was the test of this case. Thus the fairest were put into the first class, the less fair into the second class, and the least fair into the third class. The first class of the women were then allotted to the first class of the men, and so with regard to the other divisions, the council compelled the rich to pay a tax, which after the allotment was divided among the poor. The payers being adjusted and the marriages effected, great rejoicings and feasts at the public expense followed. Houses were prepared for the temporary and gratuitous use of the newly married couples, and after about 50 days of festivity, they returned to their own homes. Persons of great distinction were not subject to these regulations, but were allowed to marry when and whom they pleased. In Japan, polygamy and fornication are allowed, and fathers sell or hire out their daughters with legal formalities for limited terms. A man can, however, have only one lawful wife. The other wives are, in fact, legalized concubines, whose sons cannot inherit. Wives are divorced and sent home for very trivial causes, and the husbands afterwards marry again as often as they please. A faithless wife is rare in Japan. The relations and friends of both parties, and more particularly the women, arrange the match, which is no expense to the bride's father, as he does not give her a portion. Generally, a mediator is employed to conduct the treaty. Parents affiance their children in infancy, and the marriage follows at an early age, until which time the husband and wife do not see each other. The result frequently is a want of affection, and the man either keeps concubines or frequents improper houses. A lucky day is selected for the marriage, which is solemnized in the presence of a priest at the feet of some idol, generally the god of marriage. In the 18th century, a Japanese marriage was preceded and followed by many formalities, and was subject to numerous rules of etiquette. The bride was dressed in white as a token that she was thenceforth dead to her parents, and the pillow of her bridal bed was placed towards the north for a similar sign, that being the position in which the dead were laid. When she left her parents' home, a fire was lighted. The bride and bridegroom, with their respective retinues, went by different ways to the place of marriage, which was usually on a hill. The couple, having met, went into a tent and seated themselves, one opposite the other. The parents of both parties stood behind the bride, and musicians ranged themselves behind the bridegroom, but all of them remained outside the tent. The ceremony consisted in the prayers and benedictions of the priest, and a formal kindling of bridal torches. The bride's torch was kindled at the altar, and the bridegroom's from hers, after which the pair were pronounced husband and wife amid exclamations of joy. The rites were concluded with the sacrifice of 2 oxen to the god of marriage. The bridegroom's house was highly decorated outside with flags and flowers. The bride's marriage presents always included a spinning wheel, a loom, a distaff, flax, and the culinary utensils requisite in her kitchen. Upon her marriage, she threw into the fire the dolls and toys which served to amuse her during her maidenhood. The nuptial rejoicings lasted for about 8 days. The above are substantially the forms and ceremonies which are still common at a Japanese wedding. A widow in this country mourns her husband in white clothing like the Chinese. The archaeology of marriage in India is curious, and the nuptial contract there is entered into with many ceremonies. According to Hindu legend, Sphetikitu abolished promiscuous intercourse and instituted marriage. By the Hindu laws, a girl may be married at 8 years of age, or even earlier, and if her father failed to give her a husband for 3 years after she is capable of being a parent, she is at liberty to choose one for herself. The parties to Indian marriages are usually children under 10 years of age. These premature unions, instead of producing attachment, often cause early and lasting disagreements. Men may marry women of the class below them, but on no account of those superior to their own. A man must not marry within 6 known degrees of relationship, and with any woman whose family name, being the same as his own, shows her to be of the same race as himself. The marriage of equals is most recommended, for the first wife at least. That of a Brahmin with a Sidra, that is, one of the lowest of several class, is discouraged, and as a first wife it is positively forbidden. Marriage is indissoluble, and the parties are bound to preserve mutual fidelity. From the few cases hereafter specified in which the husband may take a second wife, it may be inferred, says Stone in his History of India, from whom in part we gather these points of Hindu law, that with these exceptions he must have only one wife. But the marriage of widows is discouraged, if not prohibited, except in the case of Sudras. A wife who is barren for 8 years, or she who has produced no male children in 11, may be superseded by another wife. It appears, notwithstanding this expression, that the wife first married retains the highest rank in the family. Drunken and immoral wives, those who bear malice to their husbands, or are guilty of very great extravagance, may also be superseded. A wife who leaves her husband's house or neglects him for a 12 months without a cause may be deserted altogether. A man going abroad must leave a provision for his wife. The wife is bound to wait for her absent husband for 8 years, if he be gone on religious duty, 6 if in pursuit of knowledge or fame, and 3 if for pleasure only. The practice of allowing a man to raise up issue to his brother, if he died without children, or even if, although still alive, he have no hopes of progeny, is reprobated, except for Sudras, or in case of a widow who has lost her husband before consummation. 6 forms of marriage are recognized as lawful. Of these, 4 only are allowed to Brahmins, which, although differing in minute particulars, all agree in insisting that the father shall give away his daughters without receiving a price. The remaining 2 forms are permitted to the military class alone, and are abundantly liberal, even with that limitation. One is when a soldier carries off a woman after a victory, and espouses her against her will, and the other when consummation takes place by mutual consent, without any formal ceremony whatever. In the Institutes of Menu, marriage by capture is mentioned as one of the forms of the nuptial ceremony used by the 4 classes in India. It is called Rakshasa, and is described as the seizure of a maiden by force from her house, while she weeps and calls for assistance, after kinsmen and friends have been slain in battle or wounded, and their houses broken open. The form of capture is still in use among the Hindus, and in fact it is prescribed as a marriage ceremony in the sutras, in which it is provided that at a certain important stage of the rites a strong man and the bridegroom shall forcibly draw the bride and make her sit down on a red ox skin. Two sorts of marriage are forbidden, namely, when the father receives a nuptial present, and when the woman, from intoxication or other cause, has been incapable of giving a real consent to the union. The prohibition, so often repeated in menu, against the receipt by the bride's father of any present from the bridegroom, is now more strictly observed than it was in his time. The point of honor in this respect is carried so far that it is reckoned disgraceful to receive any assistance in after life from a son-in-law or brother-in-law. It is indispensable that the bridegroom should come to the house of the father-in-law to sue for the bride, and the marriage must be performed there. At the visit of the suitor, the ancient modes of hospitality are maintained, according to a prescribed form. A sort of entertainment still appears in the production of a cow to be killed for the feast, but the suitor now intercedes for her life, and she is turned loose at his request. In the case of princess, where the bride comes from another country, a temporary building is erected with great magnificence and expense as a house for the bride's father, and in all cases the procession in which the bride is taken home after the marriage is as showy as the parties can afford. In Bengal, these processions are particularly sumptuous, and marriages there have been known to cost lakhs of rupees. We now return to a consideration of the forms of Hindu marriage. Among people of equal class, the ceremony is performed by joining hands, but a woman of the military class, marrying a Brahmin, holds an arrow in her hand. A Yesya woman, a whip, and a Sudra, the skirt of a mantle. Although, as we have before stated, 6 forms of marriage are lawful, only one of them is now in general use. The others are obsolete. This marriage is performed with many ceremonies, few of which are very interesting. Among them are joining the hands of the bride and bridegroom, and tying them together with a blade of sacred grass. But the essential part of the ceremony is when the bride makes 7 steps, a particular text being repeated for each. When the 7th step is taken, the marriage is indissoluble. This is a summary of the tedious proceedings, but in detail they are as follows. The bridegroom, having been received by the father of the bride with various ceremonies, the bride has 3 vessels of water poured severally upon her head, during which ceremony prayers are pronounced, after which the bride's hand is placed in that of the bridegroom, both having been previously rubbed with some auspicious drug, and a matron binds them with the sacred grass amid music. The father of the bride then, bidding the attendant priests to begin their acclamations, pours water from a vessel containing grass upon the hands of the united pair, at the same time exclaiming, God the existent. After pronouncing the name and designations of the bridegroom, of the bride, and of himself, he says, I give unto thee this damsel, adorned with jewels and protected by the Lord of creatures. The bridegroom replies, Well be it, after which he receives from the bride's father a piece of gold, recites an appropriate text, and addresses his affianced wife affectionately. A libation of water is then made, and the father of the bride ties a knot with the skirts of the mantles of the bride and bridegroom as a token of union. The bridegroom next attires the bride and performs a variety of ceremonies. Thus, going to the principal apartment in the house, he prepares a sacrificial fire and hallows the instruments, after which a friend of his, bearing a jar, walks round the fire and stops on the south side of it, and another, after performing the same ceremony, places himself on the right of the first. The bridegroom then casts 4 double handfuls of rice, mixed with leaves of sami, into a flat basket, and placing near it a stone and mullet which he has with much formality previously touched. He causes the bride to be clothed with a new waistcloth and scarf, while he himself recites a variety of prayers, after which the bride goes to the western side of the fire and recites a prayer while she steps on a mat made of grass covered with silk, and then seats herself down at the edge of the mat. The bridegroom makes 6 oblations of clarified butter, reciting a prayer with each. He then names the 3 worlds separately and conjointly, presenting oblations, and after making 4 or 5 oblations to the fire and to the moon, he raises up the bride, and passing from her left to her right, he makes her join her hands in a hollow form, the rice which was previously put into the basket being then taken up, and the stone which was laid near it being placed before the bride. She treads on it with the point of her right foot, while the bridegroom recites a prayer. He then pours on her hands a ladleful of clarified butter. Another person gives her rice. Then ladles full of butter are poured over it, whereupon she separates her hands and lets fall the rice on the fire while texts are recited. She treads again on the stone, again making oblations of rice. Again a prayer is recited. Again the walking round the fire is performed. And again 4 or 5 oblations are made with similar ceremonies and prayers. Then the bridegroom pours 2 ladlefuls of butter on the edge of the basket, and then rice out of it into the fire, reciting a prayer. The bride is now conducted to the bridegroom, and by him directed to step successively into 7 circles while 7 texts are repeated. As soon as she has made the 7th step, the marriage is complete and irrevocable. The bridegroom then, in appropriate texts, addresses the bride and the spectators, after which his friend who stood near the fire bearing a jar of water advances to the spot where the 7th step has been completed, and while a prayer is recited, he pours water on the heads of the bride and bridegroom. The bridegroom then takes the bride's right hand in his and recites 6 texts, after which he sits down with her near the fire and makes oblations, at the same time naming severally and conjointly the 3 worlds. On the evening of the same day, when the stars begin to appear, the bride sits down on a bull's hide of a red color, placed with the neck towards the east and the hair upwards, and the bridegroom, sitting down beside her, makes oblations and names the 3 worlds as before. He then makes 6 other oblations, pouring each time some of the clarified butter on her head and reciting prayers. They then rise up and contemplate the pole of stars, an emblem of stability, and the matrons pour upon them water mixed with leaves, which has been placed upon an altar prepared for the purpose. The bridegroom again makes oblations and names the worlds, and then eats food prepared without salt, reciting prayers during the meal. When he has finished, the remainder is given to the bride. During the 3 subsequent days, the couple must remain in the house of the bride's father, abstain from salt, and live chastely and austerely, sleeping on the ground. On the 4th day, the bridegroom conducts the bride to his own house, reciting a text when he gets into the carriage and when they come to crossroads. While he is conducting her into his house, he chants a hymn, and then the matrons seat her on a bull's hide as before, and the bridegroom recites a prayer. A young male child is then placed in her lap, and roots of lotus or fruits are placed in his hand. The bridegroom then takes him up, and after preparing a sacrificial fire with all the usual ceremonies, he makes 8 different oblations with as many prayers, after which the bride salutes her father-in-law and the other relations of her husband. The bridegroom then prepares another sacrificial fire, and sitting down with the bride on his right side, makes 20 further oblations with as many prayers, at the same time throwing the remainder of the consecrated butter into a jar of water, which is afterwards poured over the head of the bride, and this concludes the wearisome marriage ceremony. The Brahmins have special customs in their nuptial ceremonies. When one of these people goes to demand a woman in marriage for his son, he pays much regard to presages, and if he meet with a sinister sign on his way, he postpones his purpose. To hear a serpent named is a bad sign, but to see one is enough to make him abandon his object altogether. When a match has been arranged, a fortunate day is chosen for a meeting of the parties to perform the ceremony of betrothal. Upon that occasion, the bride's father gives betrothal to the bridegroom's relations, and they present the same to the bride's friends. The marriage can take place only in certain months and at certain hours. At the ceremony, a fire is lighted and blessed by a Brahmin. The bridegroom throws 3 handfuls of rice on the bride's head, and she does the same to him. Afterwards, her father clothes her in a festive dress and washes the bridegroom's feet, the bride's mother pouring out the water for that purpose. This done, the father takes his daughter's hand in his own, and putting water and money into it, gives it to the bridegroom and says that he delivers her up to him. The bridegroom then, with prayers and blessings, hangs round the bride's neck a tally, which is a ribbon with a golden head hanging to it. This is the most important and binding part of the ceremony, and when the ribbon is on, the marriage is indissoluble. An entertainment which lasts several days is given by the bride's father to all parties, and while it continues, the fire before mentioned is kept up, and alms are given to the poor. On the 7th day, the couple go to the bridegroom's house, generally by torchlight. In India, a rainy day is considered to be very unlucky for a wedding. The bride will, through straitened circumstances, be eventually reduced to lick the hungry, an earthen cooking vessel. The Vaisyas test the prospects of a proposed marriage by divination. They melt down a gold coin, and if the metal appear of a shining color, the sign is propitious. But if it be dull, the omen is bad, and the match is abandoned. In some parts of India, widows sacrifice themselves on the funeral pile of their husbands, under the idea by this self-immolation they display their conjugal affection, and that without concremation they cannot be happy with their husbands in the other world. This barbarous custom is called satis, or, as it is commonly said, sati, and is of great antiquity, an instance of it having occurred 300 years before the Christian era. The pagans in the island of Goa, near Bombay, used to worship a naked statue, to which they brought their daughters when they wished them to be married, and prayed for husbands. The Christians living in the same island made solemn promises of marriage at the house of the bride, in the presence of a witness, after which the bridegroom had the privilege of speaking to her, but only before a third person. Marriages were generally performed at noon. The parties proceeded to and from church with much show, each being led by 2 of his and her nearest relations, and attended by many friends, the men being on horseback and the women in palanquins. On the way, the procession was enlivened by music, and the crowd through which it passed threw flowers, scents, and comfits upon the couple. Only the nearest relations of the party attended the feast at the bridegroom's house, the rest of the company amusing themselves by having various sports in front of the dwelling. At Kanara and Konkan, children are married at a very early age, but only to persons of their own caste. Before the wedding, several days are spent in feasting, dancing, and music. On the nuptial day, the relations and guests meet at the bridegroom's house, where, all being seated on the ground, various ceremonies confirm the marriage, which is completed by the couple walking 7 times round a fire. The capture of women for wives prevailed among the aborigines of the Deccan and in Afghanistan. The form of capture in marriage ceremonies is practiced by the Kuds of Janjam and Kulak, and of the hills of Orissa. Macpherson, writing in 1842, tells us that a marriage being agreed upon by 2 of the latter people, a feast, to which the families of the parties equally contribute, is prepared at the dwelling of the bride. To this feast succeeds dancing and music. When the night is far spent, the principals in the scene are raised by an uncle of each upon his shoulders, and borne through the dance. The burdens are suddenly exchanged, and the uncle of the youth disappears with the bride. The assembly divides into two parties. The friends of the bride endeavor to arrest those of the bridegroom to cover her flight, and men, women, and children mingle and mock conflict, which is often carried to great lengths. Campbell, writing of Condestan in 1864, says, "On one occasion I heard loud cries proceeding from a village close at hand. Fearing some quarrel, I rode to the spot, and there I saw a man bearing away upon his back something enveloped in an ample covering of scarlet cloth. He was surrounded by 20 or 30 young fellows, and by them protected from the desperate attacks made upon them by a party of young women. On seeking an explanation of this novel scene, I was told that the man had just been married, and his precious burden was his blooming bride, whom he was conveying to his own village. Her youthful friends, as it appears is the custom, were seeking to regain possession of her, and hurl stones and bamboos at the head of the devoted bridegroom, until he reached the confines of his own village. Then the tables were turned, and the bride was fairly won, and all of her young friends scampered, screaming and laughing, but not relaxing their speed till they reached their own village. Among the cons, intermarriage between persons of the same tribe is considered incestuous, and is punishable by death. Among the Saligas, a people of India, in the Madras country, the symbol of capture obtains. Thus, when a girl consents to marry, the man runs away with her to some neighboring village, and they live there for a short time. They then return home and give a feast to the people of their own village. On the Malabar coast of India, the higher caste marry when very young, and only to those of their own rank. In some of the lower class, the man is allowed to have only one wife, but a woman may have 3 husbands at one time, who mutually contribute towards the support of herself and her children. The marriages of the upper classes, contracted by mere boys and girls, are consummated as soon as they arrive at puberty. The nuptial ceremony is performed 3 times, namely, once when the couples are infants, secondly, when they are about 8 years of age, and lastly, when they arrive at puberty. Between the first and second occasion they may see each other, but they may not do so between the second and third marriage. At the last ceremony, the priest sprinkles on the bride and bridegroom rice as an emblem of fruitfulness. In the 17th century, at a Malabar marriage, the bride and bridegroom were taken to the temple to be presented to the priests, after which 15 days were spent in feasting, dancing, and singing, and even strangers were welcomed to their festivities, which were maintained at the husband's expense. The newly married couple sat on a raised throne, decked with the richest clothes and all the jewels that they could obtain. Every night the bride was taken back to her home by a woman appointed to guard her. At the end of the 15 days, the couple were mounted on an elephant and followed by their train of friends and guests on foot. They marched about their neighborhood and stopped at the houses of their respective relations, who presented sweetmeats to the company and threw scents upon the elephant. Then they all went again to the temple and thence to the bride's house, where the marriage was consummated. At Malabar, early in the present century, the bride and bridegroom were seated upon a sort of throne, and jewels and flowers were placed upon the neck and head of the former. The latter's feet were washed with milk by a young relation, who also put a silver ring upon his toe, and the bridegroom, in return, put a gold ring upon his attendant's finger. A short prayer was then offered, and flowers were cast upon the couple's heads by several of their friends, each of whom pronounced a blessing upon them. The whole of the company then sprinkled themselves with the liquor made from sandalwood, and betel nut was distributed. The entire ceremony lasted about 5 hours, and was accompanied with music and dancing. The Nairs of Malabar practiced polygamy, and among these people it is the custom for one woman to have attached to her several men, with whom she cohabits according to rules. The navvies marry by tying thread round the neck of the woman. The Banians, the ancient natives of the East Indies, married at 7 years of age because they considered the act of marriage to be one of the most blessed events. Parents arranged the union, and they gave no portions so that the weddings might not be mercenary. After an arrangement to marry, the bridegroom's friends sent messengers with presents to the bride's parents, accompanied with musicians who played trumpets and drums and sang songs in praise of the girl. Her parents sent back gifts in exchange, with light music and laudatory songs. Before the wedding, the bridegroom published the intended event by going about in a procession, wearing a crown. On the following day, the bride did a similar thing. The conjunction of the pair always took place at the going down of the sun, at which time a fire was lighted, and the couple were placed one on each side of it, as a token that their affection should burn ardently like a fire. A silken string was wound both, as a sign of the bond of wedlock, after which a cloth was interposed between them to suggest modesty before marriage. A priest then pronounced certain words, the cloth was removed, the string unloosed, and the pair were one. At a marriage in Benares in the East Indies, the man and woman went into a stream of water together, a priest being present. This official performed the ceremony of marriage by pouring water on a cow and tying the couple together by their clothes. They then walked around the cow, and a few other forms completed the union. The inhabitants of the Maldive Islands and Cambay married by proxy. The men when they please, and the females by their parents are 10 or 12 years of age, to the first men who ask for them. Orphan girls and those who have lost their mothers must wait until they have attained the age of 15 years. A man may have 3 wives at one time, but no more, and he is obliged to give equal attention to all. He receives nothing with them and is compelled to give them a dowry. He may leave a wife without her consent at any time, but he must pay her a sum for her portion. When a marriage has been agreed on, 2 of the bride's nearest relations on her father's side go with the bridegroom before a priest, who, taking the bridegroom by the hand, asks him if he will marry the woman, and upon the agreed terms. The priest then asks the bride's representative a similar question, and after mutual assents, certain ceremonies are performed in the presence of witnesses. The parties then return to the bride's house, where feasting and music follow. Compliments and presents are made to the couple, and the bridegroom sends gifts to the priest who married him. The aborigines of the island of Ceylon, who still survive in small numbers amid the recesses of the woods, are without any idea of marriage. Among the civilized natives, men may marry as many wives as they please, and they generally take them at 10 years of age. In this island, marriage is of 2 kinds, namely Diga and Bina, according as the wife goes to live in the house of her husband, or as he comes to live with her in or near her birthplace. Sometimes a Diga married woman returns to her parents' house and is there provided with a Bina husband, who lives with her and her family. So among the Koch, a rude tribe in the hills of India, the husband on his marriage goes to live with the family of his wife, and all his property is made over to her. The Sinhalese, like the Hindus, never give the younger in marriage before the firstborn, a custom for which we find a parallel in Genesis 29:26. A bride's shoes are with natives of rank in Ceylon and generally in the East, made of velvet richly ornamented with gold and silver, in which usage we may trace a similarity to that indicated by Solomon's Song 7:1. How beautiful are thy feet with shoes! In Pegu, Siam, Bengal, Tianjin, Kandy, Kherson, Binzajar, and other places in the East, polygamy is common and little respect is paid to the marriage vows. The Kandhians of the lower and middle classes universally practice polygamy and also lend their wives to their guests, but the chiefs are monogamous. The people of Biznagar used to divorce their wives by laying a piece of iron upon their shoulders, which act set the women free. In Siam, as in China, Before a marriage contract is entered into, the parents of both parties inform each other of the hour of the birth of the intended couple, and then soothsayers are consulted for the purpose of ascertaining whether a marriage would be happy. The parents who make a demand in marriage present betrothal to the opposite parents, who, if they consent, carry it in their mouths as a sign. The marriage ceremony is performed without a priest, but some days after the wedding, holy water is thrown on the couple, and prayers of purification are offered. The marriage is celebrated by the bride's parents with dancing and singing by hired persons. All the guests who are invited must make presents. Among the Burmese of Ava, marriage is not contracted until the age of puberty, and the parents arrange it. Nevertheless, the nuptial engagement is prefaced with some personal acquaintance and plighted love. The contract is purely a civil one. Polygamy is prohibited, but concubinage is allowed. On the morning of the wedding day, the bridegroom sends his wife some garments. A feast is given by her parents, and the formal contract is signed at their house. The couple eat out of the same dish and taste in exchange with each other a mixture of tea leaves steeped in oil, which is the form of sealing all contracts. The Malays, as an earnest of their nuptials, exchange a quantity of prepared areca, a hard nut. The Brahmas, a religious sect in Bengal, celebrate their marriages without the many ceremonies in use by the Hindus. An auspicious day is chosen and all the parties meet. The bride's father is presented with honey and curds, a ring and flowers sprinkled with sandalwood dust. Clothes and ornaments are then given to the bride. The bridegroom is seated upon a carpet with the bride in front of him. The priests seat themselves on high stools in front of the bride's father, and divine service is commenced by a hymn being chanted. Then followed invocations to the deity. After that, the bride's father, holding the right hands of the couple, says that he gives his daughter to the bridegroom, who in reply says that he accepts her. The father then gives the husband a coin and seats the bride at the man's right-hand side. He then ties the connubial knot with the corners of the garments of the pair. The priest delivers an exhortation, at the end of which the couple bow reverently. The guests are then presented with flower garlands, sprinkled with particles of sandalwood, and the ceremony is at an end. At Tonquin, a man cannot marry without the consent of his parents. That being given, they make presents to the girl's parents, who by accepting the gifts express their assent to the suit. A written contract by which the parties mutually engage themselves is the only form of marriage, no help of priest or civil functionary being necessary. On the day before the wedding, the bridegroom goes to the bride's house with presents, consisting of ornaments, money, and cooked food. On the following day, the bride's friends conduct her to the bridegroom's house with all her effects, and a feast is given. Polygamy is allowed, and separation is easy. The chief incident in the annulling of a marriage being the breaking by the husband of a coin into two pieces, one of which he gives to the wife as a sign of her dismissal. It is noteworthy that this money dividing, which in Tongan is a token of severance, was in England in olden times a solemn form of betrothal. Early in the present century, the purchase of a peasant wife at Jerem, near Badashan, on the Indus River, cost 25 rupees, and the husband's entire outlay for wife, wardrobe, and household utensils was only £5 14 shillings. Among the higher classes of the Negri people, for example the Rajas, it was customary for the husband to leave the honor of his wife on the first night of their marriage to the Brahmin, whose duty it was to privately purify her for her past iniquities. At Samaran, a man did not cohabit with his wife until she had been delivered to the priest, who received her virtue as an oblation to the gods whom she worshipped. A similar practice of delivering the bride on her wedding night to a Brahmin prevailed also in Cochin, China. Among some of the common tribes at Negri, the men did not espouse separate wives, but several men who wanted to marry joined together and selected a woman whom they all married. one agreeing to provide her with rice, another with clothes, another with oil for her head, and others with the rest of her requirements. As further examples of the Eastern notions in regard to a woman's honor, we may add that among the Gurali people, in Kulu, in Upper India, one woman cohabits with several men, who are often all brothers. The kinds, as the Papamaysan mountains in India, led their wives to their guests, as do also the people of Kamul. The Manipurs pawn their wives. The Arsarians had their wives in common, and the people of Mardawan of the tribe of Assyrians let out their wives and daughters. Among one tribe in Negari, it was the custom for the maids and bachelors who wished to get married to erect a hut inside an enclosed space of ground, with a thick fence round it, so that the women within the enclosure and the men without could not see each other. The females then went into the hut, and the males thrust long sticks through the fence. Simultaneously, the former came out of the hovel, and each one caught hold of a stick, the owner of which became her husband. At Mocha in the East Indies, marriage brokers were employed. A man selected a wife with their aid and agreed on a price for her, and the term for which she was to be engaged. They then appeared before the Cadi, who entered their contract into a book. The temporary marriage was valid until the expiration of the term fixed, when it was at an end. In the island of Celebes, men were allowed to marry as many wives as they could keep. The bridegroom was obliged to obtain the consent of the parents on both sides to the marriage, and also to make a present to the bride's father. Early in the present century, it was a custom for the bride's party to hold some impediment before the doorway to debar the entrance of the husband until he made a gift of betel nut. This custom is similar to one in use in England called chaining. At supper, the bride and bridegroom ate out of the same dish for the first time. The couple remained in their bedchamber for 7 days after their marriage, and water was carried to them night and morning to enable them to purify themselves. At Ambona, in the last century, the marriage ceremony principally consisted in throwing backwards and forwards an egg into the wide sleeves of the bride and bridegroom's outer garments. For several days after the wedding, the couple were obliged to sit together in their bedchamber, looking solemnly upon the ground, before they consummated the marriage. In one part of the East Indian archipelago reside a tribe of headhunters, who are not allowed to marry until they have made room for their probable progeny by cutting off the heads of some of those among whom they are living. In Java, the women are generally married at the age of puberty, and the men 2 or 3 years after that period. The courtship is conducted by the parents, and the couple are not allowed to interfere therein in any way. The father of the young man, when he has found a suitable lady for his son, waits upon her father and makes a proposal, whereupon a negotiation, which is chiefly conducted by women, commences. If the treaty be successful, it terminates in a betrothal, which always precedes a regular marriage. A trifling gift, generally a ring or a piece of cloth, is presented by the bridegroom to the bride as an earnest of their engagement, and this ceremony is called the binding. Javanese marriages are of 3 kinds, the first being when the rank of the parties is equal, or when that of the husband is superior to that of the bride. The second, when the rank of the wife is much superior to that of the bridegroom. And the third is a kind of imperfect marriage, or concubinage, which legitimizes the offspring but does not give them all the rights of wedlock. In the first 2 kinds of marriage, there is no difference in the ceremony itself, and in the last there is no ceremony at all, the marriage consisting in the parties living together. Men are allowed to have several wives and as many concubines as they may please to keep. After betrothal, a Javanese girl burns all her toys and childish trinkets to evince her determination to become a housewife, and her friends congratulate her on her intended change, and make her presents to recompense her for her loss. Another portion of the ceremony consists in the bridegroom's friends visiting at the house of the bride's father and presenting fruit and other edibles, the object being to give publicity to the intended nuptials. In common marriages, a price is always paid by the husband for his wife. The parties are married and take vows according to the Muslim ritual. Certain native ceremonies follow, and they all take place at the house of the bride's father. Part of the forms is a meeting of all the friends, guests, and servants in front of the houses of the contracting couple, where guns are fired. Another ceremony is a grand public procession to conduct the bridegroom to his bride's house. In this cavalcade are men with spears fastened to poles, which others strike, drummers, sham soldiers, decked with peacock feathers and horses' tails and armed with shields, darts, and swords, who dance and combat. Women carrying ornaments and household stuffs as presents for the bride and all the guests. When the procession arrives at the house, the bride receives her husband, who conducts her to a seat of honor, where, as a token of sharing his future fortunes with her, he presents her with a little rice, and they eat from the same vessel. In some parts of Java, the bride, as a sign of her subjection, kneels and washes the feet of the bridegroom when he enters the house, and in other places, for the same reason, he treads upon a raw egg, and she wipes his foot. The wedding feast is given at the bridegroom's house, to which place the couple are attended by all their friends in procession. Among the people inhabiting the Tengar Mountains in Java, when a marriage has been agreed upon, the bride and bridegroom are united between the deacon or priest at the bride's house. They bow with respect towards the south and towards the fireplace, then towards the earth, and lastly towards the sky. While they are still bending in submission, the priest recites a prayer, and the bride washes the feet of the bridegroom. Their friends then make them presents, and the couple offer the betel leaf. At the feast which follows, the priest again repeats prayers. The marriage is not consummated until the 5th day after the wedding. In some parts of Java, when a man marries a second or third wife, he is obliged to hold an ignited brand in his hand, on which the bride pours water from her face to extinguish it. Among the Maroons living in the mountains of Jamaica, when a girl was of an age fitted for a wife, her parents killed a hog and made a feast, to which their neighbors were invited, and which was intended to give an opportunity to the young men to make an offer for the maiden. The marriage was attended with no religious or judicial ceremonies, the consent of the woman to live with the man being all that was required. That being obtained, gifts of clothes and trinkets were made to the bride, and frequently the bridegroom received presents of hogs, fowls, and other things from the relations of the bride, to whom, however, they were to be returned in the case of a separation. Men were allowed to have as many wives as they could keep, but few had more than 2. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries by Edward J. Wood. A writer in the 17th century says that the Negroes of Africa, particularly those of Sierra Leone, had a house devoted to the instruction of their daughters, who remained therein for 1 year under the care of some virtuous and learned old man. At the end of the year, these girls were dressed in their best, and publicly assembled in the presence of their parents and of the marriageable young men of their town or village, before whom they danced. The men chose partners out of the number, whom, after giving presents to the fathers and also to the instructor, they led home and married. Park relates in his travels into the interior of Africa that one affiancing custom there was for a man to seat himself upon a mat by the threshold of his door, and for the woman to bring water in a calabash. Kneeling down before him, she asked him to wash his hands, and when he had done this, she drank the water as a token of her fidelity and love. The same author describes the marriage among the Moors in Africa as follows. In the evening, the tabala, or large drum, was beat to announce a wedding. A great number of people of both sexes assembled. A woman was beating the drum, and the other women joining at times in chorus by setting up a wild scream. Mr. Park soon retired, and having been asleep in his hut, was awakened by an old woman, who said she had brought him a present from the bride. She had a wooden bowl in her hand, and before Mr. Park was recovered from his surprise, discharged the contents full in his face. Finding it to be the same sort of holy water with which a Hottentot priest is said to sprinkle a newly married couple, page 104, he supposed her to be a mischievous frolic, but was informed it was a nuptial benediction from the bride's own person, and which on such occasions is always received by the young unmarried Moors as a mark of distinguished favor. Such being the case, Mr. Park wiped his face and sent his acknowledgments to the lady. The wedding drum continued to beat, and the women to sing all night. About 9 in the morning, the bride was brought in state from her mother's tent, attended by a number of women who carried her tent, a present from the husband, some bearing up the poles, others holding by the strings, and marched singing until they came to the place appointed for her residence, where they pitched the tent. The husband followed with a number of men, leading 4 bullocks, which they tied to the tent strings, and having killed another and distributed the beef among the people, the ceremony closed. Upon the coast of Africa in the present century, the men of some tribes received their future wives when quite children, and brought them up at their own houses, frequently in order to connect families or tribes together in bonds of friendship. A female child was given to a man as soon as she was born, and when of full age she was formally delivered over to him. On the day appointed for the marriage, the bridegroom stationed relays of people on the road along which the bride was to be taken, with drink and other refreshments, and if these articles were not plentifully supplied, the bride's attendants would not proceed with her. When they approached the bridegroom's village, they halted and were joined by his friends, who rejoiced noisily with shouts, firing of guns, and drinking. The bride was then taken upon the back of an old woman and covered over with a fine cloth, as from that time she was not allowed to be seen by any male person until after the consummation of her wedding. Mats were spread upon the ground so that the feet of the person who carried her might not touch the earth. In this manner she was carried to the bridegroom's house, attended by all the friends shouting and dancing. In the evening the bridegroom retired to her apartment, and if he found her to be unchaste, he immediately left her, and her friends absconded from the house with howls of lamentation. But if he was satisfied, great rejoicings were made by them, and they carried tokens of her chastity in a wild procession through the streets. Polygamy was allowed, and men had the power to sell adulterous wives. Another marriage ceremony in Africa in the present century was as follows. The bride wore a short dress, which reached from the waist to the knees. Her hair was decorated with feathers in imitation of a coronet. On her breast hung tastefully arranged rows of beads of various colors, and from her neck was suspended an ornament forming a cross. Attended by numerous female friends, she danced up and down the cradle, and meanwhile the old women sang in admiration of her grace and attainments. After the preparatory ceremony, the bride approached the feet of the bridegroom, to whom she threw a few strings of beads. Then she danced to the middle of the cradle, and her attendants distributed a few beads to each of the company, and the old women made congratulatory speeches. A fat cow, intended for the wedding repast, was then slaughtered, and the bride and her female friends, with great formality, approached the bleeding animal, which they all touched. Her mother concluded the ceremony by placing a piece of cloth on the bride's breast, to indicate that the matrimonial ties were intended to cover all her youthful follies, and that she had entered a state of indissoluble friendship, which could not be cut asunder as cloth could be rent. The remainder of the day was spent in singing and dancing. Upon the west coast of Africa, when a girl is of marriageable age, She is conducted about the village by her friends in order to advertise the fact, and her hands and arms are adorned with gold trinkets as lures to the young men. A woman is invariably sold into matrimony, and sometimes as many as $20 are given for her. The husband also makes presents of rum and tobacco to her parents. The marriage itself merely consists of a public proclamation, by means of which the parties are united. The wife is, in fact, the husband's slave, and if she should wish to divorce herself from him, she must pay him a price for the privilege, and she must also buy of him any of her children whom she may desire to have, inasmuch as they belong absolutely to him. Livingstone, in his Travels in South Africa, says that the men of Angola nearly always give a price for their wives. When a young woman is about to be married, she is placed in a hut alone, and anointed with various unguents, and many incantations are employed in order to secure her happiness and fruitfulness. Here, as almost everywhere in the South, the height of a woman's good fortune is to bear sons, and she will leave her husband altogether if she have daughters only. After some days, the bride-elect is taken to another hut, and adorned with all the richest clothing and ornaments that her relations can obtain. She is then placed in a public situation, saluted respectfully in the presence of her friends and put around her. After this, she is taken to her husband's home, where she has a hut for herself, and becomes one of several wives, for polygamy is general. Dancing, drinking, and feasting follow, and are continued for several days. In case of separation, the husband receives back from the wife's relations the price that he paid for her. It is related of the Hottentots of Africa that at their nuptials the men sit down in one circle, and the women in another. The priest then enters the circle of the men, and without the use of any vessel, besprinkles the husband with the holy water supplied by nature to the priest, after which he proceeds to the bride and performs the same ceremony to her, going backwards and forwards from one to the other 3 times. While he is thus besprinkling them, he repeats a prayer for the happiness of the couple. Among the Negroes of Luango, marriage was almost unknown, concubinage being the rule. But after an agreement to marry, the girl appeared in public painted bread, in order to show that she had been betrothed. After her marriage, which was celebrated with songs and dances, the pigment was washed off. The Mapogmes, an African tribe, lend their wives. Lord Commerce says that among the inland Negroes of Africa, when the preliminaries of the marriage are adjusted, the bridegroom with a number of his companions set out at night and surround the house of the bride, as if intending to carry her off by force. She and her female attendants, pretending to make all possible resistance, cry aloud for help, but no person appears. Speke, in his journal of the discovery of the source of the Nile, says that at Karagel, at night I was struck by surprise to see a long, noisy procession pass by where I sat, led by some men who carried on their shoulders a woman covered up in a barking skin. On inquiry, however, I heard she was being taken to the hut of her espoused, where, bundling fashion, she would be put to bed, but it is only with virgins they take so much trouble. In the same work, Speke says, there are no such things as marriages in Uganda. There are no ceremonies attached to it. If any Mkongo, possessed of a pretty daughter, committed an offense, he might give her to the king as a peace offering. If any neighboring king had a pretty daughter, and the king of Uganda wanted her, she might be demanded as a fitting tribute. The Wakundu in Uganda are supplied with women by the king, according to their merits from seizures in battle abroad, or seizures from refractory officers at home. Among the lower classes of Congo, when a girl is marriageable, her parents enclose her in a tent for about a month, where she receives the addresses and presents of different suitors. At the end of the time, she selects one who best suits her taste, and in order that the couple may become well acquainted with each other, they live together on trial for 2 or 3 years, at the end of which time, if they have agreed, they marry. If not, they separate. After selection, the friends of the man send a present of palm wine to the girl's parents, who, by accepting it, express their approval of his suit, whereupon he takes the girl home to live with him experimentally. It is related that in the Canary Islands in past times before a girl's marriage, she was set apart for 30 days, during which time she was fed upon milk and other nourishing things in order to fatten her, the popular belief being that a lean woman was less capable of becoming a mother than a fat one. The semi-Christians in Abyssinia in the 17th century had several wives, and each one was entitled to a dowry. The bride and bridegroom, having proceeded to the church, was seated on a kind of couch outside, opposite the chief entrance, and 3 priests walked round them 3 times with a cross and a censer, singing as they did so. They then laid their hands upon the heads of both parties and cut off some of their hair, and steeping it in water and honey, placed that of the bride upon the bridegroom's head, and that of the bridegroom upon the bride's head. Then they sprinkled the couple with holy water, crowned and incensed them, and gave them the communion and a blessing. The ceremony was followed by a feast. The pair was shut up for a month afterward, and the bride covered her face with a black veil for 6 weeks. Other marriage customs also prevail in Abyssinia. Thus a man, when he has resolved to marry, sends some person to the woman's father to ask for her. If the demand be granted, a meeting at the bride's house is convened, and an oath to maintain due fidelity is reciprocally taken. The bride's father then presents her fortune to the bridegroom, who is obliged to find a surety for the same in case thereafter he should dismiss his wife, divorce being allowed, and not be able to restore her portion. The bridegroom is, moreover, obliged to give an equivalent, which also is secured by a surety. On the wedding day, the man renews his oaths, and his surety confirms the bond. When this has been done, the bridegroom, probably as a symbol of capture, takes the bride upon his shoulders and carries her to his house if it be near. But if at a distance, he carries her only round her own house, and then puts her down inside it. After this, a feast is given, and that being ended, the bride is mounted on a mule and taken to her future home. When the parties have lived together for an appointed period, generally 20 or 30 days, they both go to church and declare before the priest that they are husband and wife, and receive the sacrament of Mass. The peasantry do not generally finish this ceremony by going to church, but are content to marry without, or if a priest be living near, he sprinkles them with holy water and repeats a prayer. In fact, in Abyssinia at the present time, civil marriages have almost superseded the solemn unions by the church. The husband binds himself by agreement to pay a stipulated number of cows and dresses to his wife, and then the parties live together in marital relationship, but not infrequently they separate after the lapse of several months or years. At the wedding feast, the guests consume almost incredible quantities of beef and intoxicating drinks. A woman convicted of adultery in Abyssinia was formerly punished by having her head shaved and being deprived of her possessions and expelled in a mean dress from her husband's house, only a needle being given to her to enable her to get a living. Women were also slightly punished for their husband's infidelity, on the ground that it was probably caused by their own fault. Marriage being usually a mere contract by which both parties agreed to join themselves, only so long as might be mutually agreeable, divorce was common and easily effected. Bruce relates that he met a lady in a room in this country with 6 men, who had all stood in conjugal relationship to her successively, and none of whom had any claims upon her then. In Guinea, the fathers selected wives for their sons and compelled them to marry, although they had never before seen their intended wives. Fathers did not give their sons anything upon their marriage, and the relations of the bride gave her only sufficient to cover the expenses of the wedding feast. The bride swore before witnesses that she would be faithful to her husband, but he was not required to make a similar vow. If after marriage a man became wealthy enough to maintain a second wife, he was at liberty to take one with the consent of the first, for which he was compelled to pay her a large sum of money. The inhabitants of Lower Ethiopia have as many wives as they can support, and they do not allow a woman to marry after a certain age. In Sokotra, polygamy also prevails, and the men change their wives at pleasure by taking them into a public place and there disposing of them. In eastern Ethiopia, marriage was a mere matter of purchase and sale, and was subject to a superstition which required that the bridegroom should meet with a man who was strong enough to carry him on his back to the house of the bride without halting. Should the man stop by the way, the wedding did not take place on that day, but was deferred to some future period. Among the Mexicans in the 17th and 18th centuries, the parents arranged and settled the marriages of their children, who had little control over the matter. Before the complete selection of a wife, the parents of the young man consulted a diviner, and if he pronounced her to be inauspicious, another maiden was sought for. If, on the contrary, the augury predicted happiness, the girl was demanded of her parents through the medium of certain women called solicitors. These women went the first time at midnight carrying the presents to the girl's parents, of whom they asked her in marriage. According to usual custom, this request was always refused on the first occasion, but in a few days afterwards the women went again and used further arguments and entreaties. The parents then took time to consider the matter, and in a day or two they sent an answer. Assuming the reply to be in the affirmative on the wedding day, they conducted the maiden, attended by a large company and by musicians, to the house of her intended husband's father. The bridegroom and his father and mother received her at the entrance to the house, with 4 torches borne by as many women. Upon meeting, the bride and bridegroom offered incense to each other, and then the latter, taking the form of his hand, led her inside, and both of them sat down on a mat that was spread in the middle of a chamber, close to a fire, which was regarded as the mediator in all disputes between a husband and wife. The priest then tied the bride's gown, or the lower part of her long veil, and the bridegroom's mantle together, which ceremony was the material part of the contract. The bride then walked 7 times round the fire, preceded by the priest, and afterwards returned to the mat near to it, where she and her husband again sat down. They then offered copal to their gods, and also exchanged presents. Sometimes the couple met at the temple where the priest tied their garments together, and he then walked with them to the bride's house. They being still bound, where the ceremonies above mentioned took place. A feast followed the marriage. During the next 4 days, the couple remained in their chamber praying and fasting, leaving it only upon absolute necessity, and to burn incense and make oblations. The marriage was not consummated until after these 4 days had expired. In some parts of Mexico, besides adopting the ceremony of tying the pair together by their garments, the priest cut off pieces of the couple's hair, and the bridegroom carried the bride for a short time upon his back. And in other parts, when a man wished to be married, he went to the temple, where the priest cut off some of his hair before an idol, and then, pointing him out to the people, they stated that he wanted a wife. He was obliged to take the first woman whom he afterwards met, as she was assumed to be sent from heaven to him. The pagans of Peru had several wives, but only the first reigned supreme, and she was entitled to deference from the others. She alone wore mourning clothes upon her husband's death, and this she did for 12 months, during which time she could not marry again. When a man wished to marry, he went to the woman's house, and with her father's consent put on her foot a particular kind of shoe, in which he led her to his home. If she were a virgin, the shoe was of wool, and if she were a widow, it was of rush. The Caribs, who inhabited the islands of the coast of Peru, observed nearly the same matrimonial customs as the people on the mainland, with this addition, that on the wedding day, and for several days afterwards, they took their wives with many noisy attendants into the woods to hunt and kill. The common people of Florida were allowed only one wife, while the nobility had several wives, but the first one exercised authority over the others, and her sons alone inherited the husband's property. The married people of Cuba separated for very trivial causes, and at pleasure, the wife having an equal right with her husband to divorce herself. In Perea, polygamy was common, but the first wife commanded the others. Husbands had the privilege of turning off their parents when they grew old, and of taking young ones instead. The natives of Brazil practiced polygamy and married any of their relations, not of the first degree. Parents promised their sons in marriage while still children, and when they attained the proper age, they were compelled to perform the contract. Girls were married at a very early age. An instance of this occurred in 1853, when a Brazilian, traveling from his own country to England with his wife, applied to pay reduced passage money for her, she being under 12 years of age. Divorce on either side was very easy in Brazil, the mere wish for it being sufficient. Among the Portuguese in Rio de Janeiro, a wife's portion was usually made up in slaves, and if a husband received 6 slaves with his partner, he reckoned them to be a good fortune. It is said in Venezuela, when a young man asks for the hand of a young girl, her father gives him a very hard stone to pierce. This task takes a long time, and when it has been accomplished, the suitor's request is granted, and the damsel is delivered over to him. The natives of Santa Cruz had many wives. While the girl was yet an infant, her parents selected a husband for her, who generally was related to her after the second degree. The parents' selection was indicated to the man by the presentation to him of a bow, arrow, and a spade. If he received them, he was taken to the home of his father-in-law elect, where he was taught how to look after the interests of his bride until she arrived at puberty. When a man desired to have a wife, he presented the parents of the selected woman with a bundle of sticks. If it was received, his suit was accepted, and her home was thenceforth free to him. Soon after a woman was married, she made 2 shrouds, one for herself and the other for her husband. In Guyana or New Andalusia, the pagan natives of the upper class had many wives, but the common people had only one. The first wife was head of all the subsequent ones. A Guyana Indian, who was a good fighter or huntsman, was held in high reputation, and there were many rivals for his affection. The women who wished to marry him offered him drink and firewood. If he refused to accept them, it was a token that he rejected the giver. But if, on the contrary, he took them, a marriage was concluded, and the woman entered upon the management of his household forthwith. Fitzroy, writer of the natives of Tierra del Fuego in 1839, says, as soon as a youth is able to maintain a wife by his exertions in fishing or bird catching, he obtains the consent of her relations, and does some piece of work such as helping to make a canoe or prepare sealskins, etc., for her parents. Having built a stall in a canoe for himself, he watches for an opportunity and carries off his bride. If she is unwilling, she hides herself in the woods until her admirer is heartily tired of looking for her and gives up the pursuit. But this seldom happens. As a general rule upon the natives of South America, no man could marry in his own tribe, nor a woman whose family name was the same as his own, under pain of death. Among the Choctaws, there were 2 great divisions, each of which was subdivided into 4 clans, and no man could marry in any of the 4 clans belonging to his division. The restriction among the Cherokees, the Creeks, and the Natchez did not extend beyond the clan to which the man belonged. An Iroquois man could not take to wife a woman of his own tribe. The Otomacs of South America always united a young man to an old woman, or a young woman to an old man, the reason being that the discretion of the elder might curb the impetuosity of the younger. The Jicola Indians of the same country took their wives upon trial, and if after a definite time the parties suited each other, they were married by a priest, who upon certain occasions traveled around the country to perform the nuptial ceremony, which consisted of a benediction and the joining of hands, and to christen the children born during the experimental unions of their parents. A woman who did not give satisfaction might be returned to her parents, and although she had been thus discarded, she was generally taken again upon trial by some other man, and ultimately got married. This custom was very similar to the one in use by the Danes and Scots, called hand fasting, which we shall describe hereafter. With some South American Indians, a virgin was not chosen for a wife, virginity being regarded as a sign that the woman had not the art of making herself pleasing to men, and she was therefore to be avoided. In South America, at Magellan Straits, in the 17th century, a man demanded a woman for his wife in a full assembly. If her parents consented, he took her home without further ceremony. On the next day, the company met and had a feast, after which the husband received his wife's portion. A woman was compelled to remain always in her husband's sight, and if she were false to him, he sent her back to her parents, who shaved her head as a punishment. Boyce, in his Life Among the Giants of Patagonia in 1848, says that, without the chief's consent, no marriage was permitted. In his judgment, no Indian who was not an accomplished rogue, particularly in the horse-stealing line, an expert hunter, able to provide plenty of meat and grease, was fit to have a wife. It appeared that the possession of 2 horses, one for himself and one for his intended, was regarded as the proper outfit in a matrimonial adventure. Due sanction having been given by the supreme authority, the bridegroom takes home his bride for better or worse, without any of the festivity which graces similar occasions elsewhere. The Indians who inhabited some of the settlements in North America generally had only one wife, but more than one was permitted. Their marriages were celebrated with music, dancing, and vocal praises of the newly married couple. Of this we have an example in Longfellow's Song of Hiawatha, a legend of the North American Indians, in which is an account of the hero's wedding feast, which was accompanied with dancing, love songs, and tales of strange adventure. In some Indian marriages, a red substance was placed by the bridegroom on the bride's head, and mutual presents were given. These people accorded to the squaws, whose husbands had been killed in battle, the privilege of selecting a successor from the prisoners of the enemy who were about to be tortured. Among the Mochanos in Colombia, women sometimes married at the age of 12 years, and men at 16, and usually the couple's united ages did not reach 30. A faithless wife in North America was punishable with death, but spinsters were freely allowed to disregard the rules of virtue. In 1695, the local authorities of Eastham in Massachusetts voted that every unmarried man in the township should kill 6 blackbirds or 3 crows yearly while he remained single, and that, as a penalty for not obeying the order, he should not get married until he had destroyed the requisite number in arrear. In 1756, the Assembly of Maryland laid a tax of 5 shillings a year upon all bachelors above 25 years of age who were possessed of 100 pounds, and of 20 shillings a year upon all bachelors and widowers without children who were above that age possessed of 300 pounds. Barnaby, in his travels in North America in the last century, says that the lower orders of the Anglo-Americans adopted a style of courtship called tarrying, which was as follows. When a man was enamored of a maiden, he proposed for her to her parents, and if they had no objection to him, they allowed him to tarry with her one night in order to give him an opportunity to court her. The couple got into bed together, still wearing their undergarments, so as to prevent a scandal. If they agreed, they got married. If otherwise, they parted. The tarrying was generally conducted without any improprieties. Calm, in his travels in North America about 1747, says that when a poor widow, whose late husband had died in debt, married again, she went to the church wearing only her chemise, by which means she and her new husband were both relieved from all liability in respect of such debt. And Calm says that marriage of this kind often took place in England from early times until the present. A notion prevailed that if a man married a woman in her shift only, he was not liable to any debts which he might have contracted. This was a vulgar error, founded probably on the legal maxim that a husband is liable to his wife's debts because he upon marriage acquired an absolute interest in her personal estate. The unlearned deduction being that if the wife had no estate, the husband would not incur any liability. Instances of marriage en chemise have actually occurred in England. Thus, the register books of a village in Wilts, under date 1714, contain an entry of the marriage of a woman in her smock, without any clothes or headgear on. At Oldham, in Kent, in 1725, a woman was married in her chemise. At Whitehaven, in 1766, a woman stripped herself to her shift in the church, and in that condition she stood at the altar and was married. In Lincolnshire, between 1838 and 1844, a woman was married enveloped only in a sheet, and not many years back a similar marriage took place, the clergyman, finding nothing in the rubric about the woman's dress, thought he could not refuse to marry her in her chemise only. At Curtin in Lindsay, there was a popular belief that the woman must be actually nude when she left her residence for that of her intended husband, in order to relieve him from her debts, and a case of this kind occurred. The woman left her house from a bedroom window stark naked, and put on her clothes as she stood upon the top of the ladder by which she accomplished her descent. The notion of a marriage in a chemise was prevalent in Cottenham, in Cambridgeshire, recently. In the States of America, marriage is frequently performed by a civil functionary, just as the ceremony was performed in England in the time of Cromwell by a justice of the peace. The primitive Moravians, many of whom settled in America, were not allowed to choose husbands and wives for themselves, as each marriage was believed to be the result of special divine appointment. A brother of the community wishing to marry laid his wish before the society, who cast or drew a lot from the list of marriageable sisters. The parties generally accepted the decision, but the sister thus chosen had a right to refuse if she objected to their proposed husband. Persons who had never seen each other were sometimes married, as brothers on distant missions wrote to the Society for Wives, stating qualifications, and they accepted such as were sent to them. A story is told of a missionary brother who, being a widower, wrote to the community to find him another wife, and he desired that she might be short and stout in person, because his late wife had left many good clothes which he did not wish to have wasted. Happily, a sister who proved to be of the required size was found and sent to him. No member was allowed to marry except in the society. After the betrothal of a brother and sister, no private interviews were allowed between them. A book called Love's Telegraph gives the following as modern American customs. If a gentleman wishes to make known his desire to be married, he wears a ring on the first finger of the left hand, if engaged on the second, if married on the third, and on the little finger if he is a determined old bachelor. The same rule applies to the ladies. A ring worn on the first finger is a silent advertisement for a husband, on the second a token of engagement, the third matrimony, and the little finger the gentle intimation of the wish to die an old maid. In New Zealand and the Fiji and other islands of the Pacific, the custom of capture of women for wives has prevailed from the earliest times of the known history of those places. The native Australians also practiced the system of capturing their brides, and their primitive songs make frequent allusions to this custom. Turnbull, writing in 1805, says that among the Australians, when a man saw a woman whom he liked, he told her to follow him, and if she refused, he forced her to accompany him by blows, ending by knocking her down and carrying her off. Sir George Grey, writing in 1841, of the northwestern Australians, says, even supposing a woman to give no encouragement to her admirers, many plots are always laid to carry her off, and in the encounters which result from these, She is almost certain to receive some violent injury, but each of the combatants orders her to follow him, and in the event of her refusing, throws a spear at her. The early life of a young woman at all celebrated for beauty is generally one continued series of captivity to different masters, of ghastly wounds, of wanderings in strange families, of rapid flights, of bad treatment from other females, amongst whom she is brought a stranger by her captor. And rarely do you see a form of unusual grace and elegance, but it is marked and scarred by the furrows of old wounds. And many a female thus wanders several hundred miles from the home of her infancy, being carried off successively to distant and more distant points. A writer in 1864 says of the Australian blacks, courtship, as the precursor to marriage, is unknown amongst them. When a young warrior is desirous of procuring a wife, he generally obtains one by giving in exchange for her a sister, or some other female relative of his own. But if there should happen to be no eligible damsel disengaged in the tribe to which he belongs, then he hovers round the encampment of some other blacks until he gets an opportunity of seizing one of their cobras, whom perhaps he has seen and admired while attending one of the grand corroborees. His mode of paying his addresses is simple and efficacious. With a blow of his nulla war club, he stuns the object of his affections and drags her insensible body away to some retired spot, whence, as soon as she recovers her senses, he brings her home to his own gunya in triumph. Sometimes two join in an expedition for the same purpose, and then for several days they watch the movements of their intended victims, using the utmost skill in concealing their presence. When they have obtained the knowledge they require, they wait for a dark, windy night. Then, quite naked and carrying only their long jag spears, they crawl stealthily through the bush until they reach the immediate vicinity of the campfires, in front of which the girls they are in search of are sleeping. Slowly and silently they creep close enough to distinguish the figure of one of those cobras. Then one of the intruders stretches out his spear and inserts its barbed point amongst her thick flowing locks, turning the spear slowly round. Some of her hair speedily becomes entangled with it. Then, with a sudden jerk, she is aroused from her slumber, and as her eyes open, she feels the sharp point of another weapon pressed against her throat. She neither faints nor screams. She knows well that the slightest attempt at escape or alarm will cause her instant death. So, like a sensible woman, she makes a virtue of necessity, and rising silently, she follows her captors. They lead her away to a considerable distance, tie her to a tree, and return to ensnare their other victim in like manner. Then, when they have accomplished their design, they hurry off to their own camp, where they are received with universal applause and highly honored for their gallant exploit. Occasionally an alarm is given, but even then the wife-steal is easily escaped amidst the confusion, to renew their attempt at some future period. When a distinguished warrior carries off a bride from a strange tribe, he will frequently volunteer to undergo the trial of spears, in order to prevent the necessity of his people going to war in his defense. Then both the tribes meet, and 10 of their smartest and strongest young men are picked out by the aggrieved party. These are each provided with 3 reed spears and a walmer, or throwing stick, and the offender, armed only with his helaman, a bark shield 18 inches long by 6 wide, is led out in front and placed at the distance of 40 yards. Then, at a given signal, the 30 spears are launched at him in rapid succession. These he receives and parries with his shield, and so skillful are the blacks in the use of their own weapons that very seldom is any wound inflicted. Having successfully passed through this ordeal, the warrior is considered to have fairly earned his kubra, and to have atoned for his offense in carrying her off. So the ceremony generally concludes by the 2 tribes feasting together in perfect harmony. The native Australian women are all usually betrothed immediately after birth to men of a different tribe to their own, so that all women are wives, and the stealing of them leads to continual warfare between the clans. No woman can be betrothed to a man of her own stock. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries by Edward J. Wood. In Turkey, by authority of the Quran, the Sultan is allowed 7 wives and every other Muslim 4, and as many female slaves as they please. But in the present day, few men have more than 1 wife each. Polygamy is almost confined to the very wealthy, and is by no means general even among them, probably because a plurality of wives produces a plurality of expenses. The slaves are free when they have had a son, nor can their masters sell them, but they may give them away. All their priests may marry except the dervishes, who are prohibited from so doing. The Turks can divorce their wives very easily and are allowed to marry near relations, on the principle that a double tie makes the friendship stronger. Marriage is a mere civil contract, and the ceremony is performed before a cadi or magistrate. It derives its validity from his authority and registration. It is solemnized before him, not by the parties themselves, as neither the bride nor any other female attends the ceremony, but the contract is executed by proxies and signed by witnesses. In the 17th century, the forms were as follows. When a man wished to marry, his relations met those of the intended bride, and the dowry which he was to give her was agreed upon. Afterwards he sent the lady's father the stipulated sum of money, in order that a portion of it might be expended in the purchase of clothes and furniture. The balance remained in the hands of the father, without whose consent the husband could not in any way dispose of it. Most parents contributed to the expenses of their daughter's marriage, although it was not the custom for them to give her any considerable portion. All preparations for the marriage were left to the care of a friend of the bridegroom, called the sagoys. The bride continued covered up for 8 days before her marriage, and she was not allowed to be seen uncovered by her intended husband or any of his relations. He meantime visited his friends and invited them to the wedding. Those who were so invited sent their presents the day before that fixed for the ceremony. Always on the same day, the bride was taken to a bath, her nearest relations walking before her with lighted torches in their hands, and she was carefully washed by several women. By means of a vegetable substance, her hair, nails, palms, and heels were dyed red. On the wedding day, the bridegroom sent a present to the cadi. The sagoys, accompanied by all the guests and many musicians, went to the bride's house, where they partook of a banquet. After that, the lady's father took her by the hand and formally delivered her over to the sagoys, who then seated her upon a horseback and carried her to the bridegroom's house. All the guests followed, and the train was augmented by vehicles carrying her furniture and effects. The bride rode with the veil over her face and an umbrella over her head, and she saluted all whom she met by bowing. She was accompanied by her servants and nurses, who made a great clamor in lamenting for the impending loss of her virginity. When she had reached her husband's house, she dismounted and was received by him, and he conducted her with the other women into a chamber distinct from that of the men. A supper and ball followed, after which the sagoys took the bride by the hand, led her to the bridegroom's chamber, and delivered her over to the eunuchs, who kept her in charge until her husband's arrival. When he came, he took off her veil and other habiliments, she meanwhile pretending some resistance. On the following day, she was again taken by her relations and servants to a bath, where she was again carefully washed. A Muslim marriage is generally celebrated on the eve of Friday, the Muslim Sabbath, when the bridegroom goes with his male friends to the mosque to offer the prescribed prayers and observances, which being finished, He is conducted in state to the bride and formally presented to her by some aged relative. The bride, as an indication of her servile condition, humbly waits upon him at the nuptial supper. In Russia, in modern times, the father chose a husband for his daughter and offered her to him with a portion. Parents in this country possess great authority over their children by the force of ancient laws and established customs. If the chosen man signified his acceptance of the proposed woman, the fathers on both sides met and made a bargain. Sometimes a disinterested person negotiated and concluded the marriage treaty. Mutual inquiries were made respecting the bodily health of the couple, and in fact several females personally examined the bride to see if she had any defects. The intended husband was not generally permitted to see his future bride until the day of or the day before the marriage. On the evening of the wedding day, which was seldom appointed until a fortune teller had been consulted, the bridegroom, attended by his friends, proceeded to the house of the bride, the priest who was to perform the ceremony riding on horseback before him. All the company sat down to a feast, at which the bride wore a veil and a crown of gold or silver gilt, lined with silk, her hair being unwreathed. The couple was separated from each other at the table by a curtain. The women sang and strewed hops upon the heads of the company, who also were showered with a mixture of fragments of satin and taffeta, small pieces of silver, hops, barley, and oats, which were all mingled together in a bowl. The parents of the couple exchanged rings, and a basket full of cheese and little loaves of bread were blessed by the priest before being taken to the church. The bride was then conducted to the church, followed by the bridegroom and the priest. The couple stood upon a piece of crimson taffeta, which was spread on the pavement. The priest then asked for and received oblations of bread, fish, pastry, and other things. He then gave the pair his benediction and held over their heads the pictures of those saints whom they had chosen to be their patrons. After which, taking the right hand of the bridegroom and the left of the bride, he asked them 3 times whether they would consent to marry each other and always be loving and faithful. Being answered in the affirmative, the priest sang a psalm, while all the company took each other's hands and joined in a solemn dance. The priest then put a garland of rue or wormwood upon the heads of the couple, as a hint that some bitterness was to be expected in the married state. If, however, the man was a widower, or the woman a widow, the wreath was placed upon their shoulders instead of on their heads. The priest then drank the couple's healths in wine out of a gilt wooden cup or glass, from which they drank likewise thrice. The vessel was then thrown upon the ground, broken, and trodden upon, while the bridegroom said words to the following effect: "Let them be so trampled upon and confounded who maliciously endeavored to create evil will between us." In conclusion, all the company lighted wax tapers, and the women strewed linseed and hemp seed upon the heads of the pair. The clerk also sprinkled on the bride's head a handful of hops, at the same time wishing she might be as fruitful as that plant, or, as one historian writing in 1679 says, have as many children as hops were thrown. Another man, having a sheepskin pelisse with the wool turned outward, accompanied her and wished that she might have as many children as the skin had hairs. After the marriage ceremony, it was customary for the women to take hold of the bride's dress and endeavor to pull her away from her husband, but she maintained so tight a grasp of him that all their endeavors were fruitless. The bride was then conducted home in a sledge by old women. She was being closely veiled and attended by flambeau bearers. The bridegroom rode on horseback and was so accompanied by young men. When they had all arrived home, the pair was seated at table and had bread and salt placed before them, but they ate nothing. Meanwhile, boys and girls sang nuptial songs of coarse import. Old women conducted the bride to her chamber and put her to bed, at the same time exhorting her to be gentle and obedient. Afterwards, young men led the bridegroom to the room with wax tapers in their hands. He then ordered his wife to pull off his boots, and she, getting out of bed and submissively bowing, complied with his command. In one of the boots was hidden a whip, and in the other a trinket. If she first drew off the latter one, it was accounted a good omen, but if the former, she got a stroke of the whip. The couple were allowed to be together for an hour or two, and then an old woman attended them to receive tokens of the bride's purity, after which the conductress braided the wife's hair, which hitherto had been hanging loose over her shoulders, and went to the parents to demand the dowry. The couple then sat down to supper together, part of the meal being a roast fowl, which the husband tore into pieces, throwing part of the same over his shoulder and eating the remainder. In the 17th century, it was customary to make a bank of earth 2 or 3 feet high round the lower rooms in Russia, in order to keep them warm. But none of this earth was allowed to remain at the heads of a newly married pair, because no thought of mortality should enter their minds on the occasion. A man who took a second wife was forbidden to enter a church. He could go only to the porch of it, and whoever married a third time was excommunicated. Russian young men were formally married in the presence of their fathers and grandfathers, if living, and the sons continued even after marriage to reside in their fathers' houses, and submitted all their domestic concerns to the parental direction. They made good husbands, and treated their wives well so long as the latter pleased them. But when the reverse happened, the wives were repudiated on very slight cause. In case of the wife being dismissed for barrenness, the husband might marry again in 6 weeks afterwards. Widows might marry a second time, but should they marry a third time, their virtue was considered to be gone. Women were very obedient to their husbands and patient under discipline. It was even a custom for wives to present their lords on their wedding day with a whip of their own making as a token of submission. Among the peasantry in southeastern Russia, on the shores of the Caspian and Black Seas, the affianced bride, on the evening before her wedding day, pays a visit to her master and to the principal inhabitants of the village, in the plain dress of her ordinary condition, consisting of a red cloth jacket falling as low as the knees, a very short white petticoat, fastened at the waist with a red woolen scarf, above which is an embroidered chemise. Her legs are bare, and on her feet she wears red or yellow leather boots. She is accompanied by other girls who are attired in their best. In their hair they wear leaves and scarlet berries, and the tresses are sometimes plaited either like a crown or hanging on their shoulders. A necklace of pearls or coral, from which depend religious medals, with imitation mosaic enamel paintings, is worn several times round their necks. At each house the betrothed kneels before the head of it, kisses his feet, and begs his pardon. He raises and kisses her and gives her some trifling present, for which she in return offers a small roll of bread of a symbolic shape. On her return home all her hair is cut off, and thenceforth she must wear a kind of turban, being a woolen or linen shawl, which is rolled round her head, and is the distinctive mark of a married woman. It is usually presented by the husband. While the ceremony of her hair cutting is proceeding, she sings a simple song, expressive of her regrets, and the old woman, whose duty it is to roll the turban round her brow, wishes her happiness and gives her good advice. When the marriage is over, the husband takes his wife to the inhabitants of the village and shows them the change which has been effected in her headgear. At St. Petersburg it was long accustomed to hold, on Whitsunday in the summer garden, a fair of the women who wanted husbands. The females were dressed in their best and carried in their hands silver spoons and the like, to show their possessions. They were accompanied by their parents or friends to keep order and arrange terms. The young men strolled about, and when they saw a girl whom they liked, they spoke to her custodians and stated their own prospects and present property. If all proved to be satisfactory on both sides, the treaty ended in a marriage. Of late years, this custom has been much declined, and it is likely to fall into disuse. The form of capture is observed in the marriages of the Kalmyks, the Nogay Tartars, the Mongols, and the Ortus. In Tartary, the Kyrgyz, the Circassians, and the people generally of the Caucasus. Among the Kalmuks, the Nogay Tartars, and the Kyrgyz, the bride was prohibited from entering the home of her parents for 1 year after her marriage, a custom which no doubt was intended to give force to the other custom of capture. With all the three last-named people, as well as with the Circassians, it was common to buy wives, and where the parties could not agree upon the price, the lady was carried off by force of arms. The man having once got her into his home, she was his wife by operation of law, and then her friends were compelled to come to terms about her purchase money. D. Hell, in his Travels in the Steppes of the Caspian Sea, says that in the marriages of the nobles among the Kalmuks, the following forms are observed. The price to be paid for the bride to her father having been settled, the bridegroom sets out on horseback, accompanied by the chief men of the tribe to which he belongs, to carry her off. A sham resistance is always made by the people of her camp, in spite of which she fails not to be borne away on a richly caparisoned horse, with loud shouts and feux de joie. Dr. Clark, in his travels, says, the ceremony of marriage among the Kalmuks is performed on horseback. A girl is first mounted, who rides off at full speed. Her lover pursues. If he overtakes her, she becomes his wife, and the marriage is consummated on the spot. After this, she returns with him to his tent. But it sometimes happens that the woman does not wish to marry the person by whom she is pursued. In this case, she will not suffer him to overtake her. We were assured that no instance occurs of a Kalmuk girl being thus caught unless she have a partiality to the pursuer. If she dislikes him, she rides, to use the language of English sportsmen, neck or not, until she has completely effected her escape, or until her pursuer's horse becomes exhausted, leaving her at liberty to return, and to be afterwards chased by some more favored admirer. This ride is not undertaken until after the price for the girl has been agreed between the would-be bridegroom and her friends, thus having to pay for as well as to capture her. Bergman says that the necessity for the appearance of using violence and taking of a wife by the Kalmuks is satisfied by the act of putting the bride by force upon horseback, when she is about to be conducted to the bridegroom's home. It will be seen that each of these three accounts slightly differs from the others, probably because the customs vary among the numerous hordes, but it is clear that either actual or symbolical capture and marriage prevails among all. Among the Mongols of the Artus in Tartary, marriage was a matter of sale and purchase, and for some time after the contract the bride remained with her family. Huck says that, the day having arrived, the bridegroom sends early in the morning a deputation to fetch the girl who has been betrothed to him, or rather whom he has bought. When the envoys draw near, the relations and friends of the bride place themselves in a circle before the door as if to oppose the departure of the bride, and then begins a feigned fight, which of course terminates in the bride being carried off. She is placed on a horse, and having been thrice led round her paternal house, she is then taken a full gallop to the tent which has been prepared for the purpose, near the dwelling of her father-in-law. Meantime, all the Tartars of the neighborhood, the relations and friends of both families, repair to the wedding feast and offer their presents to the newly married pair. The Mongols and Tartars used to bind or relate hostile tribes to each other, in case all the children of two families were dead, by marrying the deceased son of one to the deceased daughter of another. The imaginary tie thus formed by the matrimonial alliance of the dead was held in much superstitious veneration. The Mongols and Kalmuks in their choice of wives paid little regard to the degrees of consanguinity, and they generally choose young women. Among the Ostiaks, a Tartar tribe, the lover sends a friend to the maiden's house to agree to the price to be paid for her, and when the bargain has been made, her father contracts to deliver up at the end of a specified time. During the interval, the husband-elect must not see his bride, and when he visits her parents, he must walk backwards into their house and not look them in the face, even when speaking to them. An Ostiac, as a trial of his wife's honor, cuts a handful of hair off a bear's skin and presents it to her. If she be virtuous, she takes it without reluctance, but if she be inconstant, she refuses to touch it, whereupon her husband sends her away. The superstition is that if she be faithless and yet touches the hair, the identical bear from whose hide it was taken will tear her to pieces, even though it be dead. The people of Korea married at the age of 8 or 10 years. After her marriage, the bride lived at her father-in-law's house. On the day of her wedding, she and her relations received the bridegroom and his friends at her father's house, and she was then conducted formally to her future home. The Karatsky, living in the Caucasus, in general had each only one wife, but some had 2 or 3, and they usually lived happily together. The bridegroom, if wealthy, sent a complete dress to his bride, who wore it when she was conducted to his house, which he was always at night. On the wedding day, the bridegroom assembled his friends at his house, and the bride received her friends at her house, but only females were invited by her. In the evening, the bridegroom's company fetched her and conducted her to her future home. The festivities lasted several days. In general, the bridegroom's parents selected a wife for him, and until his nuptials he was not allowed to see his bride, and it was not decorous for him to sit down in the presence of her parents, or even to speak to them. The Manchu Tartars prohibit marriage between persons whose family names are different. In Kandu, Kashgar, Turkestan Tartary, and in Kumana, as well as other places, wives were lent by their husbands. Turkestan, men repudiated their wives easily and remarried frequently. The Turkomans, according to Fraser, do not shut up their women, and there being no restraint on the social intercourse between the sexes, as in most Muslim countries, love matches are common. A youth becomes acquainted with a girl they are mutually attached and agree to marry, but the young man does not dare to breathe his wishes to the parents of his beloved, for such is not etiquette, and would be resented as an insult. What does he do? He elopes with the girl and carries her to some neighboring Zoba, where, such is the custom, there is no doubt of a kind reception, and there the young couple live as man and wife for some 6 weeks, when the Rosh Safids, or elders of the protecting Oba, deem it time to talk over the matter with the parents. Accordingly, they represent the wishes of the young couple, and, joined by the elders of the father's Oba, endeavor to reconcile him to the union, promising on the part of the bridegroom a handsome bashlog, or price for his wife. In due time, the consent is given, on which the bride returns to her father's house, where, strange to say, she is retained for 6 months or a year, and sometimes 2 years, according as it appears, to her caprice or the parents' will, having no communication with her husband unless by stealth. Afterwards, the marriage presents and price of the wife are interchanged, and she goes finally to live with her husband. Matches are also made occasionally by the parents themselves, with or without the intervention of the Rosh Safids, but the ordering ceremonies of the nuptials are the same. There is a regular contract and a stipulated price. The young people are permitted to enjoy each other's society for a month or 6 weeks, and the bride then returns, as in the former case, to spend a year or more with her parents. The ancient Poles before marriage did not inquire what a girl's portion was, but how many relations she had, it being the custom for all of them to give the bride something at her wedding. Sometimes the woman proposed a match through the medium of her relations, and this course was not thought to be discreditable. It was common for the women not to marry before they were 24 years of age, nor until they had wrought with their own hands cloth and garments for everyone who attended their weddings. The bride was led to the church wearing a high silver gilt crown of large size, and preceded by her female friends in mantles and long red veils. She was made to walk 3 times around the fire, then to sit down to wash her feet. Her mouth was anointed with honey, and her eyes blindfolded with a veil. And in this condition she was led to all the doors of the house, which she had to strike with her right foot. The visitors then threw wheat, rye, oats, barley, rice, and beans at the doors, as an omen that the wife would never want any of these grains if she continued to be devoted to her religion and to her domestic duties. The veil was then removed from her eyes, and the visitors sat down to a banquet, at which was eaten the flesh of no animal that had been killed. This repast was followed by a dance. At night the bride's hair was cut off, and some of the women visitors wrapped her head in a white linen cloth, which style of headdress she wore until she had given birth to a son. She was then taken to her bedchamber and delivered over to the bridegroom, to whom were presented the testicles of a goat or bear, which he had to eat. Her bed was sprinkled with water. In Poland, parts of Prussia, Samogitia, Lithuania, Livonia, and Muscovy, the capture of women for wives was common in the 16th and 17th centuries. Olaus Magnus, writing in 1555, says that if the bridegroom's party succeeded in carrying off the lady, he obtained the consent of her parents and then followed betrothal and marriage. In this case, the consent and espousal came after the capture. Usually the betrothal precedes the form of capture, except among savage nations, with whom the taking of the woman is not a mere relic or symbol, but an actual conquest by force or stratagem. In Poland, in the last century, a girl at her betrothal had a skein of tangled silk given to her to unravel. A ring also was presented to her by her lover. After betrothal, her friends went hunting, in order to bring good luck to the couple, and before the departure of the hunters, the maiden was obliged to show her ankles to them. At the wedding, the bride carried a bouquet of rosemary, in which were placed a piece of money, bread, salt, and sugar. The 3 first articles signified that the pair should never want funds or food, and the last that the marriage should be palatable to the end. The Hungarians of the 17th century often betrothed their children while still in their cradles, and the marriages were consummated at the earliest possible time. These people would not marry a widow, considering it to be very unlucky, and if after marriage they discovered that their wives had been in love with any other man, all conjugal happiness was destroyed. In Bosnia, near the Danube, young girls of the Mohammedan faith were permitted to walk about with their faces uncovered, and if a man inclined for matrimony fell in love with one of them as he passed along, he threw an embroidered handkerchief or some other article of his dress upon her head or neck. She then retired to her home, regarded herself as betrothed, and appeared no more in public. In Wallachia and Moldavia, a woman was often stolen away by force from the house of her relations and taken to her captor's home, where she lived with him as his wife for some time. He then married her, but he afterwards had the power to send her adrift with the smallest offense. In former years, the marriage customs in Sweden were of a very barbarous character. It was beneath the dignity of a Scandinavian warrior, with whom monogamy was the rule, to court a woman's favor by gallantry and submission. He generally waited until she was on the way to her marriage with another man, when, collecting his followers, he fell upon the wedding party, and the stronger carried away the bride. The practice of always celebrating marriages at night much favored this almost invariable kind of hostile courtship. In the ancient church of Husaby in Gothland is still preserved a pile of lances into which were fitted torches, and which were carried before the bridegroom in the old days for the double purpose of giving light and protection. It was the office of the bridegroom's men, or as they were called, best men, a phrase which we still retain in our weddings, to carry these lances, and the strongest of the husband's friends were chosen for this duty. In Sweden, Gothland, and Denmark, in modern times, 3 or 4 days before the marriage, the bride was taken ceremoniously to a bath, attended by her female friends, some of whom carried in the procession vessels of beer or wine and cinnamon, sugar, and cakes. After the libation, they all wore garlands of flowers, and the young women had supper and danced with the bride. On the wedding day, the bride was attended to the church by persons carrying a great number of torches, from which hung little cords and silk ribbons of various colors. She had her pockets filled with bread, which she gave to the poor whom she met on her road to the church, a misfortune being averted by every piece that she gave. But the recipient would not eat it, as by doing so he would have brought wretchedness upon himself. The bridegroom sewed into his clothes various strong-smelling herbs, such as garlic, chives, and rosemary, as antidotes against the evil power of trolls and sprites, of whom to this day the Swedes have much fear. The young women guests always carried bouquets of rosemary and such like herbs to the wedding feast, and decked themselves with much jewelry, gold bells, grelots, chains, belts, and stomachers. The bridegroom on his wedding day would not stand near a closed gate, or where crossroads met, for fear of ill fortune. A prudent bride always at the altar put her right foot before that of the bridegroom, but then she would be master of him during their married life. She also studiously got the first sight of him before he could see her, because that preserved her influence over him. On the couple's return from the church, they both visited the cowhouses and the stables, so that the cattle might therefore thrive and multiply. Among the common people, the parents and friends presented the bride with a pig, sheep, or cow, and the bridegroom with a colt, dog, cat, or goose. Among the wealthier class, the couple sat on a raised platform under a canopy of silk on their wedding day, and their presents, consisting of plate, jewels, and money, were arranged on a silk-covered bench before them. In pagan days, when Rolf married King Eric's daughter, the king and queen sat throned with their courtiers passed in front of them and offered gifts of oxen, cows, sheep, swine, sucking pigs, geese, and cats. A shield, sword, and axe were among the bride's wedding outfit, that she might, if necessary, defend herself from her husband's blows. Lucanius tells us that pay weddings, or as the Scotch call them, penny bridals, were common in Sweden for a very early period. Both in Sweden and Denmark, no marriage took place without a wedding feast, which was a most important part of the ceremony. An ancient legendary Danish ballad called The Buried Mother, which is a universal favorite throughout Scandinavia, suggests that Norse brides were taken to their husbands' homes in gilded wagons. Thus, he won his bride, and home she came, a grim and harsh, ill-favored dame. When from her gilded wain she stepped, the 7 poor children stood and wept. In former days, as now, the marriages of the peasantry in Norway were conducted with many gay ceremonies, and in every parish was kept a set of ornaments, including a showy coronet and girdle for the temporary use of poor brides. In the Museum of National Antiquities at Copenhagen are several sets of such bridal decorations which were formerly used in Denmark. The Norwegian country folk wore also a crown of gilded stiff paper as a symbol of chastity, and if a woman was unworthy to wear it, her neighbors sometimes tore it from her head. Both in Norway and in Sweden, the marriages were celebrated on Sunday, and the guests assembled on the day before. The night was spent in feasting and dancing with noisy music, and the festivities would continue for 2 or 3 days, a sober bridal being almost unknown. As many as the guests as could be accommodated slept in the bridegroom's house, and the rest were lodged among the neighbors to be in readiness for the renewals of the merrymaking. Notwithstanding that the wedding day was Sunday, the party was accompanied to church with fiddlers and drummers. The journey to the church was taken in summer on horseback, and in winter in sledges, and sometimes on boats on the lakes of the country. The priest who officiated was usually presented with 1 or more platters filled with a highly seasoned mince of different kinds of meat, and also with a bottle or 2 of brandy. Every guest at a Norwegian wedding brought the bride a present. In many parts, a keg of butter was the usual gift, and if the marriage took place in the winter, salted or frozen meat was offered. A minor ceremonial called the festival was common in Norway upon the day when two persons plighted their troth and declared their intended marriage. A recent writer describing a wedding at Hardanger, a province in Norway, says that it was called a bryllup, in allusion to the custom of marriage by capture, which, as we have mentioned, prevailed in ancient times among nearly all the savage nations of the world. Traces of this custom might be found in the shouts and the firing of guns and pistols at the Hardanger wedding. The bride's father sat outside his house among the elders of the village, and ale was served from a barrel at his side into a massive peg tankard inscribed with verses. The bride herself handed stronger drinks and finally embossed cups to all who wished to drink long life to her. She wore a crown of silver gilt, adorned with garnets and hung round with gilt pendants, beads, and tufts of colored wool. She was further adorned with a fine breastplate, a filigree brooch, and a marriage belt composed of small pieces of silver sewed upon velvet. The wedding feast lasted 3 days, and the guests drank very freely during that time. Both in Sweden and in Norway, Thursday, the day of Thor, has long been looked upon as a pagan day on which no Christian religious ceremonies of any importance ought to be performed, and thereupon that day no weddings are celebrated. In Iceland, in early times, a man had frequently a concubine, but never more than one legitimate wife. The priests were not permitted for marriage until the year 1178, and after that time, the prohibition seems to have had very little effect. The laws of this country enacted that no man who had not sufficient property to maintain a family should be allowed to marry. A man whose property was under the legal minimum rendered himself by marrying liable to punishment unless his wife should prove to be barren. The consent of the woman's legal guardian was necessary before she could be taken as a wife. Betrothal was an important preliminary, and at that ceremony, the man took the hand of the guardian and in the presence of witnesses promised to marry the woman within a year and a day. At the same time, he paid the guardian a stipulated sum, or made from mund, hand, so much in hand, and the guardian on his part promised to give after the celebration of the nuptials the woman's agreed marriage portion to Hymen Phrygia, from Hymen at home, Phrygia to follow, the portion to follow the bride to her new home. The marriage itself appears to have been celebrated without any religious ceremonies, but it was always followed by a feast. In Iceland, a large ring was used for the ratification of all engagements. It was variously formed of bone, jet, stone, gold, and silver. Sometimes it was so wide as to allow the palm of the hand to be passed through it. So, in the solemnization of a betrothing contract, the bridegroom passed 4 fingers in his palm through one of these rings, and in this manner he received the hand of the bride. Sometimes these rings for confirming mutual contracts were placed upon the altar and there used. We may perhaps trace this custom in the old form of marriage in the Orkneys, where the contracting parties joined their hands through a perforation of ring in a stone pillar. We read of the Scandinavian use of a ring in Vega Glum's saga. In the midst of a wedding party, Glum calls upon Thorarin, his accuser, to hear his oath, and taking in his hand a silver ring which had been dipped in sacrificial blood, he cites 2 witnesses to testify to his oath on the ring, and to his having appealed to the gods in his denial of the charge made against him. In Savolaxa in Finland, when a man felt an attachment for a woman, he sent some aged dame to inform her of the fact and to make her a present. The old woman discharged her errand at the time when the damsel was retiring to rest, and while she was undressing she was told of her lover's suit, heard his praises, and received his gifts. If she merely gave back the presents, it was considered to be a refusal, but not an absolute one. If, however, she unloosed her waist girdle and dropped the gifts between her chemise and her body, her refusal was considered to be positive. If she kept the pledge of her suitor's love, she was engaged to him. On the wedding day, some competent friend was chosen to do the honors of the feast, and he was called the orator, his duty being to make and recite extemporaneous verses on the occasion. On the day after the marriage, all the remaining guests assembled, and the bridegroom was obliged to declare whether he had found his bride to be pure. If he declared in the affirmative, the orator celebrated the happiness of the couple and drank their healths out of a bright, clean vessel. But if, on the contrary, the bridegroom declared in the negative, the orator drank out of a dirty cup with a hole in the bottom of it, from which aperture the liquor was allowed to run onto the ground, while the orator also emptied it at the other end. In either case, he took a pair of the bridegroom's breeches and struck the bride with them, telling her at the same time to be fruitful. In another part of Finland, it was the custom for a young woman to wear suspended at her girdle the sheath of a knife, as a sign that she was single and desired a husband. Any young man who was enamored of her obtained a knife in the shape of the sheath and slipped it into the latter article slyly. If she kept the knife, the sign was favorable, and on the converse. In another part of Finland, the young couple were allowed to sleep together for a week, called the Week of the Breeches, before their wedding day, but neither of them was entirely undressed. This custom is similar to that called bundling, in use among the Welsh, and to that designated tarrying among the Anglo-Americans. In the last century, when a Catchcadale had resolved to marry, he looked about for a wife in one of the neighboring villages, seldom in his own, and having selected one, he informed her parents of the fact, and offered himself as servant to them for a certain period. If they so employed him, he displayed great zeal in his endeavor to please them. At the end of his term, he asked for liberty to seize his lover, and if he had pleased her parents, herself, and her relations, the former gave him leave to do so. But if otherwise, they dismissed him with some small reward for his services. When a man had obtained the right to seize his bride, he sought an opportunity of finding her alone, or in the company of only a few women, and she, meanwhile, was watched and protected by all the females in the village, and was, besides, wrapped in several close-fitting outer garments and swathed round with nets and straps. If the bridegroom happened to find her alone or with a few in company, he threw himself upon her and began to tear off all her clothes. But the stripping of the bride constituted the ceremony of marriage. This was not always an easy task, for although the bride herself made little resistance, her female protectors tore and scratched the bridegroom to prevent him from carrying out his design. Victory was seldom obtained without many previous fruitless attempts and numerous wounds and scars. When the bridegroom had succeeded, he immediately ran away from his bride, but she, as a proof that she had been conquered, called him back, and thus the marriage was concluded. After this he carried off to his own village, and in a short time subsequently, the couple returned to the bride's relations, with whom the marriage feast was celebrated. At this feast, certain conjurations were used, and charms were muttered over the head of a dried fish wrapped in a tow. All the above ceremonies related only to a first union, for in the marriage of widows, the man and woman's agreement alone was sufficient. But before her husband received her, it was necessary that her sin should be taken away, and that could be done only by some stranger sleeping with her once. The Catchcadales were allowed 2 or 3 wives, and they might be divorced very early. Whymper, in his recently published work on Alaska, tells us of a marriage at Petropavlovsky, a Russian settlement in Kamchatka. He says that the ceremony commenced at 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the old Greek church and was rather long and fatiguing. The congregation stood. In fact, there were no seats in the church. It is the custom for the bride and bridegroom to be crowned. In this case, the bride wore elaborate headdresses, and considerate male friends, the best men of the occasion, held the crowns for 3/4 of an hour a few inches above the ladies' heads. It is the fashion, apparently, when the persons, as in this case, are in the lower walks of life, to ask some more wealthy individual to be the master of the ceremonies, and it is understood that he stands all the expenses. A feast and dancing, which lasted all night, followed the marriage, and the brides had to dance with every man present. The Koryaks, who were polyandrous, and the Chukchi, the northeast of Siberia, lend out their wives, as do also the Amaks. In Lapland, women married at a comparatively advanced age. When a man had selected a wife, he and his family went in a body to the hut of her parents, taking some small present, such as a ring or a girdle for the girl, and a quantity of liquor for her friends. When the suitor's party arrived at the hut, he waited without, while his relations went in and offered a draught of liquor to the girl's father. If he accepted it, the act was an indication that he approved of the match, and then the young man was called in. He remained near the door, distinct from the rest, and offered presents to the girl and promised gifts to her parents. Sometimes money was given both to the maiden and to her father and mother. In fact, the woman was purchased by presents of one kind or another. Fathers usually affianced their daughters long before they allowed them to marry, the object being to make the men continue their gifts as long as possible. After betrothal, the man visited his intended bride frequently and purchased the favor of herself and of her friends by contributions of liquor and tobacco. The extent of his affection was measured by the quantity of brandy, or lover's wine as it was called, that he took to them and also consumed himself. On the wedding day, the bride wore her best clothes, and her head, which was usually closely covered, was on this occasion adorned with a fillet, while her hair hung loosely about her shoulders. The ceremony was short, and was sometimes performed before and sometimes after an entertainment. Anciently, it was celebrated at home, without any forms except the striking of some sparks of fire by means of a flint, which was a symbol of the life latent within the sexes, and which could be produced only by a conjunction of forces. At the nuptial feast, no music, dancing, or other noisy demonstration of joy was allowed. The guests made presents to the bride. In some parts of Lapland, the friends on both sides met a few days after the marriage and partook of a simple repast. Usually the bridegroom remained with the parents of the bride for 1 year after the marriage, and on his departure he received her portion. At Boothia, among the Esquimaux, the state of celibacy was almost unknown, and polygamy was the rule. Most expert hunters obtained 2 wives by virtue of their skill. The women were compelled to make the choice of a husband as soon as they were marriageable, but the contract was settled by the parents for their children. The only form of matrimony was that the female went to the hut of the man. The practice of repudiation and change both of the husband and wife was common. On the Samoids and Tibets, verbal consent forms the only marriage ceremony, and the women are allowed a plurality of husbands. Turner, writing in 1800, says the Tibets have a system of pawning their wives and universally practice polyandry. Frequently one female associates her fate and fortune with all the brothers of a family, without any restriction of age or of numbers. The choice of a wife is the privilege of the elder brother. The number of husbands is not, as far as I could learn, defined or restricted within any limits. It sometimes happens that in a small family there is but one male, and the number perhaps may seldom exceed that which a native of rank during my residence at Tushu Lombu pointed out to me in a family resident in the neighborhood, in which 5 brothers were then living very happily with one female, under the same connubial compact. In past days, the Tibets did not marry virgins, but after marriage the women were compelled to remain faithful to their husbands. Among the Dayaks of Borneo, the celebration of marriage is a very simple proceeding. The bride and bridegroom are each placed on a gong, with their faces towards the rising sun. Their parents then besprinkle them with the blood of some animal, such as a buffalo, pig, or fowl, and also with cold water. Each being next presented with a cup of arrack. They mutually pour half into the other's cup, take a draught, and exchange vessels. The couple afterwards go to the house of the bride's parents, where a feast is given. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries by Edward J. Wood. The matrimonial ceremonies of the ancient Germans were very simple and chiefly consisted in feasting. A young man was not able to obtain an honorable alliance until he had distinguished himself in war. Caesar says that the Germans considered it to be very praiseworthy for a man to remain long unmarried, and when they did marry, they were allowed to take several women. The nobler classes thought a number of wives to be a mark of grandeur. The custom of polygamy prevailed in the North so late as the 10th century, but it was ultimately altered by the advance of the Christian religion. An ancient German bridegroom sent some of his friends to the house of his bride's legal guardian to receive her and her portion. The bride was attended by her guardian in company with the bridegroom's friends to her new home, where she was given into her husband's hands. The pair then sat down to a feast with their guests, who drank their healths unto their gods and heroes. The bride's friends then took her up and carried her upon their shoulders as a mark of esteem, after which her guardian led her to the nuptial bed, many lights being prepared before her, a custom which was in use by the Greeks and Romans and also followed in some parts of the North so late as the 18th century. Among the early Germans, as well as some other northern nations, the custom of purchasing a bride was very general. This was done by giving money to the wife's relations on the wedding day. But it seems that this usage was not followed if the marriage happened to be an unequal one. Men of rank who had lost their wives, but had children in order to avoid burdening their estates, married low-born women, who, bringing no fortune, were not entitled to dower. Tacitus observes that these people on their marriages made each other reciprocal presents. A marriage being consummated, the husband gave his wife such gifts as a pair of oxen for plowing, a harnessed horse, a buckler, a lance, and a sword, to signify, says Tacitus, that she ought not to lead an idle and luxurious life, but to be a partner with him in his labors and a companion of his dangers. The wife likewise gave her husband arms. The morgengabe, or morning gift, was probably founded on the custom of the husband making presents. At first, the morgengabe was a free gift or present made by the husband to his wife on the morning after his marriage, as a recompense for her lost maidenhood. Sometimes it was a chain of gold or a jewel, and at others a portion of the husband's fortune. Formerly, such a present was given at every marriage, but later only at the weddings of the nobility. This custom was often carried to great excess, the bride having the privilege of asking for any sum of money, or in fact anything that she pleased, and which could not in honor be refused by the husband. The demand sometimes was very exorbitant if the woman chose to be avaricious, hence the laws limited the amount to be given, and this limited amount was afterwards claimed by the wife as a right, although at first the gift was free. By the laws of Saxony, the sum was fixed, and every wife was entitled to it in lieu of dower. The legal requirement of a morgengabe at marriages was abolished for Saxony by an edict in 1839. Marriage settlements seem to have been in use among the ancient Germans and their kindred nation, the Gauls. The marriage ceremonies of the more modern Germans had many curious characteristics. Thus, in some districts, the bride was obliged to renounce all the rights of her family over her, which was done by throwing straw into her parents' house. If a woman married a man by whom she had been seduced, she went to church early in the day, without any accompanying music, and sometimes in country places her neighbors went to the church with her, wearing crowns of straw. If the bride did not cry when she was married, her virtue was suspected. Hence, to prevent such a censure, some arts were used to make her tears flow. Young women who were marriageable wore at the weddings of their companions crowns of gold or of flowers which were not worn by wives. It was formerly a custom among the Germans for the bride, when she was conducted to her bedchamber, to take off her shoe and throw it among the guests. Whoever got it in the struggle to obtain it received it as an omen that he or she would be soon happily married. Pay weddings were general throughout Germany. At the entertainment which followed the marriage, the guests deposited gold or silver money or jewelry in a basin, which stood before the bride, who was seated at a table with her female friends. In other instances, every visitor paid for the refreshments which he had, as at an inn. In former times, the entertainments lasted 3 days, during which time the married couple had numerous guests, sometimes as many as 100, especially if the bridegroom were an artisan. At free marriages, all the expenses were defrayed by the husband. In Saxony, when a person of quality was married, all his neighbors who chose went uninvited to the entertainment, and the bridegroom feasted them all gratuitously. In the 17th century, it was common in some parts of Germany, as well as in Holland and France, to distribute at the weddings of the upper classes medals on which were various devices. Probably this kind of memorial originally arose from the very ancient and widespread custom of giving earnest money at betrothals. A fine specimen exhibited to the Archaeological Society in 1856 aptly illustrated the popular notion as to the portion of labor assigned to either sex. A man and a woman clad in primitive costume and linked together by the arms and legs supported between them the trite emblem of a pair of burning hearts, while a child danced on their fetters. The man held a spade of medieval shape, and the woman a distaff and spindle. More commonly, the nuptial medals were given to friends at the celebration of the silver and the golden weddings. A couple who had been married 25 years re-celebrated their nuptials with all the external forms, gaieties, and amusements which had been observed at their first marriage, and this revival was called the silver wedding. If the parties had been married 50 years, they celebrated their wedding in a similar way, and called this their golden nuptials. Sometimes the pair were presented with a silver gift on the silver wedding day. Morgenächtig, or left-handed marriages, which are almost peculiar to Germany, are nuptial contracts made between men of superior and women of inferior rank. Usually in these marriages, the husband is a sovereign prince, and although the union involves no immorality and has the sanction of the church, it is, so far as the wife and children are concerned, a sham, inasmuch as the former does not enjoy the rights of the husband, and the latter do not inherit his title. At Strasbourg, in the 17th century, young men courted their inamoratas by serenading them at night, accompanied by male friends carrying torches. Tradesmen married generally on Mondays and Wednesdays, and the upper classes on the other days of the week. In the latter cases, the event was announced by the blast of a trumpet at daybreak. In Franconia, the bridegroom walked to the church between 2 other persons, preceded by drums and trumpets, and followed by his relations and friends walking in couples. At the church door they waited for the bride, who came with singers in front and accompanied by many girls wearing long mantles of black cloth, fastened at their throats with silver buttons. The German Lutherans precede their marriages by the publication of banns, and at the ceremony the minister joins the couple's hands, and they exchange rings. The exchange of rings at weddings is the general custom among the Germans at the present day. In Prussia, as in Poland, it was common for women not to marry before the age of 24 years, nor until they had brought cloth and garments for every person who attended their bridegrooms to the church. It was remarked in 1663 that at Königsberg in East Prussia, the population had diminished because the women there seldom married until they were nearly or above 30, and the men until they were 30, 40, or more. In parts of Prussia in the 17th century, fathers sought wives for their sons, and in the choice they considered neither beauty nor fortune, but only the graces of mind and manner, and sound health. A suitable woman being found, the young man's father assembled his relations and carried her off from her parents' home, after which application was made to her father for his consent to the marriage of the couple. A similar custom also prevailed in Poland, Samogitia, and Lithuania. In Prussia and in the other parts of Central Europe, it was a regular practice to throw broken crockery at the doors of newly married people. In 1791, Lord Malmesbury married a princess of Prussia as proxy for the Duke of York, and in the morning after the ceremony, a great heap of such rubbish was found at the door of Her Highness. In the churchyard in the parish of Haralo Pombio, in the Tyrol, is a fine grove of pine trees, the result of a custom which has long been established there, namely, for every newly united couple to plant a marriage tree, which is generally of the pine kind. The Calvinists of Switzerland were formerly very strict in the ceremonies of their marriages. The minister published the banns in the church on 3 successive Sundays, and after these public notices, the couple obtained a license to marry from the chief syndic of the place. The bride went to church in very gay attire, wearing a garland of flowers on her head and a bouquet on her bosom. She was supported by 2 of her nearest male relations and followed by her female relations and friends. Widows marrying again dispensed with the flowers and were led by other widows, preferably if related to her. At the church, the couple joined hands and plighted their troth in the presence of witnesses and of the minister. The latter then took 2 glasses of wine, mixed their contents, and gave 1 glass to the bride and the other to the bridegroom. The husband then put the ring on his bride's finger. It is said that the wedding ring has not been in use in the Protestant Church of Switzerland of late years. In many of the Swiss cantons, latterly, the formalities and expenses preceding marriage were in fact impediments to legitimate unions between persons of slender means. Hence, the Constituent Assembly of Zurich has recently allowed the optional use of a civil ceremony, abolished the taxes on marriage, and ordered the intervention of officials and ecclesiastics on the celebration of the rites to be almost gratuitous. In Holland, the ceremony at the church was similar to that in Switzerland. The bride went to her wedding with a crown on her head, preceded by many young girls. The relations only gave presents. The company spent the day at the bridegroom's house with music and dancing. In some houses, the couple on their return from the church entered at a particular door, which was never again opened until one of them was carried out to be buried. On the day after the wedding, the bride appeared with her head covered and gave all her guests a glass of wine or other liquor to show that she was mistress of her home. A writer in 1760 says, "'Tis worthy of remark that something like the ancient custom of strewing the threshold of a newly married couple with flowers and greens is, at this day, practiced in Holland. Among the festoons and foliage, the laurel was always most conspicuous. This denoted, no doubt, that the wedding day is a day of triumph. Sometimes the Dutch celebrate their marriages with very little form, the banns being published by a magistrate, who also performs the ceremony. Instead of distributing bride cake as is customary in England, the Dutch send to each acquaintance 2 bottles of wine, spiced and sugared and decorated with a profusion of ribbons. One item of Dutch folklore is that if at a dinner an unmarried person be placed inadvertently between a married couple, he or she will surely get a partner within a year. The accidental placing of the individual is, unfortunately, an important part of the charm. In North Friesland, in order to make an appearance of using force or of capturing the bride, a young man called the bride lifter lifts her and the 2 bridesmaids upon the wagon in which the married couple travel to their home after the wedding ceremony. In ancient times, the people of France were married, not within the church at the altar as now, but at the outer door. This was the case in 1559. in which year Elizabeth, the daughter of Henry II, was married to Philip II of Spain, and the Bishop of Paris performed the ceremony at the door of the Cathedral of Notre Dame. Another instance of this kind occurred in 1599 in France. Henrietta Maria was married to King Charles by proxy at the door of Notre Dame, and the bride, as soon as the ceremony was over, entered the church and assisted at Mass. It has been suggested that in early times it was thought to be indecent for the clergy to grant permission in the church itself for a man and woman to lie together. This, however, is a far-fetched reason for church door marriages. The true origin of the custom may, perhaps, be traced in the almost universal desire from the earliest ages to make marriage a public ceremony. We have shown that such a desire prevailed among the Jews, Greeks, Romans, and Etruscans, as well as other people. The old missals direct the placing of the man and the woman at the church door during the service, and at the end of it they shall proceed with him up to the altar. In England, the rite of matrimony was anciently performed at the door, in order, as we have above suggested, to give it the utmost publicity, and it was not until the parties had been actually married that they entered the church and proceeded with the priest to the altar to receive the nuptial benediction and to hear Mass. In the time of Edward VI, marriages were performed in the church porch and not in the building itself. Several years elapsed after the disruption of Roman Catholicism in this country before the nuptial ceremony was regularly performed within the church. Selden states that dower could be lawfully assigned only at the door, and Littleton says, when he cometh to the church door to be married there, after affiance and troth plighted, he endoweth the woman of his whole land, or of the half or other lesser part thereof, and there openly doth declare the quantity and the certainty of the land she shall have for her dower. When Edward I married Marguerite of France in 1299, he endowed her at the door of Canterbury Cathedral. The object of this ancient custom of formally investing a bride with lands and other endowments at the church door was that it, like the marriage itself, might be a public act and witnessed by all the persons who had assembled. Chaucer, in the time of Edward III, makes the buxom wife of Bath glory in the fact that husbands at church doors have I had 5. In later times, marriages were frequently performed in the body of the church before the parties proceeded to the altar, and sometimes a particular stone within the church was used for the couple to stand on while the ceremony was being performed. Thus, in the old temple of Uppsala, wedding couples stood upon a broad stone which was believed to cover the tomb of St. Eric. The Abyssinians had borrowed the custom of celebrating marriages at the church door. In very early times, money was offered to the bride, or distributed at weddings in France. When Clovis was married to the Princess Clotilda, he offered by his proxy a sou and a denier, which became by law the usual marriage offering in France, and to this day money is given to the bride, varying in value according to the rank of the parties. At the marriage of the present French emperor, money was presented to the bride. In late times, betrothing coins were struck for the occasion. An example of such a coin was exhibited to the Archaeological Society in 1810. It was a small silver penny, inscribed Deniers de foi pour un pauvre, having on one side a heart between 2 hands and on the other 2 fleurs-de-lis. Caesar says that among the Gauls the husband received a portion in money with his wife, for which he made a suitable settlement of his goods. In France, rings were exchanged at the public ceremony of betrothal, and a ritual of Bordeaux in 1596 provides a form, but this does not appear to have been a universal custom. More commonly, the bridegroom only gave a ring. In the 17th century, the following forms were generally adopted at marriages in France. The bridegroom, accompanied by his relations and friends, went to the bride's house and conducted her to the church. In the procession thither, he walked first, supported by 2 of his near kin, and followed first by the married men and then by the single ones and couples. The bride came next. either with a coronet of white flowers or pearls upon her brow, or with her head bare, or her hair hanging down. Two of her nearest relations led her by the hand, and she was followed by female friends who walked two and two, the married ones having the precedence of the single, and the nearest of kin those of more remote relationship. They all wore little coronets after the fashion of that of the bride, if she wore one. Some person, bearing bread and wine to be offered in the church, closed the procession, which returned in similar order. Usually an entertainment followed the nuptial ceremony, and in some parts all the guests invited to it made presents, which were deposited in a basin that stood before the couple, music being played the while. In other districts the gifts were made on the next day, and in others no presents were offered. The custom of thus formally making donations at marriages obtains in several countries, notably at the pay weddings in Germany, the penny weddings in Scotland, and the biddings in Wales. At the marriage feast in France, the bridegroom stood behind the bride, who was seated at the head of the table, and he waited upon her. After the repast, he led her to a dance. At night, while the single visitors danced, the married ones, both male and female, attended the married couple to their chamber, and ceremoniously put them to bed. In some cases, the company danced in the bedroom while the couple sat up in bed and looked on. This fashion was also observed in England and Scotland in early times, as we shall have occasion to mention hereafter. The French married couple, having been left in peace for 2 hours, were then regaled with sack-posset or hypocras, and all the married company, sitting round the bed, drank the health of the pair. Another custom was for the brideman to keep the lady in charge all night, and to deliver her in the morning to her husband, who was obliged to pay ransom money for her to her custodians. On the day after the marriage, the couple received congratulatory visits from their friends, whom they entertained. At Paris, the bride received these visits in bed by candlelight, she being dressed in state. Most of the people of quality married privately at night, and without any of the above rude ceremonies. Brand cites a manuscript in his possession, written early in the 17th century and entitled A Month's Journey into France, for the following. A scholar of the university never furnished so many of his friends to provide for his journey, as they, the French, do neighbors, to adorn their weddings. At my being at Pontoise, I saw Mistress Bride return from the church. The day before she had been somewhat of the condition of a kitchen wench, but now so tricked up with scarves, rings, and cross garters, that you never saw a Whitsun lady better rigged. At the end of the 17th century, bride favors, or knots of ribbons, were worn on the arm by all the guests at weddings in France, but afterwards this custom was chiefly confined to the peasantry. Misson says, formerly in France they gave liberos de noces, which was a knot of ribbons, to be worn by the guests upon their arms, but that is practiced now only among peasants. At the present time at Dieppe, upon the day after marriage, the bride and bridegroom walk through the streets accompanied by their friends in couples, each one wearing 2 pieces of narrow ribbon, about 2 inches in length of different colors, which are pinned crosswise upon the breast. These strips of ribbons are portions of the garters of the married pair, which are cut up amid much merriment, after the couple have been formally put to bed on their wedding night. An analogous custom, relative to the bridal ribbon garters, prevailed in England many years ago. It was in the last century the custom in Normandy for the bride to give her garter to one of the bridemen as a favor, or to allow him to take it from her. The precaution of loosing every knot about a newly married pair was formerly strictly observed in France for fear of barrenness. Noyer Tregelet was a common phrase for disappointments of this kind. In France, under the old monarchical regime in high families, no communication was allowed between the couple before marriage. The parents selected partners for their children, and frequently a marriage was arranged while the parties were still infants. A day or 2 before the ceremony was performed, The young pair were led out of their convent or nursery to meet almost, if not quite, for the first time. If they were pleased with each other, so much the better. If not, the marriage nevertheless took place. The nuptial service being over, it sometimes happened that the couple were permitted to reside together, but not infrequently the wife, bride-habited, but maiden-hearted, was taken back to her former abode, the convent school, and the bridegroom was sent to travel or otherwise improve himself until he should be fit to take charge of his youthful wife. By the old laws of France, regulating the age under which people should not marry, the limit was 30 years for the man and 25 for the women. Vaughan, writing in 1608, says, "The ancient Frenchmen had a ceremony that when they would marry, the bridegroom should pare his nails and send them unto his new wife, which done, they lived together afterwards as man and wife." In olden times, marriage by proxy was allowed. This custom prevailed at Auvergne, where also the lord of the soil had the privilege of attending at the bedding of a bride, and of putting one leg in her bed. A pecuniary compensation was, however, generally accepted in lieu of this, and ultimately the amount was fixed at 1 crown. In 1491, the Archduke Maximilian married Anne, Duchess of Bretagne, by proxy, and he consummated the union by his ambassador attending with a train of lords and ladies, bearing his leg to the knee, and putting it into the bed of the Duchess, thereby taking possession of her bed and body. The marriage, however, was annulled, and she afterwards became the wife of Charles VIII of France. In the time of Charles V, marriages by proxy were celebrated at Valladolid. In England, the same custom obtained, as also did that of the proxy putting his leg in the bride's bed. Formerly was current a vulgar notion that if a woman married a condemned man under the gallows, she would thereby save him from execution. Certainly this exemption had a quasi-legal existence in France in the 15th century, and there are instances of it in the annals of the country. Early in the 17th century, an English ballad celebrated the story of a merchant born at Chichester, who was saved from hanging by a gallant maiden, who married him at the place of execution. In 1725, a woman petitioned George I, offering to marry a man under the gallows if a reprieve should be granted to him. In 1784, at New York, a man actually escaped death by marriage at the place of execution. It was not an uncommon event in France to portion young women upon their marriages in commemoration of the birth or wedding of a royal personage. Thus, in 1751, 600 girls were portioned by the city of Paris on the occasion of the birth of the Duke of Burgundy. The ceremony of betrothing was performed in their respective parishes, and on the next day they were married, amid the discharge of cannon and the ringing of bells. Each couple had their wedding clothes presented to them, and were feasted at the public expense. Louis XIV was accustomed to grant pensions to parents who had 10 children, and much larger to those who had 12, the policy being that marriage should be encouraged, and the reward should be in proportion to the results. Early in the present century there were, in Paris, regular offices for negotiating marriages, where could be obtained any variety of candidates to suit the most captious tastes. The marriage brokers regularly advertised their professions in the newspapers. Similarly, there was in London in 1797 a new and original grand matrimonial intercourse institution, which advertised a mode of accelerating and promoting the union of the sexes in the bands of holy matrimony, without the exposure of either person or character. And early in the present century, there was also in London an office for the negotiation of marriages, the candidates being arranged in classes to meet any wants. In 1838 was announced the publication of a portfolio for the inspection of ladies, and which will contain copies of the letters without name or address from gentlemen of rank and fortune, gentlemen of private fortune, officers in the Army and Navy, and other professional gentlemen of high respectability and fortune, who are sincerely desirous of uniting themselves in marriage with ladies of respectability. Individual advertisements for wives were very common in the newspapers of the last century, and it is noteworthy that in all such that we have seen, money was required with the ladies. In Lower Brittany, in the present century, 8 days before a marriage, the bride and bridegroom proceeded separately to deliver the invitations for the ceremony, the lady being accompanied by a bridesman, and the gentleman by a bridesmaid, and a friend called an inviter. The inviter, carrying in his hand a long white rod, stopped at the door of each house and commenced a long discourse in verse, in which he invited all the people of the house to come to the wedding feast, of which he stated the time and place, and also the name of the overguest who was to provide the repast. This discourse was frequently interrupted by devout ejaculations and accompanied by signs of the cross. Often several hundred guests were invited in this way. The custom bears a great similarity to that of the weddings in Wales, and our readers will remember that the Bretons and the Welsh are of a kindred race. On the morning of the marriage, the inviter, whose office had changed, and who was now called the rhymer, presented himself at the house of the bride's parents, in company with the bridegroom and his relations. The family of the bride stood at the threshold with another rhymer, whose duty it was to answer the other in their names. A grotesque and serious dialogue between the two, intermixed with badinage, followed. A great bit of practical fun, much used, was for the bridegroom's poet to ask for the lovely maiden who lived there, and for the bride's poet to produce some aged wife or widow. We may probably trace in this semi-hostility between the two parties the widespread symbol of capture and defense in marriage. Immediately before the bride proceeded to the church, her mother cut off the ends of the bride's sash as a last memorial of her maidenhood. In some districts, the groomsman and the bridesmaid were compelled by custom to watch during the whole of the wedding night in the bridal chamber. In others, these officials held a lighted candle in their hands and did not retire until the flame had descended to their fingers. In another locality, the groomsman threw nuts to the husband all through the night, and the latter cracked them and gave the kernels to the bride to eat. It was the custom in Normandy for the bride to throw over the church a ball, which bachelors and married men scrambled for. A recent magazine paper describing a peasant wedding in a village of Brittany says that the bridegroom's suit was promoted by the local notary, who upon visiting the girl took with him a broom as a symbol that she was to be swept out of her parental home. The marriage contract was prepared by this official, who was rewarded with franks and garments worked by the bride herself. For a fortnight after the civil wedding, the parties remained at their respective homes, working as usual and seldom seeing each other. At the end of this time, the couples, preceded by their parents and followed by all their friends in their gayest attire, went ceremoniously round the village and stopped at every shop to make purchases, most of which were presents to the pair. On the same day, the bridegroom, accompanied by his male friends, went about to invite the guests to the wedding. On the following day, at an early hour, all the company met at the church, where the religious ceremony of marriage was performed. At its conclusion, the priest and the guests kissed the happy pair, and then the latter, with their nearest friends, adjourned to the sacristy and partook of meat and wine. Meanwhile, the villagers feasted and danced on the green outside, and on the wedding party emerging from the church, they were greeted with cheers. The bride and bridegroom then mounted a horse, she seated behind him, and they galloped round the green several times. This was a traditional custom and was probably one of the many and widespread symbols of marital capture. Then followed a very ancient, noisy, and vigorous marriage dance in which the couple joined. This dance was reputed to have had a religious origin in Druidic ages. All the day dancing, feasting, and singing were kept up. At twilight was prepared la table de la mariée, in a brilliantly illuminated tent, in which sat the bride on a raised seat. Certain of the bridegroom's near male friends assumed the offices of butlers and cooks, of whom the bridegroom was the chief, and his duty was to wait upon the bride. By the law of custom, he was forbidden to take a drop or morsel that night. A boisterous orgy was continued until day dawn, the bride being compelled to preside until the end. The husband was not allowed to claim her yet, Breton custom requiring that on the day following her wedding, she should go home to her mother. The revels were continued for 2 more evenings, and on the morning following the last one, the remains of the feast were given to the beggars, who in return for the same mimicked the wedding dance. Finally, on the 4th night after the wedding, all the friends of the pair visited them as they lay in bed. Each visitor brought a bowl of milk soup, and the couple received from everyone a spoonful of the beverage. The young girls who thus visited the bridal chamber secured the pins which had been used in fastening the bride's dress as a charm to bring them husbands. In Belgium, it was regarded as a matter for great reproach if a young man married an old woman, or the converse. Nor did a tradesman marry a gentlewoman, nor a master or mistress his or her servant. Selden says that the Belgic custom at marriages was for the priest to ask for the bridegroom the ring, and if they could be had, a pair of red gloves with 3 pieces of silver money in them. Loco. Then, putting the gloves into the bridegroom's right hand and joining with that of the bride, the gloves were left on loosing their right hands and that of the bride. In Guernsey, according to Ellis, Brand's Popular Antiquities, when a young man offers himself to a young lady and is accepted, the parents of the parties give what is termed a flouncing. That is, they invite their friends to a feast. The young lady is led round the room by her future father-in-law and introduced to his friends, and afterwards the young man is paraded in like manner by his future father-in-law. Then there is an exchange of rings and some articles of plate, according to the rank of the parties. After this, it is horrid for the damsel to be seen walking with any other male person, and the youth must scarce glance at any female. In this way they court for years. After this ceremony, if the gentleman alters his mind, the lady can claim half his property, and if the fickle lass should repent, the gentleman can demand the half of hers. It was formerly the custom in most of the states of Italy for the marriage contract to be made before a priest, but not necessarily in church, and subsequently the marriage was solemnized after publication of banns. Among the lower classes, the wedding took place at noon with much ceremony, but among the nobility it was performed often before sunrise, and with little show. The bride was led to church by her father or some other near relation. After marriage, mass was celebrated, and the officiating priest presented the act of matrimony in the church registers to the couple who signed the same. In some of the provinces of Sicily, the parties made the marriage contract and received the benediction at their own houses, and did not take the sacrament until the death of one of the couple. The Roman Catholics regard marriage, when concluded by the Mass, as a sacrament. Hence, until the performance of that ceremony, the parties were not spiritually bound by the obligations of marriage. This probably was the reason why the Sicilians postponed the Mass until the hour of death. The custom, however, was at variance with the decrees of the Council of Trent. The Roman Catholic Church has always attached great importance to the subject of matrimony, and has taken it entirely under its own management and regulated it by decrees and council. The Council of Trent annuls all marriages not solemnized before the parish priest of one of the parties, and compels them to publish the banns of their marriage to the church of the district in which they live, on 3 successive Sundays or feast days. When no cause appears why the marriage should not take place, both parties proceed to the bride's parish church, where they mutually promise marriage before the priest. This form of pledge is a mere preliminary to the sacrament, which precedes the actual wedding. On the day before the marriage, the betrothed go to the church and confess, and receive the communion. On the next day, they again go to the church, when the priest asks them their names, whether they are willing to be married, whether they have made any promises of marriage to others, and whether they will vow to love and live faithfully with each other. These questions being satisfactorily answered, the priest takes, blesses, and sprinkles with holy water the wedding ring and 13 pieces of money, which he then gives to the bridegroom. He, taking the bride's hand, puts the ring on the fourth finger and says, "With this ring I thee wed," and then, giving her the money, adds, "With my goods I thee endow." The bride answers, and then the priest joins them with certain words and sprinkles them and the rest of the company with holy water. He then pronounces the nuptial benediction and celebrates Mass, in which the couple communicate, each holding a lighted candle, kissing the crucifix, and offering bread and wine to the priest. Afterwards, they sign the act of matrimony, and then the ceremony is at an end. If either of them was ever married before, two of their nearest relations hold the cloth over their heads while the priest recites the prayers. These are the forms which have been in general use in Italy and other Roman Catholic countries for several centuries past, but they have varied slightly according to time and place. In many parts, the nuptial bed was blessed at night by the priest before the couple got into it. In early times in France, the bed was blessed while the parties were in it, but sometimes they only sat upon it, and they generally received thereon a portion of the consecrated bread and wine. In France, the priest was frequently detained until midnight before he could bless the bed, and was subjected to annoyance from the boisterous wedding guests. Therefore, in 1577, the Archbishop of Paris ordered that the ceremony should in future be performed in the daytime, or at least before supper, and in the presence of only the married couple and of their nearest relations. The Salisbury Manual gives a form for blessing the bridal bed. We read that the pride of the clergy and the bigotry of the laity was such that new married couples were made to wait till midnight after the marriage day before they would pronounce a benediction, unless handsomely paid for it, and they durst not undress without it, on pain of excommunication. In the articles ordained by King Henry VII for the regulation of his household, we read that the following ceremony was observed at the marriage of a princess. All men at her coming in to be voided, except women, till she be brought to her bed, and the man both, he sitting in his bed in his shirt, with the gown cast about him. Then the bishop with the chaplains to come in and bless that bed. Then every man to avoid without any drink, save the two estates, if they list privately. Shakespeare refers to the custom in his Midsummer Night's Dream by making Oberon say, "To the best bride bed will we, which by us shall blessed be." In most Italian states, many guests attended the wedding, and in country places much dancing followed them. In some of these states, marriages were not permitted between persons professing different religions, and a woman who was 40 years of age was not allowed to be united to a man who was under 30, and if a woman exceeded 40 years, her husband must be at least 35. A man above 60 could not marry a woman of an age less than 30 years. A widow was not allowed to marry again within 6 months next after her late husband's death. The Italians in the 15th and 16th centuries used betrothing rings, which were generally made of silver inlaid with niello. The bezel was either oval or circular, and the shoulders of the hoop were shaped so as to form sleeves, from each of which issued a right hand. The hands were clasped together in the fede. Some of these rings were of large size and were worn by men. The diamond was long held by the medieval Italians the favorite stone for setting in espousal rings, and it was called pietra della reconciliazione, because of its supposed power to maintain concord between husband and wife. The Italians also had a custom of interchanging betrothal presents of earthen plates or other specimens of majolica ware, which were always painted with subjects appropriate to the occasion. Of these, there was one class called Appleton, consisting generally of plates, deep saucers, or jugs upon which the cavalier caused to be painted the portrait of his lady, and underneath it was inscribed a Christian name, with the complimentary addition of Bella. Sometimes instead of the portrait were represented hands united and hearts in flame, and instead of the lady's name, a motto or moral sentiment was painted. These pledges of affection were usually filled with sweetmeats when presented. Marriage coffers for the bride's dowry were in use in Italy certainly as early as the 15th century. They were usually ornamented with gilding, paintings, and punched work. When a noble Venetian married in the 17th century, a day was appointed for giving the bride a ring, and the ceremony was performed in her house in the presence of many relations and friends. In earlier times she went abroad uncovered in a gondola, adorned with the richest jewels, but afterward she walked in public places, with her face covered with a veil, accompanied by her intended husband and her female friends. The ring giving was followed by the usual sacrament at church, and the wedding day was spent in feasting and dancing. In Genoa, the women married at the age of 15 or 16 years. When a girl was of a marriageable age, she was kept strictly at home, and a match for her was negotiated by her parents or friends without her assent. The matchmaker was usually a female, who on the wedding day was presented with a sum of money adequate to her services. When a husband had been selected, he commenced his attentions by sending the young lady a large and peculiarly constructed bouquet, the acceptance of which was, in fact, an acceptance of himself, and she was then called a sponsina, or betrothed one. It was the duty of the engaged man to present his sponsina every morning up to the time of their union with a fresh bouquet, the size of which indicated the degree of his affection for her. This bouquet was her distinguishing mark in public. Genoese weddings were celebrated with much splendor, a fortune of the bride being sometimes expended in purchasing a magnificent dress for her. She could not be seen without a profusion of rich gold ornaments, and therefore she was obliged to buy a set of trinkets, should the existence of her mother prevent her from inheriting those which were already in the family. In the island of Elma, off the coast of Italy, the brides attend their weddings bareheaded, and during the ceremony the bridegroom places one of his knees on the bride's dress, as a charm against the evil powers, who in the absence of this rite would, during the pronunciation of the sacred words by the priest, whisper others which would render the bride sterile. When the couple are about to leave the church, two persons hold a scarf across the entrance to prevent their exit, but this impediment is removed on the immediate approach of the pair, without even a request from them. This custom seems to have some affinity to that of chaining in use in England. The mother of a newly married man, on his arrival at his house for the first time with his wife, throws some rice or grain behind the back of the bride, to warn her that after the wedding festivities she must devote herself to the duties of housewifery. If old persons or a widower and widow marry, they are aroused on their nuptial day by a noisy crowd, ringing bells and knocking saucepans. In the small Sclavonian Republic of Ragusa, in the 17th century, a man was not allowed to see his intended bride before the marriage contract had been made, after which he had liberty to visit her, but he could not make her any presents before the marriage had been solemnized. After her marriage, a woman of the lower classes was allowed to wear silk for a month, to distinguish her from others who ordinarily wore only cloth. Ladies after marriage wore caps lined with red to distinguish them from tradesmen's wives. The nobility married only among themselves, and so strict were they in the observance of this practice that at one early period there were only about 25 noble families left, and they were physically degenerated. To remedy the evil, the liberty of choosing a wife out of their select body was extended to them, provided that she was a lady living in the country between Zara and Cattaro, and had 2,000 ducats of gold for her portion. Among the Molokai in Dalmatia in the 18th century, the bride was conducted to church veiled and surrounded by her friends on horseback, who wore peacock's feathers in their caps, the distinctive ornaments of persons who attended weddings in that country. The ceremony was performed amidst the noise of muskets and pistols, and the acclamations of the company. The male friends had each a special office and name in the ceremonial. After the nuptial benediction, some of them ran to the bridegroom's father's house to tell the good news, and the first to arrive there was presented with a kind of towel, embroidered at the ends. The head of the house came out to meet the bride, and the child was handed to her for her to caress before she alighted. When she had alighted, she knelt down and kissed the threshold. Her mother-in-law, or some near female relation of the bridegroom, presented her with a sieve full of different kinds of grain, nuts, and small fruit, which the bride scattered by handfuls behind her back over the company. A feast was then given, at which the men and women were separate. The bridegroom on that day sacred to union was not allowed to loose or cut anything, hence his food was cut up for him by another person. After the repast came dancing, singing, and various games. At night, some of the official company conducted the bride and bridegroom to their chamber, where they undressed each other in the presence of one of the company only. When they were undressed, the attendant retired and waited at the door, whence he announced the consummation by a pistol shot, which was answered by the rest of the visitors. The nuptial feast lasted several days, and every morning during its continuance the bride carried water to the guests for them to wash their hands, and each of them threw a small piece of money into the vessel which contained it. In some parts of Dalmatia it was the custom for the chief official guest to strike off with his naked sword from the bride's head her crown of flowers before she retired for the night. And in another district, before the bride started to the church, her father and mother gave the bridegroom an exaggerated enumeration of her ill qualities, and he thereupon gave her a pretended beating. Among the Librarians, the following custom prevailed at weddings. Before the dinner was over, the bride and all the guests rose from the table, and she threw over the roof of the bridegroom's house a cake called collard, which was made of coarse dough. The higher she threw it, the happier would the marriage be. And as the houses in this country were low and the cake was very hard, the bride seldom failed to ensure a lucky omen. 2 men attended her and presented her with new shoes and stockings, which she did not put on until after her dance. In return, she gave 2 or 3 old handkerchiefs. The marriage ceremonies in Spain are substantially the same as those in France and Italy. The early Spaniards had a custom, which they learned from the Moors, of exposing to view out of the balcony or window of the bridegroom's house, on the morning after the wedding day, evidences of the bride's purity at the time of her nuptials. By a decree of the Council of Toledo in 683, the queens of Spain were indicted from a second marriage under very severe penalties, and if any man, although a king, dared to marry or act criminally with the Spanish sovereign, he was excluded from all Christian communion and delivered over to perdition. An ancient Spanish ballad entitled The Cid's Wedding thus refers to a very old marriage custom not peculiar to Spain. All down the street the ears of wheat are found a Ximena flying. Ximena was the bride. In the last century, the people of Minorca, an island of Spain, threw nuts and almonds at weddings that boys might scramble for them. This was a Roman custom of great antiquity. Swinburne, in his account of the gypsies in Calabria, says that at their weddings they carry torches and have paranymphs to give the bride away, with many other unusual rites. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries by Edward J. Wood. In early times in Ireland, no marriage ceremony was performed without the parties consulting the druidess and her purin. A certain divination was practiced with small stones, which were thrown up and caught on the back of the hand. Upon the success of the cast by the sorceress depended the happiness of the proposed match. The ancient custom of seizing wives and carrying them off by force was practiced in Ireland, and even so late as 1767, an instance of this usage occurred in Kilkenny. A desperate lover with a party of armed men besieged the house of his rival, and in the contest one of the fathers-in-law was shot dead, and several of the besiegers were mortally wounded. The attacking party was forced to retire without the maiden. Samson, writing in 1802 of weddings in the mountainous districts of Ireland, says, "However suitable the match, it is but a lame exploit and even affront if the groom does not first run away with the bride. After a few days' carousal among the groom's friends, the weddingers move towards the bride's country, on which occasion not only every relative, but every poor fellow who aspires to be the well-wisher of either party, doth bring with him a bottle of whiskey, or the price of a bottle, to the rendezvous." After this second edition of matrimonial hilarity, the bride and groom proceed quietly to their designed home, and, forgetting all at once their romantic frolic, settle quietly down to the ordinary occupations of life. Piers, in his description of Westmeath, about 1682, says that in Irish marriages, especially in those countries where cattle abound, the parents and friends on each side meet on the side of a hill, or if the weather be cold, in some place of shelter about midway between both dwellings. If agreement ensue, they drink the agreement bottle, as they call it, which is a bottle of good usquebaugh, and this goes merrily round. For payment of the portion, which is generally a determinate number of cows, little care is taken. The father or next of kin to the bride sends to his neighbors and friends, sum moxta, vicitudinis, up 20, and every one gives his cow or heifer, which is all one in the case, and thus the portion is quickly paid. Nevertheless, caution is taken from the bridegroom on the day of delivery for restitution of the cattle, in case the bride died childless within a certain day limited by agreement, and in this case every man's own beast is restored. Thus, care is taken that no man shall grow rich by frequent marriages. On the day of bringing home, the bridegroom and his friends ride out and meet the bride and her friends at the place of meeting. Being come near each other, the custom was of old to cast short darts at the company that attended the bride, but at such a distance that seldom any hurt ensued. Yet it is not out of the memory of man that the Lord of Hoth on such an occasion lost an eye. This custom of casting darts is now obsolete. The following was an ancient custom in Ireland among the poor people. The country folk settled among themselves that a certain young woman ought to be married, and they also agreed together that a particular young man ought to be her husband. This being determined, on some subsequent Sunday, she was horsed, that is, carried upon the backs of men, whom she had to provide with liquor. After she had been horsed, a hurling match was played in which her selected swain joined. If he happened to be the conqueror, he married her, but if another man was the victor, she became his wife. These games were not always finished on the horsing Sunday, but were continued on 2 or 3 subsequent Sundays. The common expression in reference to the match was that the girl was gold. In former days, marriages were very irregularly performed in Ireland, and the custom of men changing their wives with each other was very common. Separations were frequent and easily effected. The Irish living in the mountains married their daughters at a very early age, generally at 12 or 13 years. A usual gift from a woman to her betrothed husband was a pair of bracelets made of her own hair. It has been suggested that this custom arose from a superstition that a lock of hair had a peculiar charm, and also that the gift was a symbol of possession, or, as lawyers say, season. In the present century, it is not an uncommon event for marriage to be solemnized within the ruined churches of Ireland. The Irish peasantry have a general impression that a marriage without the use of a gold ring is not legal. At a town in the southeast of Ireland, a person kept a few gold wedding rings for hire, and when parties who were too poor to purchase a ring of the necessary precious metal were about to be married, they obtained the loan of one and paid a small fee for the same, the ring being returned to the owner immediately after the ceremony. In some places in Ireland, It is common for the same ring to be used for many marriage ceremonies, which ring remains in the custody of the priest. Among the fishermen inhabiting the Claddagh at Galway, the wedding rings are of the old clasped hands pattern and are heirlooms in the family. They are regularly transferred from the mothers to the daughters who are first married, and from them the rings pass to their descendants. Many of the nuptial rings still worn on the western coast are very old, and show traces of still older design. It was customary in Scotland for marriages to take place when the parties were at a very early age. An Act of Assembly in 1600 endeavored to stop untimely unions by interdicting men from marrying under the age of 14 years and women under the age of 12 years. But there are several recorded instances of marriage in Scotland in the 17th century by persons at the age of 11 and 13 years. There are two forms of marriage in use in this country, one regular, the other irregular. The former is preceded by the publication of banns in the kirk of the parish where one of the parties resides, and the union is afterwards registered in the kirk. The irregular marriage is contracted without any religious or other formalities, and simply by the parties acknowledging themselves to be husband and wife before a witness, or by living together as such permanently. This latter kind of marriage was that performed by the celebrated blacksmith and other persons at Gretna, over the border, who assisted runaway couples into matrimony merely by witnessing their avowal that they were husband and wife. The necessity for witnesses in the case of irregular marriages is exemplified by an argument used in a Scotch court of law, namely, that if two persons came before the 13 judges of the session in Scotland and acknowledged themselves to be husband and wife, and if, before they got downstairs, 12 of the 13 judges died, the evidence of the remaining one would not be sufficient to substantiate that marriage. Usually marriages are solemnized in the kirk after publication of banns, and substantially the ceremony is after the manner of the Church of England, with the exception of the use of the ring, which is deemed to be a relic of popery. It certainly is a remnant of paganism, for we find that the sacramental ring witnessed the vows of the rude Celtic races, and rings have frequently been found in cists and under memorial cairns in Scotland. Such rings, when taken from barrows of female burial, may undoubtedly be regarded as either espousal or wedding pledges. In the kirk at the present time, the parties join their right hands and give their mutual consent to marry in the presence of the minister, who delivers prayers. The banns are generally proclaimed before divine service on 3 successive Sundays, as with us under our Marriage Act, but on payment of an additional fee at the registry, couples can be cried 3 times at once on one Sunday. There is a superstition in Scotland that it is unlucky for a woman to attend in the kirk when the banns are put up. A similar notion obtains in Worcestershire, where it is thought that if a woman were to attend at the church on either of the 3 Sundays on which her intended wedding is proclaimed, all her offspring would be born deaf and dumb. A sense of modesty perhaps helps to keep this custom alive. The upper classes in Scotland are generally married on Monday, and the middle and low classes on Tuesday or Friday. But at Falgren, in Berkshire, Friday is accounted an unlucky day for marriage. Another peculiarity with the Scotch people is that they much favor the last day of the year for celebrating marriages. There are more weddings on that day in Scotland than in any week of the year, except, of course, the week in which that day occurs. The months of January and May are considered to be particularly objectionable for marriages, the superstition as to the latter having been taken from the Romans probably. It is also not proper to have the banns published at the end of one quarter of a year, and to marry at the beginning of the next quarter. At Longeret, in Perthshire, and the neighborhood, that day of the week upon which the 14th of May fell was deemed to be unlucky all through the remainder of the year, and no person would marry upon it. At Kirkwall, in St. Olaf, it was considered an unhappy omen if a couple were disappointed in getting married on the day which they had fixed for the purpose. In Scotland, a bride is generally lifted over the threshold of her new home, a custom which is probably derived from the Romans. The threshold is considered to be a sort of sacred limit and is the subject of much superstition. It is customary for the mother or some other near female relative of the bridegroom to attend at his house to receive the newly married pair. She meets them at the door with the currant bun, which she breaks over the head of the bride before entering the house. It is considered very unlucky if the bun by mistake should be broken over the head of any person other than the bride. The distribution of money at marriages is still observed in Scotland, about the time when the couple are about to leave the house of the bride's father, either for the wedding trip or the bridegroom's home. The boys and girls of the neighborhood assemble in front of the house and cry out, "Bell money! Bell money!" When the door is opened, the shouts are redoubled, and they do not cease until someone of the wedding party throws a shower of copper and small silver coins among the crowd. The departing bride and bridegroom are generally saluted with a volley of old slippers and shoes for luck. The Scotch had a superstition about happy and unhappy feet. Thus, at Falkirk, it formerly the custom to wish bride and bridegroom a happy foot. In some remote districts of Scotland, the friends of the bridegroom assemble at his residence and proceed with him to that of the bride, where a clergyman meets them and performs the marriage ceremony. All then go in procession, preceded by a fiddler, to the future residence of the couple. The young men of the party start off at full speed, on foot or horseback, and the one who first reaches the house and announces the wedding is said to have won the brose, or carriole, and is entitled to salute the bride with a kiss on her arrival. He was formerly also entitled to some refreshment out of the kale pot, prepared for the approaching party, a dish of spiced broth or a cake. On the arrival of the bride, a farl of oat cake, that is, a quarter of a circle into which the cake is generally cut, is broken over her head, and is presented with a pair of tongs and a symbol of her future right to rule the household. The custom of writing for the kale is referred to in The Collier's Wedding by Chicken in 1764 as follows: "For rustic fellows wait the while to kiss the bride at the church stile, then vigorous mount their felted steeds with heavy heels and clumsy heads. So scourge them going head and tail to win what country called the kale." Sampson, writing in 1802, says, "At the Scotch weddings, the groom and his party vie with the other youngsters who shall gallop first to the house of the bride. Nor is this feat of gallantry always without danger, for in every village through which they are expected they are received with shots of pistols and guns. These discharges, intended to honor the party, sometimes promote their disgrace. If it be tumbled in the dirt on such an occasion, can be called a dishonor. At the bride's house is prepared a bowl of broth, to be the reward of the victor in the race, which race is therefore called the running for the brose." The Courier of the 16th of January, 1813, and recording a wedding in the preceding month at Manchline, says, "Immediately after the marriage, 4 men of the bride's company started for the brose, from Manchine to Whitehill, a distance of 13 miles, and when one of them was sure of the prize, a young lady who had started after they were a quarter of a mile off, outstripped them all, and notwithstanding the interruption of getting a shoe fastened on her mare at a smithy on the road, she gained the prize, to the astonishment of both parties." Sinclair, writing in 1792, that at Galston, in Ayrshire, the custom was, when a young man wished to pay his addresses to a girl, not for him to go to her father's house and profess his passion, but to go to a public house, and he having let the landlady into the secret, the girl was sent for. She seldom refused to come under such circumstances, and when she arrived, she was entertained with ale and spirits, and the marriage was agreed on. Another custom formerly in use in Scotland was called creeling the bridegroom. On the day after the wedding, when the marriage feast was continued, the bridegroom had a creel or basket filled with stones firmly fastened upon his back, and with this encumbrance he was compelled to run about the neighborhood, followed by his friends who would not allow him to remove it until his wife came after him and either kissed him or unfastened the creel. This she did in token that she was no longer a maiden, and sometimes it happened that, as the relief depended upon her, the husband had not run far, but when she was either very bashful or very sportive, he had to carry his load a considerable distance. The custom was very strictly enforced, but the friend who was last creeled had charge of the ceremony, and he was generally anxious that the new bridegroom should not escape. Pennant, in his tour in Scotland, relates that among the Highlanders it was the custom for the bride immediately after her marriage to walk round the church alone. In some places all the company after leaving the church walked round it, keeping the walls always upon their right hands. Another custom in the Highlands, and particularly at Augaret, was to unloose every knot about a newly married couple before the celebration of the ceremony, for fear of barrenness, but the knots were retied before the parties walked round the church. A similar usage as to the unloosing of the knots prevailed in France and elsewhere. The walk round the church was called the Duciel, and is of Celtic origin. Among the Highlanders, great care was taken that dogs did not pass between a couple on their way to be married, and particular attention was paid to leaving the bridegroom's left shoe without a buckle or latchet, in order to prevent the secret influence of witches on the wedding night. A Highland wedding early in the present century was generally conducted as follows. When a couple of young people had agreed to get married, the nearest relations of both parties met to ratify the contract, which was generally done by the consumption of a quart or two of whiskey, as in Ireland. This proceeding was called the booking. Some Tuesday or Thursday in the growth of the moon was appointed for the celebration of the nuptials. Meanwhile, two trustworthy persons were selected, one being a man, to protect the bride from being stolen, which in olden times most likely she would have been, and the other being a woman who acted as the bedchamber custodian on the wedding night. A few days before the wedding, the parties, attended by their friends, perambulated the country to invite the guests. On the bridal morning, some lady friend was appointed mistress of the ceremonies for the day, and she decked the bride in her best clothes. The bridegroom also was made as smart as possible and adorned with wedding favors. Volleys of musketry welcomed the guests to a substantial breakfast, after which the company had a dance. At the proper hour, the bride was mounted on horseback, behind an experienced rider, and with musketry and bagpipes, she proceeded with her friends to the appointed place. The bridegroom and his party followed and allowed the bride and her friends to enter the meeting house first. After the nuptial ceremony, all the company adjourned to the nearest inn or the house of some relation of the bride, it being considered unlucky for her new home to be the first which she entered after her marriage. All parties then returned to the bridegroom's house, where they were received with gunshots. At the door, the bride was welcomed with a basket of bridal bread and cheese. The couple were then seated at the upper end of a banquet, after which followed dancing and deep drinking. Late at night came the bedding of the bride, who was put to bed in the presence of all the company. Her left stocking was then flung over the shoulder of some person, and the one upon whom it fell was reckoned to be the individual who would next get married. The bridegroom was then led in and put to bed, and while there he drank the company's health. The festivities lasted all the next day, and this continued mirthful celebration of the affair was called backing the wedding. A penny bridal, or penny wedding, was a common event in Scotland in the last century. The expense of the marriage entertainment was defrayed, not by the couple or their friends, but by the guests, all of whom paid something. Sometimes as many as 200 guests assembled, usually at a tavern, and their contributions often amounted to a good sum, which greatly assisted the couple upon their outset in life. In Aberdeenshire, this kind of wedding was called the cellar marriage. The penny weddings were in olden times reprobated by respectable people as leading to disorder and licentiousness, but it was found to be impossible to suppress them. All that could be done was to place restrictions upon the amount allowed to be given, and 5 shillings was the limit. An act of the General Assembly in 1645 endeavored to abolish penny bridles, without success. The records of the parish, which includes the most northern burgh on the mainland of Scotland, show that in the last century those persons who had first been fined by the Kirk Session were not entitled to get the benefit of marriage until the fines were paid. These fines had been imposed principally for Sabbath day enormities. In 1709, the session, considering the great abuses committed by the confluence of people who frequent contracts, betrothals, appointed that none contract till they come to the minister and find caution that there be no dancing or music at the contracts. In 1711, it was enacted that, for the better preservation of the sanctity of the Sabbath, there be no marriages hereafter upon Monday. Persons contracted or publicly betrothed were fined £10 Scots by the session if they afterwards refused to implement the contract, and persons intending to marriage were, after the change of currency, obliged to consign 10 shillings in the Kirk's hands before publication of the bans. It is recorded that the session sat upon an elder for going and courting here, and there several women, for which he was sharply reproved. At Caithness, early in the present century, when a man wished to be married and could not repeat the shorter catechism, the session required him to produce 2 cautioners to the amount of £12 Scots, that he would acquire it within 6 months after his marriage. The custom of assembling many persons together and spending several days in drinking, feasting, and dancing at weddings was very common in all parts of Scotland, and usually the greater part of the provisions was provided by the many guests who assembled on the occasions. Douglas's Virgil tells us there was a custom in the Highlands and north of Scotland, where newly married persons had no great stock, or others low in their fortune, brought carts and horses with them to the houses of their relations and friends, and received from them corn, meal, wool, or whatever else they could get. Ramsay's poems in 1721 tell us that it was the custom in Scotland for the friends to assemble in a newly married couple's house before they had risen from bed, and to throw presents upon the bedclothes, as far as the house could pay, to see the young folk or they rise. Gossips come in ding-dang, and with the sauce aboon the claes, ilk aim their gifts down playing. At a village near Glasgow was a little round isolated mound called a moat, and in recent times it was the custom after the celebration of a marriage in the neighborhood for the wedded pair with their friends to assemble and dance on the flat top of the moat. The penalty for a neglect of this usage was sterility in the couple. In early times, the Scottish lairds and barons regulated the marriages of their vassals, and had the right to sleep with the wife of any one of them on the first night after marriage. This privilege was in later days waived upon the payment of a sum of money by the husband. It was said that Eugenius III, King of Scotland, did wickedly ordain that the lord or master should have the first night's lodging with every woman married to his tenant or bondman, which ordinance was afterwards abrogated by King Malcolm III, who ordained that the bridegroom should have the sole use of his own wife, and therefore should pay to the lord a piece of money called marca. In early times there were few churches on the borders of Scotland, hence a priest used to visit the forlorn regions once a year for the purpose of solemnizing marriages and baptisms. This, says Scott, gave rise to a custom called hand fasting, by which a couple who were too impatient to wait the arrival of the priest consented to live as husband and wife in the interim. Each had the privilege, without loss of character, to draw back from the engagement if he or she were not disposed to legitimize the cohabitation by the rites of the church. But the party retiring was obliged to maintain the issue of the union, if any. This custom of hand fasting or hand fisting was in use in the last century, when, at an annual fair, the unmarried persons of both sexes chose companions for the ensuing year, with whom they lived until the next fair. If they mutually suited at the end of the 12 months, they got married, and if otherwise, they separated. Sinclair, writing at the end of the last century, suggested that, as this custom obtained at a place situated near a Roman encampment. Possibly it was based upon the Roman marriage by use, by which if a woman lived with a man for a year without being absent 3 nights, she became his wife. The hand-fasting kind of marriage contract is said to have been in use among the ancient Danes, who called it hand-fasting, and upon which followed the freedom without the actual ceremony of marriage. A writer in 1543 says, "Every man likewise must esteem the parson to whom he is hand-fasted, none otherwise than for his own spouse, though as yet it be not done in the church. After the hand-fasting and making of the contract, the church-going and wedding should not be deferred too long. At the hand-fasting there is made a great feast and superfluous banquet, and even the same night are the 2 fasted persons brought and laid together, yea, certain weeks before they go to the church." Brand, writing in the present century, says that the system of full probation before the marriage was practiced on Portland Island, and that traces of the hand-fasting system might be found in many parts of England. According to the Scotch law, the marriage of the father and mother legitimizes all children previously born, however old they may be. An old saying is that all children under the mother's girdle or apron string at the time of her marriage are legitimate. In very early days, children born before wedlock used to perform a part in the marriage ceremony by being placed under the veil and mantle of the bride or the pallium of the altar, in which position they received the nuptial benediction. And instances have occurred in more modern times where premature offspring have been put under their mother's apron and had the string tied over them during her marriage. In the last century, the purchase of silver teaspoons always preceded nuptials in Scotland. They were as much a necessary part of the wedding gear as the household furniture, and they were as regularly bought. The country folks resorted for these spoons to the Parliament Close in Edinburgh, where all the goldsmiths were located. Sometimes a bridal party in Scotland takes a pleasure sail upon the water, but when they do, they always go up the river. It is considered very unlucky to go down the water, and if the party should do so, either the bride, bridegroom, or one of the bridesmaids will be drowned. On the eve of the day of St. Andrew, the patron saint of Scotland, maidens, in pursuance of an old and widespread custom, sought to learn what kind of husbands they were to have by praying in these words: "O St. Andrew, cause that I obtain a good pious husband. Tonight show me the figure of the man who will take me to wife." There was an ancient superstition that, in order to ensure good fortune to a bride, it was necessary that she should enter her house under 2 drawn swords placed in the form of St. Andrew's cross. In certain districts of the Orkneys, the people marry only when the moon is growing, believing that the waning moon is fruitless, a superstition which recalls the words of Theseus in the Midsummer Night's Dream, chanting faint hymns to the cold, fruitless moon. Some couples even wish for a flowing tide at their nuptials. Thursday is also esteemed the luckiest day in the week for marriage by the Orcadians. Possibly this respect for Thursday is a remnant of Scandinavian paganism. Vide page 138. Near the Loch of Stennis in the Orkneys are certain standing stones, which are relics of 2 large circles called respectively the circle of the moon and the circle of the sun. As recently as 100 years since these 2 enclosures were made to fulfill matrimonial duty, a maiden who wished to be married performed alone a circuit round the stones dedicated to the moon, and her intended husband used to do the same in solitude around those devoted to the sun. This ceremony completed, the pair met at the stone of Odin, through the center of which was a hole of capacious size. They took their stand on either side, joined their hands through the hole, pledged their troth, and thus became husband and wife. At any time afterwards, when the match became mutually irksome, the couple met in the evening in the church of Stennis. Each departed through a different door, and thus the divorce was completely effected. In other parts of the Orkneys, the contracting parties joined their hands through a perforation or ring in a stone pillar at the ceremony of marriage. In the Scilly Isles, marriages were performed without bands or license. The nuptials were celebrated with dancing and music, and they concluded with the bride's dance at night. In the Isle of Man, a superstition prevails that it's very lucky to carry salt in the pocket. Therefore, the natives always do so when they marry. Train, in his history of this island, says, on the bridegroom leaving his house, it was customary to throw an old shoe after him, and in like manner an old shoe after the bride on leaving her home to proceed to church, in order to ensure good luck to each respectively. And if by stratagem either of the bride's shoes could be taken off by any spectator on the way from church, it had to be ransomed by the bridegroom. Waldron, writing of a Manx wedding, says, they have bridemen and bridesmaids who lead the young couple as in England, only with this difference, that the former have osier wands in their hands as an emblem of superiority. The same author tells us that at the marriage of the inhabitants of the Isle of Man, they were preceded to church by musicians, who play all the while before them the tune, the black and the gray, and no other is ever used at weddings. He adds that, when they arrive at the churchyard, they walk 3 times round the church before they enter it. And in reference to a wedding feast, he says, notice is given to all the friends and relations on both sides, though they live ever so far distant. Not one of these, unless detained by sickness, fails coming and bringing something towards the feast. The nearest of kin, if they are able, commonly contribute the most, so that they have vast quantities of fowls of all sorts. I have seen 12 capons in one platter, and 6 or 8 fat geese in another, sheep and hogs roasted whole, and oxen, divided but into quarters. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries by Edward J. Wood. The weddings in Wales in older times were characterized by several curious customs. For example, biddings, bundlings, chainings, sandings, huntings, and tithings. The biddings were probably of British origin and were conducted as follows. When a young couple had arranged to be married, they sent a paid bidder or inviter about a week or a fortnight before the wedding day to invite the guests. He usually carried a long stick with ribbons flying, and standing in the middle of the guest room, he repeated the words of bidding, generally in rhyme, by which he invited all in the house to the wedding and to bring their gifts, promising them good entertainment. The richer people sent circular letters to the guests by the bidder, in which letters it was stated that any donations would be thankfully received. So early in 1594, bidding letters were used in Cardiganshire weddings. In later years, the custom of sending them was so common throughout Wales that the printers kept bidding forms in type and made the necessary additions to them as occasion required. The following is an example of a bidding letter. Carmarthen, August 19, 1828. We beg leave respectfully to acquaint you that it is our intention to enter the matrimonial state on Tuesday, the 23rd day of September next, and from the encouragement we have received by the kind promises of our friends, we purpose making a bidding on the occasion, which will be held the same day at the Old White Lion in Queen Street, where we hope to have the pleasure of your company and influence, and whatever favors you may then think proper to confer on us will be gratefully acknowledged and repaid with thanks whenever required on a similar occasion by your humble servants, Dennis Woods, courier, Eugenia Vaughan, servant at the Ivy Bush Hotel. The young man's father and mother, John and Ann Woods, his brother John and sisters Jane and Ann, with James Powell, desire that all gifts of the above kind due to them be returned to the young man on that day, and will be thankful for all favors granted. Likewise, the young woman's mother, Elizabeth Vaughan, Her sister Rebecca and George Adams of the Ivy Bush coach office, with Anne, his wife, request that all gifts of a like description due to them may be repaid to the young woman on the above day, and will also feel thankful for any additional favors that may be conferred on her. A bidding letter sent in 1850 gave information of the place and hour to the invited guest and concluded with the words, "And whatever donation you may be pleased to confer on us then will be thankfully received, warmly acknowledged, and cheerfully repaid whatever called for on a similar occasion." In recent times, the custom is confined to servants and mechanics in towns, but in the country, all the laborers, tradesfolk, and farmers of the humblest sort adopt it. On the day before the marriage, the woman's goods, generally consisting of an oak chest, a feather bed, the bedclothes, and some other household furniture, were taken to her husband's house, and this was called bringing home the chamber. The man was expected to find the bedstead, tables, and chairs. On the eve of the wedding, the bridegroom received at his house presents of money, cheese, butter, and cattle from his friends, and the bride also received similar gifts at her house from her friends. This was called purse and girdle, and is an ancient British custom. In some parts, the gifts were presented at a feast before or on the wedding day itself. An account of each gift and of the giver was kept in writing by the clerk of the wedding, and the presents were considered to be debts, which were in some places transferable or assignable to other persons. In others were returnable only when the actual donor entered into matrimony, and he or she gave a wedding. In others were repayable on demand at any time, and upon refusal were recoverable at law, and in others could not be reclaimed by the givers until a similar occasion presented itself in his or her own family. The wedding generally took place in Cardiganshire on a Saturday. Upon the wedding day, the bride and bridegroom and all their bidden friends, sometimes to the number of 100 or 2, went in procession to the church, preceded by a harper or fiddler. Occasionally, the friends of the bridegroom met at his house first, where they had bread, cheese, and ale. Then 10 or 20 of the best mounted among them went to the bride's house to demand her in marriage. There her friends were already assembled, and between the two parties ensued a wordy warfare, consisting of arguments and threats and poetry on one side, and abuse on the other. Ultimately, the bride was given up, and then the united parties went to the church, the one which had obtained possession of her riding off with her, as if they had captured her. Going to the church, frequently the men and women went in separate parties, but in returning they walked or rode in pairs. Generally in country places they rode, and after the knot had been tied, they all, men and women, raced back to the bridegroom's house, or to the inn where the feast was to be given. Often the feast was of a simple kind, being composed of bread, cheese, and ale, but generally the drink was not spared. It was often at this repast that the guests' presents were made, when they consisted of money, a large plate being placed on the table for that purpose. On the day after the wedding, the bride and bridegroom received back the presents which they had made at other people's weddings. Owen, in his Welsh dictionary, in explanation of the word Simworth, says, "The poor people in Wales have a marriage contribution, to which every guest brings a present of some sort of provision or money, to enable the new couple to begin the world." Under the word closa, he says, "It is customary in some parts of Wales for the poor women newly married to go to farmers' houses to ask for cheese, which is called closa." And under the word cowl, he says that it signifies a garment or cloak with a veil, presented by the husband to his wife on the morning after marriage, and also the settlement on her of his goods and chattels. A custom similar to the Welsh biddings prevailed in Cumberland, Westmoreland, and other parts of the north of England at the end of the last century. A wedding in these places was not a private affair, but was publicly celebrated and called a bride weighing or bidden wedding. After a match had been arranged, the parties gave notice of intended celebration to the public in every possible way. even by advertisements in the newspapers, which, giving the names of the parties and the place and time of the wedding, invited anyone who was pleased to come to it. Such an advertisement appeared so late as 1803. Generally, the whole neighborhood for miles round, to the number of several hundred persons, assembled at the bridegroom's house or other appointed place, where they all joined in various outdoor pastimes. A plate or bowl was put in a convenient place, and each one of the visitors contributed something. Generally, presents were made to the couple several days after the ceremony by their relations and near friends, and these gifts consisted of household furniture, domestic utensils, pewter plates, knives, forks, candlesticks, grain, and money. The value of the total contributions was sometimes as much as £200. A servant girl who had continued in the same servitude for 7 years was entitled, upon her marriage, to a copper kettle capable of containing from 4 to 6 gallons, and this vessel was always presented unless the bride preferred some equivalent in its place. The bride-wain wedding was first so called because persons low in their fortune sent round cards or wains and horses to their friends and received from them corn or whatever they could get. Hutchinson, writing of Whitbeck in Cumberland, says, newly married peasants beg corn to sow their first crop with, and are called corn laters. Other similar weddings were called bride ales, bride bushes, and bride steaks, from the bride selling ale on the wedding day, and the invited guests contributing money or goods in payment for it, and also from a bush at the end of a stake or pole, being the ancient sign of the country alehouses, around which pole the guests used to dance. The term of bride ale was also applied to the marriage procession, and the carrying home of the bride was sometimes called a bride wain. The court rolls of Halswowen, borough in Salop of the 15th year of Elizabeth's reign, contained the following entry relating to the custom of bride ale. Item, a pain is made that no person or persons that shall brew any wedding ale to sell shall not brew above 12 strike of malt at the most, and that the said person so married shall not keep, nor have above 8 mess of persons at his dinner within the borough, and before his bridal day he shall keep no unlawful games in his house, nor out of his house on paying of 20 shillings. We may gather from this restriction that bride ales were in early times conducted with much deep drinking. Puttenham, in his Anthropology, tells us that during the course of Queen Elizabeth's entertainment at Kenilworth Castle in 1575, a bride ale was celebrated with a great variety of shows and sports. And Lanham, in his contemporary letter, mentions the same fact. Newton, in his Herbal for the Bible, says that at bride ales the houses and chambers were strewed with roses, and writing of rushes, he says, herewith be made many pretty imagined devices for bride ales, as baskets, hampers, panniers, pitchers, and dishes, and other things which were hung up in the houses and given as bride gifts or presents. Ben Jonson says, with the fancies of head troll about the bread bowl, and divide the broad bright cake round about the bride's stake. Vaughan, in his Golden Grove in 1608, says, the marriage day being come in some shires of England, the invited guests do assemble together, and at the very instant of the marriage do cast their presents, which they bestow upon the newly married folks, into a basin, dish, or cup, which standeth upon the table in the church, ready prepared for that purpose. But this custom is only put in use amongst them which stand in need. In the History of Senior Billia of Billericay and Esquire Ricardo we read, in most parts of Essex it is a common custom, when poor people marry, to make a kind of dog hanging, or money gathering, which they call a wedding dinner, to which they invite Tag and Rag, all that will come, where after dinner upon summons of the fiddler, who setteth forth his voice like a town crier, a table being set forth, and the bride sat simpering at the upper end of it, the bridegroom standing by with the white sheet athwart his shoulders, whilst the people march up to the bride, present their money, and wheel about. After this offering is over, then is a pair of gloves laid upon the table, most monstrously bedaubed about with ribbon, which by way of auction is set to sale at who gives most, and he whose habit is to have them shall withal have a kiss of the bride. Moran says that at Great Yeldman in Essex, a house near the church was anciently used and appropriated for dressing a dinner for poor folks when married, and had all the utensils and furniture convenient for that purpose. And writing of Harlow, he says that a house close to the churchyard was designed for the entertainment of poor people on their wedding day. Gough, in his Camden in 1789, tells us that in Herefordshire, at Thayfield, as at Broughton, was till lately a set of kitchen furniture lent to the poor at weddings. But to return to Welsh wedding customs, we have already mentioned that it was usual for the bridal party to race back from the church to the bridegroom's house, or to the inn where the feast was to be given. Malkin, in his tour in South Wales, says, "Ill may it befall the traveller who has the misfortune of meeting a Welsh wedding on the road. He would be inclined to suppose that he had fallen in with a company of lunatics, escaped from their confinement. It is the custom of the whole party who are invited, both men and women, to ride full speed to the church porch, and the person who arrives there first has some privilege or distinction at the wedding feast." Malkin adds that the race is conducted in such a boisterous and reckless manner as to be highly dangerous. Brand says, "A respectable clergyman informed me that, riding in a narrow lane near Macclesfield in Cheshire in the summer of 1799, he was suddenly overtaken, and indeed they had well nigh rode over him, by a nuptial party at full speed, who before they put up at an inn in the town, where they stopped to take some refreshment, described several circles round the marketplace, or rode, as it were, several rings." Another custom in Wales is for the bride to gallop on horseback away from the bridegroom, attended by a cavalier of her own choice. The husband must follow her in her own line of country, and oftentimes he has a difficult task to capture her. This race is sometimes called Helen's Hunt, in allusion to the ride of Helen with Paris, which originated the Trojan War, but probably the race is a mere symbol of the old custom of capture and defense, which was so common with all primitive people. Lord Kames, writing in 1807, says that the following contest took place at a Welsh wedding in his day. On the morning of the wedding day, the bridegroom, accompanied with his friends on horseback, demands the bride. Her friends, who are likewise on horseback, give a positive refusal, upon which a mock scuffle ensues. The bride, mounted behind her nearest kinsman, is carried off, and is pursued by the bridegroom and his friends with loud shouts. It is not uncommon on such an occasion to see 200 or 300 sturdy Cambro Britons riding at full speed, crossing and jostling to the no small amusement of the spectators. When they have fatigued themselves and their horses, the bridegroom is suffered to overtake his bride. He leads her away in triumph, and the scene is concluded with feasting and festivity. Similar customs to the above prevailed in Scotland under the name of riding for the Kale, and in Westmoreland a contest of this kind is called riding for the ribbon. In a book published at Kendal in 1790, in the Westmoreland dialect, we are told that after a wedding ceremony, all rade fearful wheel, and the young uns rade for the ribbon. Me cousin Betty banged all the lads, and gat it for sure. A Westmoreland wedding was conducted with much festivity and boisterous mirth. Early in the morning of the marriage day, the bridegroom, attended by his friends, proceeded to the house of the bride's father. Having arrived there, the husband saluted his wife, and all the party had a substantial breakfast, after which they went to the church in a procession accompanied by a fiddler. A garland of flowers was thrown across the shoulders of the bride, and a similar wreath adorned the waist of the bridegroom. At the conclusion of the marriage ceremony, the company repaired to the nearest inn, where the couple's healths were drunk. They then returned in a cavalcade to the bride's father's house, where they had dinner and much postprandial merriment. Immediately upon their arrival home, all the company were presented with a slice of bride cake called wineberry currant cake, which the bride cut up, the ring being meanwhile placed upon it, and which the bridegroom handed round to the guests. In the evening, the couple were cheered amid the plaudits of the company, and the night was spent in jollity until day dawned. Apropos of Westmoreland, we may add that on the 5th bell at the church at Kendal was the following inscription in reference to the common custom of bell ringing at weddings. In wedlock bands, all ye who join with hands, your hearts unite, so shall our tuneful tongues combine to laud the nuptial rite. The last 4 lines, with the omission of the word tuneful, are inscribed upon the 8th bell of Sevenoaks Church in Kent, and the similar verses upon the 10th bell of Cripplegate Church. The game of quinton was a very usual adjunct to weddings in Wales in early times, and it was also common in England on similar occasions. As a bridal sport, probably the English borrowed it from the Welsh. Among the latter people, the friends of the bride often raised obstructions before the door of the house to perplex the friends of the bridegroom. These obstructions were sometimes ropes of straw fastened across and blocking up the road, and sometimes a quintain, which was rigidly guarded by the bride's party, who challenged the opposite company to games with it. If the competitors, as they rode a tilt at the flat side of the machine, were not dexterous, they were overtaken by the swinging sandbag and struck off their horses, an occurrence which gave great pleasure to the woman's champions, who maintained a friendly hostility to the man and his companions. Probably the straw rope obstructions gave rise to the chainings, which we shall presently mention. Owen, in his Welsh dictionary, under the word quinton, says, a pole is fixed in the ground with sticks set about it, which the bridegroom and his company take up, and try their strength and activity in breaking them upon the pole. Ben Jonson refers to the quinton at weddings as follows. At quinton he, in honour of the bridal tea, hath challenged either wide country. At Blackthorn the wedding quinton stood upon the common green, and was a well-recognized institution there. At Deddington in Oxfordshire, this sport was commonly used at marriages. In 1575, among the various sports which entertained Queen Elizabeth at Kenilworth Castle, was running at the quinton at a country bridal. Blount, in his Glossographia, says that this game was much in request at marriages, particularly in Shropshire, and that the quinton was set in the highway where the bride and bridegroom had to pass. The young man who broke most poles and showed most activity won a garland. Aubrey says the sport was common at weddings until the breaking out of the civil wars. The custom of bundling in Wales was as follows. The man rode at night to the bed of his lover, into which, retaining some of his outer garments, he was admitted by her without reserve. These meetings were often conducted with much innocence, but sometimes the converse happened. This kind of courtship generally took place on Saturday or Sunday nights, and the man often walked long distances to the bundling. The custom is said to have originated in a scarcity of fuel, and the consequent unpleasantness of the couple sitting together in cold weather without a fire. The same mode of courtship was known in America under the name of tarrying, as we have before noticed, Fiddy, page 115. The custom of chaining is common in Monmouthshire and Glamorganshire at popular weddings. The couple, after their marriage, is stopped at the church door or churchyard gate by the villagers holding a band of twisted evergreens and flowers, or of hay and straw, which is not removed until the pair have paid a toll. Sometimes the couple are chained together with the band, and sometimes the people of the villages through which the bride and bridegroom pass on their way home obstruct them with the chain of the before-mentioned materials. At a village in Somersetshire a few years ago, on the occasion of weddings, the children of the place used to fasten the gates of the church with evergreens and flowers, and this floral bond was not unloosed until money had been given. At Knutsford, in Cheshire, and in the district for several miles around, obtains the custom of sanding. On the day of the celebration of a wedding, the couple's friends and neighbors decorate the street in front of their houses by strewing white sand in various patterns. Sometimes this ornamentation takes the shape of curved lines, one above another, and sometimes of diamonds and segments of circles. At others, words are formed as long life and happiness. When a well-known inhabitant is married, nearly every door front is embellished in this way. The origin of this custom is obscure, but it is said that before 1774, when St. John's Church was erected, the old church was situated about a mile from the town, and it had no bells. Consequently, the inhabitants had not the usual means of testifying their pleasure and a marriage by ringing a merry peal. They therefore resorted to the expedient of marking pretty devices in red and white sand before their doors as tokens of congratulation. At this same Knutsford, it is usual on the return of a wedding party from church to throw money to the boys who collect round the couple's door, and who, on breach of the custom, keep up a cry of a buttermilk wedding. At Norwich in Cheshire, by authority of the charter of the church, the senior scholar of the grammar school was entitled to receive marriage fees to the same amount as those taken by the clerk, or in lieu thereof to receive the bride's garters. A paper in the collection of Dr. Kenneth in the Harleton manuscripts says that it was an old custom in the diocese of St. Asaph and Bangor in North Wales for the curates to take a tenth part of all the goods of both the man and the woman, whether rich or poor, upon their marriage, and although they had paid the usual tithe upon the crops of harvest, they were still obliged to pay another tenth if they happened immediately afterwards to get married. Persons living in adultery paid a fine of 11 shillings a year to the ordinary. These customs caused matrimony to be very scarce in the diocese. The marriage tithe of goods in Wales was declared to be illegal by an act of Parliament passed about 1549. Pennant says, in North Wales on the Sunday after marriage, the company who at it come to church, i.e. the friends and relations of the party, make the most splendid appearance, disturb the church, and strive who shall place the bride and groom in the most honorable seat. After service is over, the men, with fiddlers before them, go into all the alehouses in the town. The Reverend Dr. Lord says in a manuscript note, cited by Brand, at Wrexham in Flintshire, on occasion of the marriage of the surgeon and apothecary of the place, August 1785, I saw at the doors of his own and neighbors' houses throughout the street where he lived, large boughs and posts of trees that had been cut down and fixed there, filled with white paper cut in the shape of women's gloves and of white ribbons. It was the custom in some parishes in South Wales, not long since, for the bridegroom, upon uttering the words, "With my body I thee worship, and with all my worldly goods I thee endow," to produce money from his pockets, which he handed to the clergyman, who out of it took his fee, and delivered the remainder to the bride. So in Cumberland not long back, the bridegroom provided himself with gold coins and crown pieces, and when the service reached the endowing words, he gave the clergyman his fee, and poured the rest of the money into a handkerchief, which was held for the bride by one of her maids. These usages were relics of the old church regulation that the accustomed duty to the priest and clerk should be laid upon the book with the ring, and also the ancient custom of purchasing the woman's virginity. An old Welsh law tells us that a husband might administer 3 blows with a stick to any part of the person of a misbehaving wife except her head, and another law provided that the stick should not be longer than the husband's arm, and not thicker than his middle finger. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries by Edward J. Wood. As a preface to our notes upon the archaeology of marriage in England, to which our remaining chapters will be devoted, it is necessary that we should give an outline of the history of nuptials in the early Christian church, upon which many of our present rites and ceremonies are based. Christian marriage was developed out of the marital customs of pagan Greece and Italy, and also out of the like usages of the Jews. At first it was not a religious ceremony, the only necessary form of it being that the bridegroom should go to the bride's house and later to his own home in the presence of witnesses, or in other words, marriage was a mere social contract, the essence of which was the taking of the woman by the man. When the church first exercised its control over marriage is not quite clear. Probably in early days it recognized marriage as a civil contract, even before it interfered in the ceremony. Afterwards, in order to correct abuses, the priesthood introduced the custom of celebrating marriages before themselves, and of giving the nuptial benediction. The church forbade marriage in Lent in AD 364. The decrees of Pope Ceremonies in 385 spoke of marriage as being regularly contracted by the benediction of the priest. The canonical answers of Timothy, who succeeded to the bishopric of Alexander in 380, mentioned also the performing of the oblation at marriages. Saint Synesius, bishop of Ptolemais in the 5th century, referred to the celebration of espousals in church, and in the same century, Sidonius, bishop of Clermont, intimated that the wedding ceremony was not deemed to be complete until the bride had gone home to the bridegroom's house. Marriage was first forbidden to bishops in 692 and to priests in 1015, and the latter were obliged to take vows of celibacy in 1073. In 1138, the penalty for priests marrying was deprivation of their benefices and exclusion from the celebration of divine service. Nevertheless, instances of married priests are not uncommonly found in ancient charters, at least to the end of the reign of Edward III. Charlemagne enacted in the 8th century for the Western Empire, and Leo Sapiens in the 10th century for the Eastern, that marriage should be celebrated in no other way than by sacerdotal benediction and prayers, to be followed by the Eucharist. Pope Nicholas in the 9th century wrote that crowns of garlands were worn on the heads of married couples, and that such articles were kept in the church for the purpose. These facts may be taken as evidence of the interest which the early ecclesiastics took in matrimonial affairs, but it was not until 1199 that marriage was systematically preceded in the Latin Church by the publication of bans, and uniformly celebrated in the sacred building. In that year, Pope Innocent III decreed that espousals should be a church ceremony, and the Great Council of Lateran, convoked by him in 1215, confirmed the same decree. The earliest canonical enactment on the subject of marriage bans in the English Church is said to have been made by the Synod of Westminster or London in 1200, which ordered that no marriage should be contracted without bans thrice published in the church, unless by the special authority of the bishop. Some record that the practice was introduced into France as early as the 9th century, and that Odo, bishop of Paris, ordained it in 1176. With the savage inhabitants of Britain before the time of Caesar's invasion, as indiscriminate or but slightly restricted intermixture of the sexes was the practice, polygamy prevailed, and several brothers often had only one wife among them all. Frequently, the only method of fixing the obligation of paternity was by the uncertain one of resemblance. When, however, the ancient Britons celebrated their marriages, they did so at a comblish, in the open air, and sacrifices were offered. The lover of a British virgin addressed himself first to her father, whose absolute authority took away all power of refusal from the daughter. If the father agreed to the suitor's request of the lady in marriage, he was introduced to her. The period of courtship was very short, generally only a few days. As the Britons advanced in civilization, they practiced monogamy, the violation of which was considered to be a disgrace. By the Anglo-Saxons, the bond of matrimony was held to be most sacred. No man could lawfully marry without first obtaining the consent of the woman's bora, or guardian, who was her father if living, and if not, some other near relation. If such consent was not obtained, the husband was liable to penalties, and he acquired no legal rights over either the wife or her goods. For this consent the lover always paid a meed or price in the nature of a present, according to the rank of the lady. It was therefore advantageous to a father that the spindle side, or female part of his family, to use Alfred's term, should outnumber the spear side, or male members thereof. The parties were solemnly contracted, and a friend of the bridegroom became surety for the woman's good treatment and maintenance. Her dowry was fixed, and all the relations of both parties within the third degree were invited to the marriage feast. Each one made some present to the couple, and the Montbora gave them arms, furniture, cattle, and money. This was called the futterfrum, or father's gift, and was all the fortune that the bridegroom received. On the day before the wedding, which generally took place within 6 or 8 weeks from the time of the contract, the invited friends of the bridegroom went to his house, where they spent the day in feasting. On the next morning they went armed and on horseback to the house of the bride, under the conduct of the foremost man, to receive her and conduct her to her husband. This martial show was both for compliment and to prevent a rescue by any former lover. The bride was led by a matron called the brideswoman, followed by many young women termed the bridesmaids, and attended by her Montbora and other male relations. On her arrival, she was received by the bridegroom and solemnly betrothed by her guardian. The united companies then proceeded to the church, attended by musicians. No marriage was lawful without the presence of the Montbora at the ceremony, and he gave the bride to the bridegroom, saying, I give her to be thy honor and thy wife, to keep thy keys and share with thee in thy bed and goods. The parties received the nuptial benediction from the priest, sometimes under a veil or square piece of cloth, called the care cloth, held at each corner by a man to conceal the bride's blushes, but this was not used in cases where the bride was a widow. After the benediction, both of the parties were crowned with flowers, which were kept in the church for the purpose. A ring was used at the marriage as well as at the betrothal. Some authors say that at the marriages of the Anglo-Saxons, the Montbora presented the bridegroom with one of the bride's shoes as a token of the transfer of authority, and she was made to feel the change by a blow on her head given with the shoe. The husband was bound by oath to use his wife well, on failure of which he might leave him, but he was allowed to bestow a moderate castigation upon her. After the marriage ceremony, all the company returned to the bridegroom's house, where was held the wedding feast. At night the bride was conducted to her chamber and put to bed by the women, and the bridegroom was in like manner attended by the men. The couple both being in bed, their healths were drunk in their presence by all the company. On the next morning, when the bridegroom rose, he gave his bride a morgengabe, or morning gift, which became her separate property and was the ancient pin money. All the company came to the chamber before the couple rose to hear this gift declared, after which they feasted again for several days until the provisions were consumed, and then, having made presents to the husband, they departed. The wedding dresses of a bride and of 3 of her maidens, and of the bridegroom and his attendants, were of peculiar fashion and color, and might not be worn on any other occasion. These dresses were at first the prerequisites of the musicians who attended the marriage, but in later times they were given to some church or abbey. The Anglo-Normans published an intended marriage 3 times in church, as we do at the present day. These people continued the Saxon custom of compelling the husband to obtain the consent of the wife's guardian to her marriage. So in feudal days, the king had the right of disposing of the daughters of a deceased landowner in marriage, if they were under 14 years of age. This power was vested in him in order to prevent heiresses who were his tenants from marrying persons of doubtful affection to him. He had also the power of disposing of his male wards in marriage, although without such a good reason as that which applied in the case of females. The disposal of young orphan heiresses was generally deputed to some favorite who was possessed of sons, and to whom a wealthy marriage might be important. The lords of manors had similar arbitrary rights over their orphan wards, and this was one of the feudal wrongs which drove the Norman barons to revolt in the days of King John, and the restriction that the heir should be forced to marry, according to the choice of his lord, was modified by the Great Charter. Frequently the lords sold their wards for high prices, or compelled them to pay large sums for the liberty to marry as they pleased. In fact, the power was so much abused that it was ultimately abolished. Fathers who possessed rank and wealth affianced their children at a very early age and compelled them to marry on arriving at puberty, in order to prevent wives or husbands from being forced upon the children after the father's death, the lord being eager either to secure an unmarried orphan prize for his own family or to realize a profit by the sale to another. In 1265, William Fitznigel was obliged to pay King John 11 marks for liberty to marry at his own pleasure. Isabel, daughter of Maurice, 3rd Lord Berkeley, who, born in 1281, was himself married at 8 years of age and was a father before he was 14, was married in June in the 2nd year of Edward III to Robert, Lord Clifford, Jr., upon the death of whose father, Lord Berkeley, supposing his son not to be of full age, bought his marriage of the king for £500. But it appearing by inquisition that he was of full age, Lord Berkeley got the money back from the exchequer. Maurice, 4th Lord Berkeley, was knighted at 7 years of age to prevent wardship, and he was married at 8 years to Elizabeth, daughter of Hugh, Lord Spencer, then only 8 years also. In the 8th year of Henry VIII, Maurice, 6th Lord Berkeley, bought of the king the wardship of the body and lands of John, son and heir of Sir Richard Berkeley of Stoke, and by his will directed that he should be married at 16 years of age to Isabel Denys, his sister's daughter. Frequently the very early marriages of children in the days of chivalry, and subsequently were arranged by their parents not only to avoid wardship, but also to prevent the children from forming improper attachments and to obtain for the parents advantages by union with important families. Thus, Thomas, Lord Berkeley, was contracted to Margaret, daughter of Gerald Warren, Lord Lisle, in the 41st year of Edward III, and by reason of her tender age, she was then only about 7 years old, it was arranged that she should remain with her father for 4 years. But sickness happening in the family, they were married in the November following. Thomas, son of William, Marquis of Berkeley, was contracted by his father at the age of 5 years to Anne, Countess of Pembroke. Thomas, 5th Lord Berkeley, in the 17th year of Henry VIII, made a contract with Thomas, Duke of Norfolk, that his son and heir Thomas, if he came to be 19 years old, should marry Catherine, daughter of the Duke. George, Lord Berkeley, in the 12th year of James I, married Elizabeth, daughter of Sir Michael Stanhope, he being 13 and she 9 years old. About 4 years afterwards, the bridegroom was sent to Christ Church, Oxford, his wife remaining with her father. Froissart says that at the affiancing of 2 children at the age of 10 years, they were put into the same bed. At the present time in England, the age for consenting to matrimony is 14 in males and 12 in females. If the male be under 14 or the female under 12, the marriage, although not absolutely void, is imperfect, and either of them, upon coming to the age for consenting, may disagree and declare the marriage void. Among the early Christians, as among the early English, a most important preliminary of marriage was a betrothal or nuptial contract called sponsalia. In latter ages, betrothal and marriage had been performed at the same time, both in the Western and Eastern churches. By the civil law, if a marriageable girl had not been betrothed by those whose natural or legal duty was to see her married, and if afterwards she were to form any illicit connection, no damages were recoverable for loss of her services. The betrothal was often made before a priest and was always confirmed by gifts, called awry and our bones. The earnest of marriage, as also by the joining of hands by the interchange of rings or by the man only giving a ring, fitted the chapter on rings post, by a kiss, by a dowry, by an oath, or by a written agreement signed before witnesses. Augustine mentions an agreement to marry, signed by the parties and attested by several witnesses. A law of Henry I enacted that no marriage contract made between a man and a woman without the presence of witnesses should be valid if either of them afterwards repudiated it. Saint Leobard of Tours in the 6th century gave his betrothed a ring, a kiss, and a pair of shoes, the latter being a sign of his great subjection to her, and to bind his feet, the ring binding his hands. Tertullian mentions the nuptial kiss and joining of the right hands together at the espousals as a sign of the woman's part of the first resignation of her virgin modesty. Strutt quotes a manuscript in the Harleian Library, which says, "By the civil law, whatever is given by way of betrothal gifts betwixt them that are promised in marriage hath a condition for the most part silent, that it may be had again if marriage ensue not. But if the man should have a kiss for his money, he should lose one half of that which he gave. Yet with the woman it is otherwise. For, kissing or not kissing, whatsoever she gave she may ask and have it again. However, this extends only to gloves, rings, bracelets, and such like small wares. It will thus be seen that for the privilege of giving or taking a kiss, the man entailed upon himself a loss. Shakespeare in The Two Gentlemen of Verona makes Julius say she will seal her betrothal bargain with a holy kiss, and in Twelfth Night the priest says that a betrothal was attested by the holy close of lips. Before publishing the banns, it was anciently the custom for the priest to affiance the two persons to be married in the name of the Trinity, and the banns were sometimes published at vespers as well as during the time of Mass. When the ceremony betrothal was performed before a priest, he demanded of the parties whether they had entered into a contract with any other person, or made a vow of chastity or religion, whether they had acted for each other, or for any child which they might have had, in the capacity of godfather or godmother, or whether they had committed incontinence with any near relation of the other party. But the latter question might be dispensed with. Then the following oath was administered. You swear by God and his holy saints herein, and all the saints of paradise, that you will take this woman whose name is, to wife within 40 days, if Holy Church will permit. The priest then joined the hands and said, and thus you affiance yourselves, to which the parties answered affirmatively. They then received a suitable exhortation on the nature and design of marriage, and an injunction to live piously and chastely until that event should take place. They were not permitted, at least by the Church, to reside in the same house, but were nevertheless regarded as man and wife. The marriage took place in modern times 40 days after. An illicit connection in the interval was styled matrimonium presumptum, and whether it was improper was a moot point. The ceremony of betrothal was regarded with much respect in England. We find under date 1476 that a certificate was given by the minister and 6 parishioners of Ufford in Suffolk to the effect that since the death of a certain man's wife he had not been trothful to any woman, and that he might therefore lawfully take a wife. The register books of Clare in Suffolk in the 17th century contained a memorandum signed by a woman, by which she resigned all right in a man unto another woman, and assented to the couple proceeding to matrimony. A very ancient custom at betrothal, particularly among the common people, was to break a piece of gold or silver into 2 parts, of which one was kept by the man and the other by the woman. It was also usual for the parties to drink upon the occasion of the breakage of the metal. Strutt cites the old play of the widow in proof of both of these usages. The widow is asked whether, upon the making by her of a verbal contract to marry, gold was broken between her and her lover, and whether they drank to each other, to which she replies that they broke nothing and drank not a drop, whereupon her questioner says that the contract cannot stand good in law. In Middleton's play of No Wit Like a Woman's, one of the characters refers to the lip touching, the contracting cup. In Doggett's Country Wake in 1696, Cobb, referring to his betrothed wife Mary, says, I asked her the question last Lammas, and All Hallows Tide we broke a piece of money, and if I had lived till last Sunday, we had been asked in the church. Again, in an old chap history called Bateman's Tragedy, or The Perjured Bride, justly rewarded, we are told that to bind his love the hero broke a piece of gold, giving it the one half and keeping the other himself. In the play of The Vow Breaker, which is probably founded upon the story which the last mentioned penny history commemorated, Bateman says to Anne, Here is a piece of gold. 'Tis but a little one, yet big enough to tie and seal a knot. And again he says, Our vows were made to heaven and on earth. They must be ratified, in parts they are, by giving of a pledge a piece of gold, which when we broke, jointly then we swore, alive or dead, for to enjoy each other. And afterwards refers to the piece of gold we break between us. Butler, in his Hudibras, hints that the broken piece of metal should be a crooked one. His wit was sent him for a token, but in the carriage cracked and broken, like commendation 9 pence crooked, with to and from my love it looked. In olden times certain ideas of good fortune attached to crooked money. Gay also in his What do you call it alludes to the practice thus. Yet justices permit us, ere we part, to break this 9 pence, as you've broken my heart. Filbert, one of the characters breaking the 9 pence, says, As this divides, thus we are torn in twain. And Kitty, joining the pieces, replies, And as this meets, thus may we meet again. In Gay's 5th Pastoral he says, A 9 pence bent, a token kind, to Blunkist is sent. Probably this custom of breaking money arose out of the more ancient and more expensive usage of dividing the gamel, or joint ring, read page 221. Another betrothing custom was for the woman to give her sweetheart a lock of her hair, woven into a true lover's knot. The man gave also a similar pledge. Thus, in Cupid's Revenge, a play by Beaumont and Fletcher, a woman says, Given earrings we will wear, bracelets of our lover's hair, which they on our arms shall twist, with their names carved on our wrist. Gay says that, with lovers 'twas of old the fashion by presents to convey their passion. No matter what the gift they sent, the lady saw that love was meant. Some by a snip of woven hair, in posied lockets bribed the fair. How many mercenary matches have sprung from diamond rings and watches. Flowers were worn by the betrothed as tokens of their engagement. Spencer, in his Shepherd's Calendar for April, says, Bring coronations and sops and wine, worn of paramours. Sops and wine were of the gillyflower or pink species. Quarles, in his Shepherd's Oracles in 1646, tells us that lovesick swains composed rush rings and myrtleberry chains, and stuck with glorious king cups, and their bonnets, adorned with laurel slips, chant their love sonnets. Men also wore their lovers' ribbons, handkerchiefs, garters, gloves, scarves, and fans as tokens of engagement. In Green's Defense of Conny Catching, we read of men with a lock worn at their left ear for their mistress' favor. How in his additions to Stowe's Chronicles says that in the time of Elizabeth, it was the custom for maids and gentlewomen to give their favorites as tokens of their love little handkerchiefs about 3 or 4 inches square, wrought round about it with a button or a tassel at each corner, and a little one in the middle with silk and thread, the best edged with a small gold lace or twist, which being founded up in 4 crossfolds, so as to the middle might be seen. Gentlemen and others did usually wear them in their hats, as favours of their loves and mistresses. Some cost 6 pence apiece, some 12 pence, and the richest 16 pence. In a play of 1636, a man says to his sweetheart of going away to the wars, "I leave a handkerchief with you. 'Tis wrought with blue Coventry." In Lodge's Wit's Misery, in 1596, we read, "If he walk abroad, and miss his mistress' favour about his neck, arm, or thigh, he hangs the head like a soldier in the field that is disarmed." A passage in the House of Correction in 1619 refers to a lover who wore the glove, ring, feather, embroidered scarf, and fan of his lady. In the arraignment of Laud and Women, in 1632, referring to men who believed a woman was in love with them, the author says, "One must wear her glove, another her garter, another her colours of delight. Gay pities a poor wit because no lady's favour on his sword is hung." And describing a beauty, the poet says, "Which Dandelion's brilliant favours grace her ears." As early as the time of Edward I, lovers extolled their mistresses in, and sought to win their affections by, amatory songs. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wedding Day in All Ages and Countries by Edward J. Wood. The archaeology of the wedding ring could hardly be exhausted in a volume as large as the one now before the reader. We can therefore give only an outline of it. The custom of wearing rings in general is so ancient that it is based upon fables. We have already explained that rings were worn in early Bible days, although it is doubtful whether they were used in the nuptial rites of the primitive Jews, vide for page 17. The ancient Greeks and Romans wore rings, and the latter certainly employed them at their betrothals. Whenever and by whomsoever the nuptial ring was originally used, it appears to be clear that it was first employed at the ceremony of betrothal, and not necessarily at the second ceremony, or the benediction and completion of the marriage. These 2 ceremonies were in the earliest times and with many nations distinct from each other, but in later days they have become united into one. In the 9th century, a ring was used by the Christians in their betrothals rather than at their weddings. Pope Nicholas, writing at this period, says that the man first presented the woman with the spousal gifts, among them being a ring, which he placed upon her finger. He then delivered the agreed dowry, and after that came the full nuptial ceremony. Muratori, writing of the ancient Italians, says, "In the 9th century, a man who wished to pledge his faith as the future husband of a woman placed a ring upon her finger, which is at the present day preserved for the benediction of marriage." The Christian Church doubtless adopted the wedding ring from the pagans of Italy as a convenient sign of marriage, and it appears to be clear that the ring was thus used by Christians before marriage came to be regarded as a religious institution. Long after the Christian religion was adopted by the Romans, marriage was considered to be a mere civil contract, which was entered into before a magistrate. After the custom of keeping distinct the betrothal and the marriage ceremony fell into desuetude, the betrothal ring was still retained under the name of the engagement ring, but was not always used for the final ceremony. As we have before explained, the nuptial rings of the Romans were made of various metals, as iron, brass, copper, and gold, and it seems that, while the ceremony of betrothal was distinct from that of marriage, the rings used were ornamented in various ways. But when formal betrothal became obsolete, the ring used at marriage took a plain shape and was generally a simple hoop of gold, as at the present time. Now that betrothal and marriage are one and the same ceremony, all the ornamentation is bestowed upon the engagement ring. In early times among the classical ancients, the betrothal ring was worn, as by us at the present time, on the left hand, on the finger next to the least, because of an erroneous idea that a vein or nerve ran from that finger directly to the heart, and therefore it was thought that the outward sign of matrimony ought to be placed in near connection with that seat of life. Another reason why this particular hand and finger were used has been given as follows, namely, the left hand is less employed than the right, and the finger next the least is more protected than any other one. Another reason why women wear their wedding rings upon their left hand is said to be because that hand is a sign of inferiority or subjection. In ancient days, the ring appears to have been put upon the bride's right hand. Thus, according to the Salisbury Manual, the bridegroom was to receive the ring from the priest with the three principal fingers of his right hand, and then, holding the right hand of the bride with his own left hand, he was to say, "With this ring I thee wed." He was then to place the ring on her right hand thumb and say, "In the name of the Father," then on the second finger and say, "and Son," then on the third finger and say, "and Holy Ghost," and finally on the fourth finger and say, "Amen," where it was to remain. An ancient pontifical ordered the bridegroom to place the ring successively on three fingers of the right, and then to leave it on the fourth finger of the left hand. When children were betrothed by the Anglo-Saxons, the bridegroom gave a pledge or wed, part of which consisted of a ring, which was placed on the maiden's right hand, where it remained until the actual marriage, when it was transferred to the left hand. The Anglo-Normans put the ring on the middle finger of the right hand. During the reigns of George I and George II, the wedding ring, although placed upon the usual finger at the time of marriage, was sometimes afterwards worn on the thumb, in which position it is represented in the portrait of Lady Anne Clifford, Countess of Pembroke, and in other contemporary paintings. It is now absolutely necessary that a wedding ring should be used in a marriage in the English Church. The rubric directs that the man shall give unto the woman a ring, laying the same upon the book with the accustomed duty to the priest and clerk, and the priest taking the ring shall deliver it unto the man, to put it upon the fourth finger of the woman's left hand, and the man holding the ring there, and taught by the priest, shall say, "With this ring I thee wed, with my body I thee worship, and with all my worldly goods I thee endow." The placing of the ring on the book and delivering it into the hands of the minister is a remnant of the ancient custom of the hallowing of the ring by the priest before it was placed by the bridegroom on the finger of the bride. This custom is still retained by the Roman Catholics, among whom the ring is consecrated by the priest, sprinkled with holy water in the form of the cross, and then returned to the bridegroom. The Quakers reject the use of a ring in their weddings because of its heathenish origin, but many ladies of the Society of Friends wear a wedding ring after the ceremony. The Protestant Church in Switzerland and the Mormons do not use a ring at their nuptials. During the time of the Commonwealth, the Puritans endeavored to abolish the use of the wedding ring, for the reason that it was a pagan invention. Butler, in his Hudibras, thus refers to the fact: "Others were for abolishing that tool of matrimony, a ring, with which the unsanctified bridegroom is married only to a thumb, as wise as ringing of a pig, that used to break up ground and dig, the bride to nothing but her will, that nulls the after-marriage still." Although a ring is absolutely necessary in a Church of England marriage, it may be of any metal and of any size. Some years since, a ring of brass was used at Worcester at a wedding before the registrar, who was threatened with proceedings for not compelling a gold one to be employed. A story is told at the wedding of two paupers who came to the church and requested to be married with the church key, as the parochial authorities had not furnished them with a ring. The clerk, feeling some delicacy about using the key, fetched an old curtain ring from his own house, and with that article the marriage was celebrated. The church key was used in lieu of a wedding ring at a church near Colchester early in the present century, and that was not a solitary instance within the past 100 years in this country. The Duke of Hamilton was married at Mayfair with the bed curtain ring. Notes and Queries for October 1860 relates that a ring of leather, cut transversely from a finger of the bridegroom's glove, was used as a substitute for the wedding ring on one occasion. A clergyman unjustifiably stopped a wedding in India because the bridegroom offered a diamond ring instead of one generally in use. In Ireland, the use of a gold ring is superstitiously required. One of the earliest and prettiest forms of betrothing rings was the gemel or gemel ring, which is said to have been in use among the Anglo-Saxons, and also to have been derived from the French. Probably it was at first a mere love token, but at length it was converted into a ring of serious affiance. It was, as its name imports, a twin or double ring, being composed of two or more interlaced links, which turned upon a pivot or hinge. These several links could be shut up into one solid ring. Each hoop had one of its sides flat, and the other convex. When the two flat sides were brought together, the links formed one ring. Sometimes each of the hoops had upon them a hand issuing from a sleeve, and when they were united they formed a fetty, or clasped hands. Sometimes a heart was represented upon the hands, the whole device suggesting love, fidelity, and union. Frequently mottos of posies were engraven on the flat or inner side of the ring. It was customary at the time of betrothal for the man to put his finger through one of the hoops, and for the woman to put hers through the other. They were thus symbolically yoked together. The links were then broken asunder, and each of the parties kept a link until the time of actual marriage. This mode of betrothal was frequently performed in a solemn manner over the Bible, and in the presence of a witness. If the gemel consisted of 3 links, the middle one was taken by the witness, and the upper and lower ones by the lovers. When the marriage contract was fulfilled at the altar, the 3 portions of the ring were again united, and sometimes it was used in the nuptial ceremony. Occasionally one hoop was composed of gold, and the other of silver, a difference evidently meant to distinguish the bride and bridegroom from each other. A gemel ring, now in existence, consists of 9 hoops interlaced. A gold ring of 5 links was given by Edward Seymour to Lady Catherine Grey, on which was the following posy of his own composition. As circles 5 by art compact show but one ring in sight, so trust uniteth faithful minds with naught of secret might, whose force to break but greedy death no wight possesseth power. At times and sequels they shall prove, my ring can say no more. A medieval ring of 8 hoops had upon each a portion of the following motto: riches be unstable, beauty will decay, but faithful love will ever last till death drive it away. A gemel belonging to Sir Thomas Gresham consisted of 2 links, enameled and set with jewels, a diamond and a ruby. On one link was inscribed Quod Deus Consuit, on the other Homo non separat. Another joint ring ploughed up at Chislehurst and exhibited to the British Archaeological Association in 1858 consisted of 3 gold circlets moving on a rivet, which passed through them all. It was assumed to be at the time of James I. Another ring of this kind, probably of French workmanship, and of the time of Elizabeth, had engraved upon the flat side of its hoops, Aussi de Virtue. The use of the gemel ring is frequently mentioned by the early poets. Thus Shakespeare, in his Midsummer Night's Dream, makes Helena say, "And I have found Demetrius like a gemel, mine own, and yet not mine own." The fact that one half of the ring was worn by the lover and the other by his mistress warrants this similitude. Herrick, in his Hesperides, says, Thou send'st to me a true love knot, but I returned a ring of gemels, to imply thy love hath one knot, mine a triple tie. Dryden in his Don Sebastian in 1690 says, a curious artist wrought them, with joints so close as not to be perceived, yet are they both each other's counterpart. Her part had one inscribed, and his had Zeta. You know these names were theirs, and in the midst a heart divided in two halves was placed. Now if the rivets of these rings enclosed fit not each other, I have forged this tie. But if they join, you must forever part. The following lines appear in the Exeter Garland about 1750. A ring of pure gold she from her finger took, and just in the middle the same then she broke. Quoth she, as a token of love you this take, and this is a pledge I will keep for your sake. In the Middle Ages, solemn betrothal before matrimony was effected between lovers by means of a ring not being a gemel. Chaucer in his Troilus and Cressida describes the heroine as giving her lover a ring upon which a motto was engraved, and receiving one from him in return, and playing interchanted her rings, of which I cannot tell in no scripture. But well I wot, a brooch of gold and azure, in which a ruby set was like ad later. Consider ye yave, and stack it on his shirt. To the same custom Shakespeare alludes in The Two Gentlemen of Verona, where Julia gives Proteus a ring, saying, keep this remembrance for that Julia's sake. And he replies, why then, we'll make exchange. Here, take you this. In Twelfth Night, the priest refers to a betrothal, confirmed by mutual joinders of your hands, attested by the holy close of lips, strengthened by interchangement of your rings. In The Merchant of Venice we read of a betrothal ring whose posy was, love me and leave me not. The betrothing one-jointed rings of the early Christians are said to have had representations of pigeons, fish, or more often, two hands joined together upon them. In 1854 was exhibited to the Archaeological Institute a silver betrothal ring, parcel gilt, the hoop being formed with hands conjoined, and inscribed Ich Nazarene. This specimen was found in a field near Sudbury. To the same institute in the same year was exhibited another silver betrothal ring, found in Sussex, bearing the initials I and M, united by a true love knot, with the tasseled ends turned outwards. A ring similar to this was found near Stratford. It was of about the middle of the 16th century in date, and was supposed to have belonged to Shakespeare. To the British Archaeological Association in 1855 was shown a silver betrothal ring, assumed to be that of the 15th century. It had clasped hands in front, and on the flat of the hoop outside were engraved the words, "In hope is help." In 1856 was exhibited to the Archaeological Institute a betrothal ring of silver, parcel gilt, of the 14th century. It had upon it a crowned heart instead of the more usual feti. In 1860, to the same institute was shown a Circenta Italian betrothal ring, set with a ruby and emerald, and ornamented with two right hands joined. In 1864 was exhibited to the British Archaeological Association a betrothal ring of silver gilt, found at Ringwood. It was a guilloche hoop, with the device of a heart flanked by quadrifoil flowers, the arched footstalks of which issued from the top of the heart. A betrothal ring with hands conjoined bore the posy, gift and giver, your servants ever. A small gold ring found in Yorkshire, and weighing 11 pennyweights, 17 grains and a half, had for its device two orpine plants, joined by a true love knot, under the motto, Ma fiancée velt, my sweetheart wills, and above the posy, Joie l'amour fut. The stalks of the plants were bent to each other in token that the giver and wearer of the ring were to come together in marriage. Probably this article was of the 15th century. Wedding rings were not always worn plain, as now, but in olden times more nearly resembled the betrothal rings which have before described, in being chased, set with stones and inscribed with emblems, mottos, and the initials or names of the husband and wife. The most common emblem with its clasped hands, as on the gemal and other more solid betrothal rings. Posies or mottos were more frequent than emblematical devices or jewels. Pierces describes a curious gold wedding ring of the 6th century, which bore on the bezel a head rudely engraved, and around the hoop a Latin inscription. The wedding ring of St. Louis of France, bearing a sapphire intaglio of the crucifixion, was inscribed, De hors cet anno pourissant avoir amour. On a ring of the time of Richard II, bearing the device of St. Catherine and her wheel, and St. Margaret, the patroness of women in labor, was engraved, Be of good heart. The wedding ring of Margaret, daughter of Richard Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, bore the posy. Her reason was, till death depart, a sentiment which was inscribed on the wedding ring of the wife of Duke John, brother of Eric XIV of Sweden, although in a different form, Nimonisi Mors. For the wedding of Martin Luther and Catherine Van Bora, his wife, 2 silver gilt rings were made, one for the bridegroom and the other for the bride. The former, now preserved in Saxony, bears the following inscription, Di Martino Luthero Catharino Vibora, 13 June 1525. The bride's ring, now in Paris, is smaller than the other, but is of the same shape, with the figure of Christ upon the cross, and bearing inside a similar Latin inscription. On the wedding ring given by Henry VIII to Anne of Cleves were inscribed the words, God send me well to keep, in allusion to the fate of Anne Boleyn. A wedding ring used in England in 1550 weighed 2 angels and a ducat, and was engraved with the words, Deus nos ducit, Jebbyr. Queen Mary, upon her marriage to Philip, would not have a wedding ring adorned with gems, but chose to be wedded with a plain hoop of gold like any other maiden. At the marriage of Mary, Queen of Scots, to Lord Darnley, the rings, which were 3, the middle a rich diamond, were put on her finger. On the wedding ring of the wife of Dr. George Bell, Bishop of St. David's, who was married in 1658, was the motto, Bene Pereira, Pereira det mihi Deus. God made me a good mother and an obedient housewife. In 1659 was advertised as lost a wedding ring with a lock of hair in it, and the posy, United Hearts Death Only Parts. Lady Cathcart, on her 4th marriage in 1713, bore on her ring the following motto, coarsely characteristic of the times, If I survive, I will have 5. A similar posy to this was selected by Dr. John Thomas, Bishop of Lincoln, in 1753, upon his 4th marriage. If I survive, I'll make them 5. The posy of John Dunton's wedding ring was, God saw thee most fit for me, and that of Beau Fielding in Queen Anne's time, Tibi Sully. A ring dug up at Somerton in Lincolnshire was inscribed, I love you, my sweet dear heart, so I pray you please my love. Another, dug up at Iffley, near Oxford, bore the words, I like my choice. Herrick suggests the following most appropriate but too lengthy posy. And as this round is nowhere found, to flaw or else to sever, so may our love as endless prove, as pure as gold forever. And in his Asperities, referring to the custom of having bottles on nuptial rings, he says, what posies for our wedding rings, what gloves we'll give, and ribbonings. In Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humor occurs the following dialogue. E. Noel, a jet ring, oh, the posy. Stephen, fine in faith, though fancy sleep, my love is deep. Meaning that, though I did not fancy her, yet she loved me dearly. E. Noel, most excellent. Stephen, and then I sent her another, and my posy was, The deeper the sweeter, I'll be judged by St. Peter. The following are a few examples of the sentimental inscriptions with which was always customary during the Middle Ages and even to the close of the 17th century to decorate betrothal and wedding rings. It will be seen that the sentiment was often expressed in very simple words and in commonplace rhyme. Our contract was heaven's act. In thee, my choice, I do rejoice. 1677. God above, increase our love. Love thy chaste wife beyond thy life. 1681. Pray to love, love to pray. 1647. Divinely knit by grace are we, late two, now one, the pledge you see. 1657. Love and live happy. 1689. In loving wife spend all thy life. 1697. Endless as this shall be our bliss. 1719. Advised choice admits no change. Ever love. Love the giver. In constancy I live and die. My promised past shall always last. In Christ and thee my comfort be. O Lord, we bless in happiness. As God decreed, so we agreed. Happy in thee has God made me. Love and obey. As long as life, your loving wife, I will be yours while breath endures. Love is sure where faith is pure. A virtuous wife doth banish strife. God did foresee we should agree. Love me and be happy. None can prevent the Lord's intent. Virtue surpasses riches. Think on me. This and the giver are thine forever. Let liking last. Joy without end. Let virtue rest within thy breast. Time leseneth not my love. God unite our hearts aright. Knit in one by Christ alone. God's providence is our inheritance. My heart and I until I die. Not two, but one till life be gone. When this you see, remember me. Till death divide, till my life's end. Let reason rule affection. God continue to love us. Most in mind and yearned mine heart. Loath this from you for to depart. A virtuous wife that serveth life. Live and die in constancy. Take hand and heart, I'll ne'er depart. God send her me my wife to be. This hath no end, my sweetest friend. Our loves be so, no ending, no. Faithful ever, deceitful never. I love as turtle dove. As gold is pure, so love is sure. Despise not me, yet joys in thee. If you deny, then sure I die. Your sight is my delight. My life is done when thou art gone. Like Phyllis there is none. She truly loves her Corydon. So is Bonnie, blithe and brown. This ring hath made her now my own. As true, be just. 'Tis fit no man should be alone, which made Tom to marry Joan. No better smart shall change my heart. I did commit no act of folly when I married my sweet Molly. This ring is a token I give to thee, that thou no tokens do change for me. My dearest Betty is good and pretty. My heart in silence speaks to thee, though absence bars tongue's liberty. I cannot show the love I owe. We strangely met, and so do many, but now is true as ever any. With heart and hand at your command, love, I like thee, sweet, requite me. As we began, so let's continue. My beloved is mine, and I am hers. God's appointment is my contentment. True blue will never stain. I do not repent, I gave consent. A heart content cannot repent. No gift can show the love I owe. If I think my wife is fair, what need other people care? Against thou goest, I will provide another. What the heart saw, the love hath chosen. In loving thee, I love myself. This circle, though but small about, the devil jealousy will keep out. Let him never take a wife that will not love her as his life. Love one little, but love one long. Love him who gave thee this ring of gold, till he must kiss thee when thou art old. First love Christ that died for thee. Next to him, love none but me. Frequently the wedding ring mottos were in Latin and French. For example, Amor vincit homme, errant duo in carne una, molla viro sub letta catio, semper amenis, tout pour be free, in bonne fée, sans mal desire, honor et joy, mon cœur avait, Deus cor, un cœur, amour et constance. In 1859 was exhibited to the Archaeological Institute a silver wedding ring, ornamented with niello, a work of the 14th century and supposed from the names upon it to have been the nuptial ring of Cola di Rienzi, the tribune of Rome, and of Caterina di Rosselli. Mr. Waterton, to whom it belonged, gave the following account of it. The ring was purchased for me in Rome for a trifling sum at one of the periodical clearing sales of the Monte di Pieta, and I had it for several months before I discovered certain facts which many archaeologists consider to be corroborative of my supposition that this ring was the nuptial ring of Cola di Rienzi. Its style, when compared with that of other objects of the period, enables us to ascribe its date to the first half of the 14th century. The bezel is an irregular octagon. In the center there is cut signet-wise a device, 2 stars divided per pale. Around this are inscribed 2 names, Caterina, Nicola, the interstices being filled up with niello. These names are written from left to right and not reversed. The ring is an elegant specimen of Italian workmanship, and I consider it to have been produced by a Florentine artist. The reasons for believing that this may have been the fiancé ring of Rienzi and his wife are the following. 1. The 2 names, Nicola di Rienzi and Caterina di Rosselli. 2. The date of the ring, which we may assign to 1320 to 1340, the time when Rienzi lived. 3. Neither Rienzi nor his wife had any armorial bearing, and having great faith in his destiny, he is said to have selected a star for his device. The 2 stars, divided per pale, were interpreted by an eminent Roman archaeologist to be significant of the star of Rienzi and that of his wife. Gold rings were in olden times given away to the attendants on the wedding day. Wood, in his Ethus Orientius, says that the famous philosopher Kelly gave away rings of 3 twisted gold wires at the marriage of one of his maidservants to the value of 4,000 pounds. This happened in 1589 at Trebona, if the story may be credited. A fictitious ring made of rushes was at one time used in England and in some other parts of Europe for the purpose of deluding girls into a mock marriage. Ducange cites a bishop of Salisbury in 1217 as to the frequency of this practice. Let no man, he warns, put a ring of rush or of any other material upon the hands of young girls by way of mock celebration for the purpose of more easily seducing them, that, while believing he is only perpetrating a jest, he may not in reality find himself bound irrevocably to the connubial yoke. Shakespeare, in All's Well That Ends Well, makes the clown say as an example of suitableness, as fit as Tip's rush for Tom's forefinger. Green, in his Maniphone, says, well, 'twas a good world when such simplicity was used, says the old women of our time, when a ring of rush would tie as much love together as a gibbon of gold. Spencer's Shepherd's Calendar speaks of the knotted rush rings and gilt rosemary of the dead shepherdess. Fletcher, in his Two Noble Kinsmen, says, rings she made of rushes that grew by, and to 'em spoke the prettiest posies. Thus our true love tied. This you may lose, not me, and many a one. A song in Sir William Davenant's play of The Rivals has this passage. I'll crown thee with a garland of straw then, and I'll marry thee with a rush ring. Another ancient song called the Winchester Wedding says, Pert Stepson was kind to Betty, and blithe as a bird in the spring. And Tommy was sold to Katie and wedded her with a rush ring. It is said that rush rings were anciently used in France in cases of quasi-marriage, where the parties intended to live together in a state of concubinage. De Broglie, writing on the antiquities of Paris in 1612, says that by the official archives of the Church of St. Varenus, it appears that those persons who lived unchastely were conducted to the church by two officers, in case they refused to go voluntarily, and they were married by the curate with a rush ring. Many superstitions attached to the wedding ring probably originating in the old Roman Catholic custom of his receiving the benediction of the priest. Thus in Ireland, the wedding ring being rubbed on a wart or sore cures it, and in Somersetshire, a sty upon the eyelid may be removed in a like way. In some parts of Ireland, a superstition still exists that if a wart is pierced through a wedding ring with a thorn from a gooseberry bush, the wart will gradually disappear. The Romans believed that a peculiar virtue lay in the fourth finger of the left hand, that is, the ring finger, and their physicians stirred medicines with it. A similar superstition still obtains in many places in England, where it is believed that the ring finger, by being stroked across a sore or wound, can soon cure or heal it. Many of the bridal ring superstitions are connected with the wedding cake. Slices of the latter are sometimes put through the ring 9 times and laid under pillows at night, to cause young persons to dream of their lovers. According to another custom, a wedding ring is mixed with the ingredients of the cake and baked in it. When it is cut, the person who secures the slice containing the ring will secure with it a good fortune during the ensuing year, and should the possessor be a maiden, a suitor in happy marriage. At Burnley, it is very common practice in marriages to put a wedding ring into a posset, and after the liquor has been served out, the single person whose cup contains the ring will be for the first of the company to be married. Another custom at this place is to put a wedding ring and a sixpence into a common flat currant cake. When the company are about to retire at the end of the day, the cake is broken and distributed among the single women. She who gets the ring and her portion of the cake will shortly be married, and the one who gets the sixpence will die an old maid. In Northumberland, divination was practiced by fishing with a ladle for a wedding ring, which had been dropped into a cell above, the object being to obtain a prognostication of who should be first married. Another superstition is that if a wife should lose her wedding ring, she will also lose her husband's affection, and if she should break it, her husband will shortly afterwards die. Many married women will not take off their wedding rings under any circumstances, because the removal of them would portend the deaths of their husbands. An old saying is that, as your wedding ring wears, your cares will wear away. End of chapter 11.